Rhythm. Rhythm. 12 rounds, ding ding. Sick and tired of the whole damn thing, yeah. Stick a move in the ring. You can hit me with the words you fling. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. Be lucky if I stick around. Maybe foolish, but I ain't a clown. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, 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 no. Got the belt like a king. Heavyweight champion of the whole damn thing, y'all. Jekyll and Hyde, you're the evil twin. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. Oh no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, you're never gonna. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're lucky if I stick around. And you're foolish, but I ain't a clown. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, 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 no. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. Be lucky if I stick around. Maybe foolish, but I ain't a clown. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, 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 no. Try to fight it, call you slang, don't deny it. See the way that you look, it's too much. Now I'm sure I'm on time. Don't be late, time to go. I will wait.
Good morning and welcome to finals day of the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro men's and women's WSL QS 1000. This is our third stop of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Crispy. Crispy, we're starting with the women's quarterfinals.
Yeah, definitely exciting finals day action. Beautiful sunrise here at Maroubra Beach. And well, the stage is set. We're going to kick off with True Starling in red, Charlie Hurst, South Coast Ripper of Australia in the blue. It's Northern Beaches versus the South Coast. Let's go, Britt.
It is going to be an exciting day here. We'll be starting with the women's quarterfinals, then moving into the men's quarterfinals, and then progress through to the semis and main finals of the event. We've got beautiful conditions here at Maroubra. Light winds. The swells picked up slightly overnight, probably not as big as what surfers were expecting. But plenty on offer here this morning at Maroubra, Crispy.
Yeah, definitely. Conditions look pristine and clean. So offshore waves, 2 to 3 foot with a few bigger sets. And I'll tell you what, the stage is set for finals day. We're going to kick off with the women's division. So 4 quarterfinals and then kick on to the men's. All dueling. We're going to crown 2 champions today here at the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro QS 1000.
We are starting with 20-minute heats. We'll then move into 25-minute heats, so giving the surfers that extra 5 minutes. And we've got a change in the format today as well. We normally have 4-person heats, but into the quarterfinals, now 2-person.
Yeah, 2-person, so a bit of change with the mindset for these athletes. So really considering every choice, every wave selection crucial in getting priority over, if that wave comes, to utilise your priority over the other opponent.
So far, we've had a bit of a slow start, but we're only 2 minutes in. Of course, the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro QS 1000. We have True Starling in the red, originally from the Northern Beaches, North Narrabeen, but now residing on the Tweed Coast. She's come off a second-place finish at the Gold Coast Open. She also had a decent result earlier this week, up against Charlie Hurst from the South Coast. He finished runner-up in this event last year, Crispy.
Yeah, definitely. She was on the tear and taken down some big names last year, and still even some great little opponents over Nias taking overseas as well with the QS campaign. So Charlie, South Coast Ripper, her and her sister, younger Tyler Hurst. It's going to be a great matchup, and she really her wave selection's one of the key moments, but then True Starling, every section of that quarterfinal, every 5-minute gap, you'll see her really, pave a way with the combos as well as her solid finish turns and great wave selections for True. So anyone's game here. 3 minutes is gone, so no lucky punters yet.
Both surfers starting with neutral priority, so that means that nobody has taken off yet. Once someone catches a wave, priority will kick into gear. A little bit different with 2-person heats. I just feel like they can hunt the line up a little bit more or just sit and wait patiently depending on what their strategy is. It is a 50-50 progression, meaning that 1 person will move through to the semi-finals. Big thanks to Vissla, our series naming rights partner for the New South Wales Pro Surf Series. Vissla partnering with Surfing New South Wales on the QS events, as they have done for the last 4 years. So great to have Vissla on board as we watch some live action in the water. Who's taking off?
Yeah, True Starling up and riding. And look at the size of this one. Really solid wave. And, well, there it is. The early nerves and just that setting in the pace of the rhythm of the first heat of the day. Sometimes it can be rewarding, and other times, well, you just got to wipe that one off. Priority will now go to the surfer in blue. Ultimate priority begins, and True Starling gets just a small wave throwaway. Starts with a 1.
True Starling, yeah, she's got her feet in the wax. Although she slipped off, I feel like she'd just be finding a groove out there this morning. It can be tricky with the first heat of the morning. I feel like sometimes it's a little bit of a guinea pig heat. You've normally got a heap of free surfers on the bank. It can be hard to distinguish where that lineup is, but with 2 people in the water, it can be a little bit harder to find that bank as we watch live action. This is Charlie Hurst scratching into this one, up on her forehand, looking for the section, comes hard off the bottom, cracks a lip. Just can't get down the section, Crispy.
Yeah, definitely. I must say it will be just a small one for both the girls. And that's right. Like with the women's division, they start off like that. It's even playing field. So both will reset. Priority will now go to red. Let's look at the replay. Good size wave. And then True Starling really set her into saying, I want this wave. So she took it with priority and just couldn't finish that turn. So level pegging at the moment. A couple of 1s thrown down.
We are back to the drawing board as we watch that Destination New South Wales wave replay and just look at all the photographers on the beach. They are setting themselves up for finals day, and well, why wouldn't you? Look at the action that we have in the water. The sets are starting to roll on through. We've had a little pulse in swell overnight. I say little because I feel like we were expecting it to be a lot bigger than what it is, but you've got to be happy with conditions out here this morning if you're a competitor, Crispy.
Yeah, I love it. It's a great day. It's a great energy this morning here at Maroubra. You've got your photographers there waiting for finals day. You've got your people walking the dogs, having their morning coffee. And you've got the surf lifesaving. So Randwick City Council, our lifeguards doing a great job, clearing the water, and we'll have a lot of people. It's a beautiful day. Get up and check the sunrise and check out here at the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro. QS 1000, get down here. Don't forget Mad Mex Burritos. There'll be 3 installments today. So, well, if you want to tuck in, don't forget to scan 2 for 1 deal. Thank you, Mad Mex. That'll be coming up throughout the day's action. But right now, this is quarterfinal 1 of the women's division. Charlie Hurst, just a small lead, a 1-3, and just a throwaway for the women out there. True Starling holds priority. Next opportunity, she's going to grab it with both hands, Britt.
And it looks as though True Starling is having a little look at this one. Can she get into it? Unfortunately not. Is Charlie Hurst out the back far enough for her to grab onto first priority? And she is. So if you look at the screen there, names up the top. Yep. Charlie has a P next to her name, meaning that she does have first priority, and the 2 next to True's name, second priority. So bit of a mistake there for True Starling, just not able to get into that wave there.
I was going to say at the start, Brett, in these 2-person heats, you can afford 1 or 2 mistakes. We've seen already 7 minutes is gone, just under 7 minutes, and got priority errors, small waves, fall-offs. That is the morning jitters, but quarterfinal, they're both level pegging. No one has really stood out, so the keys are on the table to the semi-final. But right now, Charlie Hurst has priority, has a 1.3 to drop, and True Starling be looking to sit under or just wait for priority for the next wave of change. All right, don't forget stop 3 of the 4 for series naming rights. We have Whistler. They've partnered Surfing New South Wales the last 4 years at these qualifying series events. Don't forget the sister brand of Whistler, Sister Revolution. That launched a few years ago and in partnership with Surfing New South Wales. Great inception of Whistler and sister brands have a history of investments in grassroots board riders, both at the competitive level and big wave and free surfing around the globe. So a big shout out to Whistler, all the crew watching here on finals day, Whistler.com, sisterrevolution.com, and at independent shops at your local retail outlets, Britt.
Great to have Whistler on board. Have a range of products, wetsuits, clothing, accessories, name it, they've got it. They're also environmentally friendly as well, with around 80% of their product range made of environmentally better materials. If you want to check out Whistler, be sure to check out their website, Whistler.com or sisterrevolution.com. True Starling just having a little paddle there, but nothing lost, nothing gained. She is in second priority. Do have just over 11 minutes on the clock, so still plenty of time at this stage, considering that both surfers have only locked in ones.
It's an interesting one to watch, and no doubt with this next heat, they'll be paddling out in 5 minutes' time. They'll be watching, and really, as you said, the guinea pigs of the first heat. It can either be success or it can just be a throwaway. But finding that position, where is the honey jar to get those waves, to get that win, to go through the semi-finals? Time will tell, 11 minutes. And paddle for this one. Look at that backwash. So high tide just getting under the skin of ladies out there right now. Charlie Hurst in blue, but True Starling paddling for that one. It didn't change anything. She's sitting in the right position. Whatever Charlie leaves, she can just go on and won't have to give way with priority 2.
Sometimes that can work in a competitor's advantage. You know, holding first priority can add a little bit of pressure, making sure that you're taking off on the waves that are the best in the lineup. But sometimes competitors can get a little too selective. So I feel like being in second priority can also work to True Starling's advantage, just allowing her to hunt the lineup without that extra pressure.
I'll tell you what, I'm excited for next heat like this one. Isabella Campbell, and from West Australia, and Safi Vet, the New Zealander, enjoying some great hospitality at Gold Coast and at Maroubra. She'll be looking to get one step closer to a podium finish.
It will be, and already, you know, it's a good result for all competitors. They're through to finals day, into the quarters. They are all looking for that championship spot. They want the final. They want the 1,000 points. Watch True Starling taking off on the inside, up and riding. Carves into the pocket, waiting for the steeper section. Puts it up there, under the lip, gets the finish. So smart read on that wave there from True Starling in the red.
Alrighty, yeah, nice wave. Let's look at the wave replay. Destination New South Wales, selected under priority 2. Nice carve, as you said. I love this weight. She waits for it to scoop up, and this is the coping where the major points were won and done yesterday, and really rides out of that one. And men's the first one. That is a game changer. She will go to the lead. And I'm feeling that's around the 4 to 5 range for that one. Judges will fit it in right. It's the first bankable wave of the day, and they'll really adjust their scale. Stand by. There it is, 5-0. Great wave. True Starling back on, 9 minutes to go, Britt.
True Starling into first place, has a 5 and a 1. Charlie Hurst now in second, chasing a 4-7-1 to move into first place and grab a spot in the semi-finals. Just under 8.5 minutes on the clock.
I feel the surfers getting through today. Wave selection, building their house early, and also a combination all fitted with control. And here we go, bigger wave of the morning. Well, it's just jacked up, and this is a nice little 3 to 4 foot wave. Nice head high, Charlie Hurst. Nice sharp turn, looking for that end section. Just got there a bit late, and again, you saw the weight of True Starling, whereas Charlie Hurst waited for that, and it just escaped her. A bigger wave, faster ending.
Interesting there for the surfer in blue, Charlie Hurst, just unfortunately not able to get that last section, which would have made a difference. So a 2.5 last of blue. Still in second place, but now only chasing a 3.51. However, the current heat leader for quarterfinal heat number 1, True Starling, does have a 1 in her scoreline. So anything better than that, and the requirement will increase for Charlie Hurst in the blue.
Well, you see beautiful offshore autumn conditions, and how good is autumn? It's like the favourite part of my Australian ocean time. Well, we got on the forecast, there's a bit of a cyclone at Fiji, so hopefully all the friends and family are going well up there and staying safe, but bringing the energy to Maroubra, the east coast of surfing, the city beach. You're watching finals day, Mad Mex Maroubra Pro, QS 1000, first heat of the day. True Starling in the lead with a 5-0, under priority, making that note. She got that 5, looking to drop a 1 in the box seat for a semi-final, unless Charlie Hurst from the south coast. Beautiful Gerringong Shell Harbour area. 3.51 required. Small score, that's really just one of the vertical turns or a combination for Charlie Hurst.
Still achievable there for the surfer in blue. 6.5 minutes on the clock. True Starling in first, Charlie Hurst in second. Coming up next, heat number 2, Isabella Campbell, Safi Vet. Be another exciting matchup for the women's division. Maroubra, that is where we are. It is, of course, also the home to Surfing New South Wales. You watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay. This is True Starling's 5, carves into the pocket. Just waited in the middle of the wave here for the end section, put it under the lip, pushed with the back foot and got the completion. I just feel like with that section, had she have tried to get a little bit more vert, I feel like she wouldn't have been able to really capitalise on that section. She went for the right turn there and it paid off. So a 5 in True Starling's scoreboard. You watch a solid set roll through the lineup. Like competitors' eyes will be lighting up this morning. We may just see conditions build throughout the day. Around half hour off the dead high tide, tide will start to make its way out throughout the morning. Big day here for finals day of the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro QS 1000. Have a surfer up and riding. That is Charlie Hurst. Comes hard off the bottom. Beautiful first carve. Can she get this second section this time? Puts it up there, gets the finish. Bigger wave there for the surfer in blue. Those waves, Crispy, it's so tricky to surf when there's so much froth on the face.
Yeah, definitely. Ocean Beach really coming alive. And here we go. Current heat leader True Starling. Previous to that one of Charlie Hurst. Just managing that carve, and then a bit of a carve down just sets the pace and finishes that turn so she can get back out there. So it looks like Charlie might get out there first. We'll see how this paddle battle goes. Whoever duck dives the biggest. And this will be an interesting one. Let's look at the wave replay. This is the first one. Charlie Hurst only needs a small score. Nice little searing carve, and you can see her really find a place. She needs to focus on that ending turn and does it just under the lip. And then here we go for True Starling. The fight back has a 5 and just manages one turn. This is going to come down to the last exchange. Who will take a win? It'll be all about who can get out there the first and really consolidate their combos.
Judges, they've locked in a 3.93 for last of red, True Starling. So still in first place. Charlie Hurst now chasing a 6.43. That last number is still to drop for the surfer in blue. The judges really deliberating on where this one will sit in the scoreboard.
A bigger wave. I like the first carve. The second carve was delicately placed. And wow, there it is, 5.83. Wave of the heat, but needs a backup. 3.1 now.
And with 3.5 minutes on the clock, we just watched the paddle out. Charlie Hurst got a 5.83. She's now looking for a 3.1, and she's holding first priority.
And I feel True Starling chose that wave, did that one turn, but then again, the awareness of where the other competitor is, not knowing what she's done on a wave, but managing all those pressures. She's still in the lead, so it's all about this next exchange. And we've seen the waves already. There's 3 or 4 waves in a set. So waiting for this next opportunity. Can True Starling, under priority 2, as she took the lead, maintain the lead with this next exchange? Under 3 minutes, Britt.
Or can Charlie Hurst get the 3.1 that's required? She's got a 5.83, which is so far the highest single wave of this quarterfinal. Charlie Hurst in second place, but only chasing a 3.1, and she holds first priority. So I feel like True Starling, she's going to have to get another number on the board if she's wanting to maintain that lead.
Well, here it is. It's who can compose it. And, well, True Starling will be looking to sell away, but time the enemy, needing for the ocean to come alive. And, well, you look at that horizon. Beautiful day down here at Maroubra. Sleepy Sunday is coming alive here at the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro. 2 minutes in this first heat of the 4 two-person heats. Up next, heat 2, Isabella Campbell from WA. She'll be in red. Safi Vet from New Zealand in the blue. Well, looks like True Starling trying to sell that one. Bit of ice to the Eskimos, but no, Charlie Hurst, not really composure.
This is where it gets interesting with 1.5 minutes on the clock. Will there be one more set that rolls through the lineup and give surfers the opportunity to catch another wave? Well, is Charlie Hurst going to be able to hold her composure when she catches a wave and not buckle under pressure?
Well, I love this, and this is True Starling to a T. She's learnt this from the Hedgehog, one of her role models as with the Northern Beaches. Such a crew, Maddie Cattle and Hedgehog on the tour. She's just sitting there, just letting Charlie know, I'm right next to you, and by the way, I'm in the lead. But Charlie Hurst holding the ace card, but time the enemy, the Mad Mex minute. You can have priority the whole heat, but you have to get a wave within the time frame of 20 minutes. A minute to go. There it is, 2-for-1 burritos. Here's our first one of the day. Dump it in. Mad Mex, download the app. Head to a local Mad Mex retailer throughout New South Wales. 2-for-1 burritos. Scan it online now. Beef for chicken, I'll go for both.
Rabbit life by the burrito. Have one for brekkie, save one for lunch, but with 30 seconds on the clock, there's a couple of lines approaching the lineup. Is it going to get here in time? I feel like it is. This might be one last opportunity for both competitors to grab a score here.
It's all about wave selection. Well, she's going to go this first one, and it could be a mistake there. Charlie Hurst taking off on a closeout. Can she come around? Only needing a 3.1. Would you have waited, Brett?
Had to have waited for that next one. I just feel like it was always going to be a closeout as she got closer to that. Looks like True Starling in the red from North Narrabeen is going to move on through to the semi-finals. Charlie Hurst unfortunately bowing out. Coming up next, quarterfinal heat number 2. Izzy Campbell up against Safi Vetti. Cut to a short commercial break and join you back here for all the live action.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds, or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free, to feel alive, and most of all, to feel new again.
This is the motivation.
The plastic pollution issue is a complex problem, but it can be solved.
Take 3 for the sea.
Over and take 3 for the sea.
It's easy. Just take 3 for the sea.
Well, welcome back to finals day here for the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro WSL QS 1000. This is our third stop of the Whistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Crispy. Crispy, we're straight into quarterfinal heat number 2 of the women, and who have we got in the lineup?
Yeah, Isabella Campbell, and I'll tell you what, she will come out of the gates in red from WA. She'll come out firing the speedster and some great combos, and then we have Safi Vetti. She's looking for a point to prove and to make her best PB in qualifying series. And we've got the 1,000 today, 1,000 points and some great cash prizes courtesy of Mad Mex, our great supporting sponsor of this Maroubra Pro QS 1000.
Beautiful morning here at Maroubra Beach. We've had a pulse in the swell overnight as we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay.
Yeah, great first turn. Making amends and really watching that first heat go down. Safi Vet just managing to get 2 turns before that inside Sherry high tide. Well, we've got some big sets coming through, but then also some big closeouts at the end. We saw that closeout in that last exchange. So True Starling moving on through from the North Narrabeen, doing it well for the North Narrabeen surfer Northern Beaches, eclipsing over the young surfer Charlie Hirsch. She'll take an equal 5th.
A great result, but I feel like Charlie Hirsch, she had a runner-up finish here last year, so she'd probably be a little bit disappointed with that performance. Still surfed great, but just unfortunately got sold on a closeout in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, a couple of great ways to end that one, but go back to the start. Where was the winning edge? And it was True Starling under priority. And for all those competitors and athletes, whatever level you are, whether it's board riders all the way to the championship tour, knowing and familiarising yourself with priority or under priority, where to sit, where to play the game, catch waves, do turns, go for the win.
That is what they're all here for. They want the win. They want the 1,000 points in their ranking scoreboard. They're looking to qualify for that WSL Challenger Series stepping stone to the World Tour. First, they've got to get through this regional series here in Australia. This is, of course, our Australia Oceanic region. Third stop of the Whistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series. Great to have Whistler on board, partnering with Surfing New South Wales on the QS events, as they have done for the past 4 years. Whistler, a great brand. They've also got a sister brand as well. Is their sister brand to Whistler, launched a few years ago and has been involved with Surfing New South Wales over the last few years as well. Great to have both as part of this series. Be sure to check out Whistler.com or sisterevolution.com if you want to grab yourself a new wetsuit accessories, clothing, you name it, they've got it.
Well, I tell you what, True Starling sitting on 18th, she'll bump up. And we have Safi Vet sitting on 20th on the Australian Oceania rankings, World Surf League. Download the app. So real handy points to be up for grabs. Maximum 1,000 will be given today to one female and one male surfer taking the cake here at Mad Mex Maroubra Pro QS 1000. We're down to the pointy end. 16 surfers remaining. We've already had one quarter final. We're up next, don't forget, Ellie Lampkin from Newcastle takes on Miller Brown. Miller Brown, one of the junior surfers coming the ranks from the Northern Beaches. She's, you know, she could upset some of our seasoned surfers there. Britt Nickel, she's up next.
She could. Well, with conditions like this, there is plenty of opportunity for all competitors to catch waves this morning. Moment, Safi Vet from New Zealand, locked in a 4 on her first wave. She's holding the lead at this stage. Just over 13.5 minutes remaining in quarterfinal heat number 2 of the morning. Campbell from Western Australia in second place, only looking for a 3:01. Move on into first. Two-person heats, 50-50 progression. One person will move on through to the semi-finals. At quarters, 20 minutes. Semis and finals are 25 minutes today. Plenty of action here at Maroubra.
Yeah, just looking at Izzy Campbell on the rankings, currently 45th. She's going to drop in points and take the total from this contest, so she may bump up 5 to 10 points depending on her results today. But right now she'll be thinking about that backup. Good score. She currently needs a 3:01 out of a perfect 10 as we watch a beautiful morning sail. Look at that sailing boat out there on the East Coast. I used to come here as a grommet with my best mates, and it was always a lovely place for the beach on the weekend when it's a nor'east swell, and it's not bad at the south end also on a big southerly swell offshore in a southerly, and then just gets that, faces nor'east here at Maroubra and gets that ocean beach, a bit like Gary down the south coast, but a great city beach and some great, you know, the home, as we said, the Abbott brothers, Mark Matthews, our big wave charger, Tony Seddon, just the likes of some of the former pros coming out of Maroubra.
We watch Izzy Campbell belt that last section. That's a strong turn there from the surfer in red from Western Australia. I feel like she'd be used to conditions like this. Does have a little bit more push in it this morning as well. Has jumped up a little bit overnight. Small waves yesterday. Nice clean conditions as we are looking to hit the high tide. Thanks to Destination New South Wales for the wave replay. Just carving back into the pocket, change of direction, just waiting for this wave to stand up. She comes hard off the bottom, cracks the drifts the tail, and hits the eject button for the dismount.
I feel that's the wave of the day so far, the way she attacked, what we said about what's noticeably about Izzy Campbell. She's really fast, smooth, and really attacks the lip. So great placement of turns. There it is, 5-point ride and a 1-0. So now in the box seat, but Safi Vet in the game, a 2:01 to come back with priority. 11 minutes, we're nearing the halfway mark. Plenty of time, and as we said, up next, Ellie Lampkin, Miller Brown. That is Newcastle versus Northern Beaches of Australia.
Just over 10.5 minutes on the clock. Well, we've been speaking about Maroubra. And well, it is the home of Surfing New South Wales. They do have their office right on the beach. This is pretty much the view that you look at every day sitting in that office. Been there for a couple of years. It get a little bit distracting, Crispy. But
yeah, you still got a board in the rack? Or Luke Madden's sold it on eBay.
Sold it on eBay, got rid of it.
And what a team. So don't forget, check it out, surfingnewsouthwales.com.au. You want to learn to become a coach, you want to be a judge, you want to be in some of the programs like Her Wave, and then also Surfers Rescue, that free CPR first aid course, saving lives every day. Check it out, surfingnewsouthwales.com.au, or want to become part of the board riders, you know, MSAs down there at Maroubra or whatever beach you're at. Check it out, surfingnewsouthwales.com.au.
Or if you're a competitor, check out their event schedule. Who have their event calendar. Enter those events through their website. Watch a replay here for Safi. Carves into the pocket. Great second turn there. She works her way over the second section.
Yeah, nice little highlight reel of our first exchange. So that was Safi Vet's first 4. And this is the difference. The 2 turns are really attacking that last turn. So 2 turns v 2 turns, a bit sharper, and that is why the points are a bit higher for the lady in red. 9 minutes remaining. Izzy Campbell sitting nicely as blue lets that one go, so she can paddle for it and just remains in second priority. And that's a real key moment that we'll see will be the winning edge. Those surfers that utilise that under priority wins, as well as when with priority, making it sting there, Britt.
It does make such a difference. You know, Izzy Campbell, she's competed in a lot of the juniors over the years and she knows how to play this strategic game. Safi Vetti in the blue, holding first priority, but Izzy Campbell in second priority. So like you said, Crispy, just sitting that little bit further in as we look at it on the screen. Anything that Safi doesn't want, Izzy can go. This is often where competitors manage to get a second score in their scoreboard, in their leaderboard scoreline under another competitor. I feel like Izzy, she's smart enough to read that play.
Then you got Safi. She looks nice and relaxed and composed. And again, with Takahu Butler and Billy Stairman in a corner. Great little travelling New Zealand pack. And also extending the hospitality from the likes of Tommy Witts and all the crew at Maroubra. Alrighty, don't forget up next, Ellie Lampkin. She'll be taking on Miller Brown. Our quarterfinal 4, look at this one. The finalists at the Tweed Coast Pro. Coco Cairns versus, I must say, Ana Dos Santos has a lot of rhythm. Stay tuned for that one, quarterfinal 4, matching up in 2 heats' time.
Here we go, Izzy Campbell having a look at this one. Can she take off? Up and riding, but just a quick up and out. Not what she's looking for. Nothing lost, nothing gained. She's in second priority. Gonna just make her way back into the lineup.
Yep.
Look for another one.
Trying to sell that one. I'm going to judge that one. That's going to be a 0.5. No change. Izzy Campbell still in the lead. For all those practicing judges, what do you give it? It comes in that box 0 to 1. Throwaway.
Will not go into Izzy Campbell's top 2. She does have a 1 in her scoreline though. She's going to want to get rid of that by the end of this heat if she's wanting to move on through to the semi-finals, because at the moment Safi Vetti sitting in second place is only looking for a 2.01, and she's also holding first priority with just over 6.5 minutes remaining. We are just about on the high tide. Conditions may just get a little slower as we watch the tide turn. Beautiful morning here in Maroubra. A couple of boats out in the horizon there. Perfect morning for it.
Yeah, definitely. So, you know, we started with jumpers this morning, but that sun's really poking out. Nice offshore autumn day here at Maroubra. If you can get down here, check out the live action, the best surfers. Look at that beautiful pavilion. Everyone just walking their dog or doing some morning exercise. And see, looks like the New Zealanders playing footy and a few squats on the beach before their heat. But I'll tell you what, this is a beautiful day here at Maroubra. Have a sail, Surf Life Saving are out there. So the beach users. And here we go, Safi Vet taking this one with priority. Britt, nice first turn. Let's see if she can amend that end section. This will be important. And wow, just tiptoeing down that one. She went down the mine shaft and didn't finish that turn there, Britt.
Just see the board kind of bottomed out underneath her. Safi Vet making the most of it, but not able to get the completions. We watch the replay here. Sets up for the steep section. Gets a great turn in there, and the board just bottomed out as the whitewash came from the north as well. So really tricky section to get the completion on, but it was enough to put her into first place, a 2.33.
She gets the score, that first little quick carve. Misses out on the opportunity. It would have been a steeper, would have been one of the waves of the heat. She landed that turn in that critical section there, Britt. She would have extended it further. So 1.33 for Izzy Campbell, holds priority. We've got the final quarter, the final 5 minutes of this 20-minute quarterfinal. Two-person heat, so don't forget, up next, heat number 3, we're going to see Newcastle versus our surfer from the Northern Beaches, Miller Brown. Sister Lucy and father watching and supporting down at the beach at Maroubra. I'd like to shout out and thanks Mad Mex. Tom and James will be down here today, all the crew. Athletes getting nutritional value, fresh fuel for life for their heats today. This is quarterfinal action. Britt, 4 minutes remaining.
Yeah, great to have Mad Mex on board for this event. They have been supporting the entire leg here for the New South Wales Pro Surf Series, but they are the naming rights partners for this particular event. Mad Mex partnering with Surfing New South Wales, helping to share their passion for healthy Mexican food. Fresh fuel for life. They have been handing out the burritos the last few days.
Yeah, even the drink bottles are my favourite. Even thank you, Tom, for the case of the kombucha. Alrighty, Mad Mex recap. Let's check out the action. Safi Vet in the lead. Izzy Campbell, small score to grab it. This was the start, early start. Safi Vet, nice little carve. And just a completion, really not happening on the third one. But look at this Shorey, high tide, really proving difficult for some of the women. But this is the game changer, the one of Izzy Campbell. Take it away, Britt.
Just see that she waited for this section. She knew it was there. Pushed with the back foot. Safi answering back. Similar start to this wave. She had a critical section, massive turn, but just last minute was not able to get the completion. That kind of just came straight down with the lip on top of her. She went for it. She got critical, but just unable to finish. And, well, it was noticeable in the scoreline. It was a 2-3-3. I feel like had she have landed that last turn, it probably would have pushed up over the 6 or a 7.
Yeah, totally. There was 2 moments and 2 waves, and here she go. Can she rewrite the books and extend that 2-3-3? There's the first turn. She's now made amends. Safi Vet may creep a little and add some salt to that 1-3-3 requirement for the surfer in red. But 2.5 minutes. This is danger time. Let's look at the wave replay. Thank you, Destination New South Wales, Britt.
One solid turn there for the surfer in blue. Like you said, she's got a 2-3-3. It might increase that ever so slightly. There we go,
there
a 2-8-3. So Izzy Campbell in the red now chasing a 1.83. She's sitting in second place, but she does hold first priority and she does have the highest single wave of this heat so far.
Well,
there is nothing in this quarterfinal, Crispy.
Yeah, it's all about composure under pressure, and Izzy Campbell has priority. And we saw that last one, very similar to the last one. What will she do with priority? It's all about wave selection and getting an opportunity to do a turn. Izzy Campbell well capable, but will need to engage and connect with that ocean and get at least one turn. That's what a 183. We've seen the last 2 turns of Safi Vet. One turn was a 2-3-3 and this last one a 2-8-3. So that's what the judges are paying, and looks like she's going to stroke onto this one. And well, was that a paddle, Britt? Stand by for the priority judge to deliberate. 1 minute and 10. Yes, it was. Priority error there for red.
There you go. Just like that, priority did change. So crucial mistake there from the competitor in the red. But blue just letting her do her own thing. If you're Safi, you'd want to be going to sit nice and close to the competitor in red. She's actually paddling out the back and paddling away from her as we're well and truly into this Mad Mex minute.
Well, I feel that that's also good going, but you do leave open, as we said. Like, let's look at this right here at the Dunny Bowls at Maroubra. One turn could change it, and she stomps it with a little rock and roll foam climb. Well, Safi Vet leaving it open, but she's going for a bigger wave. Can she get the turn and get that second one? Let's look. As she climbs into the semi-final, she dive bombs off. 25 seconds. How do you play that one? Wow.
I am just going to leave this one in the hands of the judges.
2 scores to come. Izzy Campbell, does she get a 183? We say yes.
For sure.
And then Safi Vet, does she improve on a 283? I say yes, but by how much?
Well, time will tell. Look to conclude quarterfinal heat number 2. Who will get the win and move on into the semi-finals?
I feel Izzy Campbell gets the score, and based on her best score, that 1 point difference, I feel Safi Vet's last wave won't be a 3.83, for example. It'll be around the 3.5. So we may see a game changer. Izzy Campbell left out, and she grabbed one under the hood. We're going to go. This is the replay. Let's look at it. Here's the first turn. Nice lip line projects with the coping. So nothing much with that rebound, but it was all about getting that 1.83. Yes, she gets the score. And then this reply, Safi Vet, the New Zealander, goes out the back. If she got that last turn in, I feel she secured a win. And that's why we're going to throw this one to the judges. And we may go to a short break, but we're going to stay with live action. And there it is. Last of Izzy Campbell, a 3.83. So a 4.84. So situation change. Izzy Campbell gets the score. So it's all about Safi Vet, her last weight. Is it a 4.84, Britt Nicol?
It was a decent turn. I'm just not sure it was enough. Like you said, Crispy, I just feel like Safi, she needed that second section. Had she have even just put it up there for a bit of a lip line or even a foam climb, I feel like she'd be pushing close to the number. I just feel like maybe she might have just fallen short, but we'll leave it with the judges. That's obviously just our personal opinion.
Yeah, and they'll be recalling those first turns, those first maneuvers. You can see with the body language, does she get the score? Safi Vet, Isla Campbell has gone to the lead based on really let alone. So in your opinion, like we said, leaving her?
Well, I'm wrong. Just write me out of the judges.
Wow. And that's exactly it. We're just couch commentators.
And that's why. We
Wow.
cut to a short commercial break and join you back here with all the live action at quarterfinal heat number 3.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Moving home? Don't do it alone. Downsizing? No compromising. Need some space? We know a place. For every stage of life, Storage King has hassle-free storage solutions. And we make it easy. In-store, over the phone, or online. Our expert team will customise a storage plan just for you. And with locations all over Australia, your items will never be too far away. Visit storageking.com.au today. Storage King, the kings of storage, moving and more.
Welcome back to finals day of the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro men's and women's WSL QS 1000. This is our third event of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Steve Robertson. Robbo, we're straight into quarterfinal heat number 3, but just heat number 2, Safi Vetti, she got the score required. I was borderline, I didn't think she got it, but looking back at the replay, one solid backhand turn. It was a late takeoff. Judges gave her the score she needed, and well, she's moving on through into the semi-final.
I watched it. It was a fantastic heat, and what a finish. I mean, all these heats have been going down to the wire. That one especially, with both ladies catching waves in that final minute, and the lead changed, and the New Zealander, I believe, took the win into the semi-final. And already in quarterfinal number 3, we have Miller Brown, the youngster in the field, taking on the older, more experienced surfers, but she's not intimidated. And she's off to a quick start. One turn, but they've been rewarding one turn because a lot of these waves are closing out. There's a solid set. Solid sets coming through. 4.5 for Miller's opening ride.
Well, we do have heat number 2 ready for a post heat. We do have Safi Vet down there from New Zealand. Safi, it's Britt and Robbo. How are you feeling getting the score in that last minute?
Yeah, I've got so much adrenaline pumping through me right now. That was hectic. I honestly just had to go for it and hope for the best. So I'm happy I made it and on to semis.
Can you talk us through what you were thinking as you were making your way up the beach? I know the scores hadn't been read out yet. Did you think that you got the number?
I mean, you never know at the end of the day. Like, you just got to be confident in yourself. And I had hopes and, that I'd get through. So I just had my fingers and toes crossed. And, so happy to make it through. And obviously, Izzy's such a great young surfer. And happy birthday to her. I'm sorry, Izzy, but that's just how it goes sometimes. She turned 16 today, and I feel like I've just crushed her flipping dreams. But oh well, it happens, and you just got to move on, I guess.
I'm sure someone will buy Izzy a cake today for her birthday, and that'll make up for it. But yeah, great to see you through to the semi-finals. Yeah, maybe just a little cupcake with a candle. Hey, moving into the semis, the tide will change slightly. We've got the high tide right now, but moving into the semis, you'll have an outgoing tide. Are you going to change anything with your strategy or your game plan?
I mean, just keeping it simple is what's been working for me recently, not overthinking too much and sticking to my great equipment from my shaper back at home. Shout out to Tommy Dalton at SD Surfboard. So, not changing too much. I've got a good crew down here watching me, so vibes are high, so I'm stoked.
Well, you're through to the semis. That's a fantastic result already, but no doubt you're aiming for the final. We'll let you go, prepare for your semi-final, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you so much, guys.
All right, well, there you go. What a quarterfinal number 2. And right now, in quarterfinal number 3, Miller Brown with a 4.5 has the best wave of the heat so far. And a 2.1 to our surfer in red.
That is Ellie Lampkin from the Merriweather Newcastle region. She had a 3rd place at the Gold Coast Open. She had a 5th at the Great Lakes Pro. I feel like she'd be looking to go that little bit better here at Maroubra and maybe see herself into the main final. But to do so, she's going to have to get through young Miller Brown in the blue.
And Miller Brown already an Australian junior champion. Is that correct, Britt?
Yeah, under 16 Australian champ last year. So
wow.
She definitely knows what it takes to win and still quite young. Standout performer throughout this event so far.
And with results that Ellie Lampkin's posting, she must be in contention as well to make that Challenger Series. I mean, she's got some really important events coming up with big points on offer. She's in good form, so these are important events.
For sure, Robbo. Yeah, Ellie, she's sitting 25th on the WSL 2022-2023 regional rankings at the moment, so I feel like she's going to need a good result here. She's going to be looking for that 1,000 points, and then moving into the QS 3000, QS 5000, I think that's where she might be able to make some ground and jump up that leaderboard.
It can change so fast, especially when you've got QS 3000s and QS 5000s to finish the season off, so there's a lot at stake for all surfers today, and it's such an exciting series. Here we have a takeoff.
That is a surfer in red, Ellie Lampkin. Great first turn. She's looking for the second, but just not able to get the second section. I feel like in 2-person heats, it's really important not to leave anything in the water. I know that was a steep section, but I just feel like, surfers who are showing that commitment and just even going for it, there's a chance that she could actually have landed the turn.
Absolutely. That was a good wave. There's not many waves offering up 2 distinct power turn sections. That one did. She executed the first one really well, It's peeling off nicely across the bank. Great way to start, and a finish here could have gone into the excellent range, but yet not quite nailed that wave. She's still going to get a score for that because she's made a section. She's executed a good first turn, but yep, I agree with you, Britt. I think opportunity slightly lost there.
Just feel like there was a lip line section there just
For
waiting
sure.
to be hit. And,
Absolutely.
Ellie Lampkin in the red didn't quite capitalise on that last section, but she managed to lock in a 2.47. It takes her into first place with just over 11 and a half minutes remaining. Miller Brown in the blue now in second. She's got the highest single wave of this quarterfinal so far, a 4.5. And, well, she's looking for next to nothing to move up into first, a 0.07. But there was a change in priority just then. The surfer in blue did make a committed paddle and handed priority over to the surfer in red.
Yeah, early days. Miller's got the best wave of the heat, so she's well positioned. She'll get her opportunities. Guys like our fellow commentators, Crispy and Adam Hennessy, they'd be video analysing that opportunity for the surfer in red on that last wave. They'd be going through that sort of stuff and saying, this is what could have happened.
Of course, quarterfinal heat number 3 coming up next. Quarterfinal heat 4, Coco Cairns up against Annie Dos Santos. So that'll be another great matchup between those two competitors. Coco Cairns, she had a runner-up finish at the Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000, and Annie Dos Santos, she's just come off a third place at the Port Stephens Pro. So two competitors moving into this event with a bit of confidence as they work their way up that leaderboard.
Exactly. Tell me a little bit more about Coco Cairns, Britt, if you could.
I believe that she is from Queensland. I want to say up towards the Sunny Coast region, but I'm not 100% sure, to be honest.
Yep.
I watched a lot of her surfing at Cabarita for that Tweed Coast Pro, and she's just got such a beautiful style.
She has, that's for sure. I believe she's an elite junior as well. And, yeah, fantastic result, as you mentioned, at the Tweed Coast Pro. That was like a breakout moment for the young emerging Coco Cairns. And, yeah, like all the quarterfinals, this next quarterfinal is going to be something to watch. Two dynamic surfers chasing down a position in the semi-finals on such a magnificent day here at Maroubra. Clean offshore conditions, the swells definitely kick, there's a lot of energy in the water, and it's going to be an amazing day. We will crown champions of the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro around midday, and it's just been another fantastic event. Hats off to the crew from Surfing New South Wales. They know how to run high-level events right across the state. They've been on the move recently. They've been super busy, and they've still got a few more events in front of them.
Well, they have been on the move, back-to-back events, but they haven't got to move far for this event. This is literally their office, Maroubra Beach, the view that they look at every day. Up and riding, Miller Brown on her backhand. Under the section for that second turn there, but looking for the completion, not able to quite get around. She's only looking for a 0.07. Safe to say she's got that number. Ellie Lampkin in the red will be bumped into second place with just under 8.5 minutes remaining.
I like this wave. She's worked her way through it, stayed busy, couldn't get the connection on the inside. She was looking for it, but was just a little bit behind that section to get it. Not her fault, but she's posted a 2.5, puts her back in the lead, so that's got to be good. She has a 4.5 and a 2.5. Actually the two best scoring waves of the heat so far, which I always, even though the 2.5 is a low score, having the two best waves in the heat, to me it means a lot. And generally with 7 minutes remaining, if you've got the two best waves of the heat, you're well positioned. So Miller Brown's well positioned, but our surfer in red only requiring a 4.53 to take the lead, and we know she's capable of that. So plenty to play out here in quarterfinal number 3.
Just feel like the surfer in blue, Miller Brown, if she can replace that 2.5, she's going to put herself in a better position to move on through into the semi-finals. It's not really a number that you want in your scoreline at the end of a heat.
She wants to get rid of it for sure.
If anything, I feel like the 4.5 should be a backup. But we'll wait and see.
It's going to be a keeper, I know. Interesting conditions. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out as the tide runs out. I mean, yesterday the waves got way better as the tide runs out, but that was on a smaller swell. This is a larger swell, so as this tide runs out, it's going to be interesting. Big closeout turns. We know they'll be going for it.
It appears to be a little bit straighter here this morning as well, so it will be interesting with that lower tide. But in saying that, you know, we don't have as long a day for the event here today. We've got 14 heats. It should take us till around 1 o'clock.
Yep.
I feel like, we won't have the dead low tide, which is around, it's just after 3.
Yep.
But it's definitely still going to change those conditions and get interesting on that inside section.
It will. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of surfers going for massive final moves, especially as the tide runs out. So let's see. There's definitely more energy, and it's a beautiful day here. Offshore conditions, showcasing Maroubra and the entire Sydney region at its best.
A lot more energy in the water this morning, and there's normally plenty of energy on the promenade here at Maroubra. Plenty of people love to get active, walk their dogs, have their morning coffee. It is a Sunday morning. And the perfect
skate park,
morning.
that's busy, always.
Like a concrete version of the ocean. It just hurts a little bit more when you fall off.
Yeah.
Surfer in blue having a little look, opting not to take off. Plenty of photographers down on that sand line too. Reckon they've all got the same shot there, Robbo?
Well, interesting. The morning, shooting in the morning, this early in the morning on the east coast of Australia is not easy because the glare factor, as you can see right there on your screen, is extreme. So it's hard to get a good shot at this stage. As that sun rises up a bit, they'll get some good shots, I'm sure.
That shot there is Coco Cairns. She'll be up in the next tee. We were just speaking of her. She was runner-up at the Tweed Coast Pro. And, well, look at all the photographers. They're just in a whole bunch. I feel like that's one big group that have just rocked up on a bus, walked out with their cameras and set up for the day.
Yep, I used to be an avid photographer at one stage, way back when.
I have seen your name attached to a fair few images.
I used to do a lot of photography by necessity, not by choice.
See,
but I enjoyed it.
I prefer to do it by choice. I've got a passion for that as we watch live action here. Massive turn there from Miller Brown. She's already got a 4.5 for one turn. Is it going to go higher than that?
Now, I think that was under priority. So that was really smart surfing. She's got a good, solid turn on the end. I'm sure she's going to get rid of the 2.5, which you alluded to earlier. She needs to get rid of that score. I believe she's done it. Let's have another look at it. Nice bottom turn and into a nice, close-out re-entry on the shoreline. Smart surfing, Miller Brown.
Where will the number go? There it is, slightly better, a 4.83. So that changes the situation in the fact that Ellie Lampkin in the red is now searching for a 6.86. It had have to be the highest single wave of this heat. End of the morning so far. This is, of course, quarterfinal heat number 3. We're only 3 heats in, but I just feel like Miller Brown, under priority, got a higher number, and it becomes more of a mental game as well. The competitor in the red would be listening to the fact that she now needs a 6.86, which is a lot different to the score that she previously required.
And as you mentioned, compared to the other heats that we've had just recently, that's the highest. There hasn't been a 6.86. So that's how hard that score is to get at the moment. So Miller Brown, exceptionally mature, competitive surfing. And, she's put the pressure right on surfer in red to get that 6.86. Certainly achievable, that's for sure. But analysing the heats that have just prior to this one and the fact that nobody's scored that yet, that just shows that it's not an easy score to get.
But in saying that, we did watch Safi get a 5.83 for one solid
exactly.
backhand turn. So if Ellie could do something similar and then finish off
She'll get
with
the
another
score.
turn, she'd get the score. She's more than capable. She's having a look at this one. Will this wave provide the goods? Frothy takeoff. I don't know if this is going to be the number that she's looking for. Not the wave.
That
Surfer
one,
Red is chasing.
No good. But she's got to get busy. She's got time. It's a very short paddle out to the takeoff zone, so she'll be back out there with about 90 seconds to go and try and hunt down that one big score.
Bit of a buckle under pressure there from the surfer in red. Off on the closeout with 1.5 minutes on the clock. Will she get another opportunity to lock in a 6.86? At the moment, it is young Miller Brown in the blue from the Northern Beaches, holding first priority and also holding the lead. This quarterfinal heat number 3 of the morning is, of course, finals day here for the Mad Mex Pro at Maroubra. This is a QS 1000, and our third stop of the Whistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series. We are into the Mad Mex Minute. Grab life by the burrito, thanks to Mad Mex. Partnering with Surfing New South Wales across the entire Pro Surf Series to help share their passion for healthy Mexican food. And there it is. Scan the QR code on screen. Grab yourself some 2-for-1 burritos, thanks to Mad Mex. Download their app today. You can enter the code SURFING, capital S, and redeem that great offer. Grab a burrito for Brecky.
Yep, why not? Healthy, fresh. I don't know that I could do 2 though. One's plenty.
Put one in the fridge, save it
Yes,
for lunch.
absolutely. Shout your mate one.
Certainly a cheap shout. Your favourite person on that day.
Yes.
And plenty of burritos handed out at Maroubra this last week.
Inside 10 seconds. So, yep, Miller Brown, she's got control of the heat and she's going to advance. So, great to see the young surfer from the Northern Beaches progressing through to those semi-finals.
That concludes quarterfinal heat number 3 of the women. We will cut to a short commercial break and join you back here with all live action of quarterfinal heat number 4.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Downsizing? Need some space? We know a place. For every stage of life, Storage King has hassle-free storage solutions. And we make it easy, in-store, over the phone or online. Our expert team will customise a storage plan just for you. And with locations all over Australia, your items will never be too far away. Visit storageking.com.au today. Storage King, the kings of storage, moving and more.
Okay, welcome back to beautiful Maroubra Beach. It's finals day at the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro. A fantastic day. We have offshore winds, we have great swell out in the water, and the action is going to be fantastic all day. We will crown champions today, so it's exciting. I'm joined in the booth by Michael Crisps, one of New South Wales' finest lifeguards and one of the great products from Shark Island as well. Crispy, what do you think of the day?
Yeah, you know, this is how finals days are set. You've got really good waves. You've got offshore autumn wind. This is selling Australia. The pitch are the best surfers in the world, and all going, blow for blow. We've seen some Northern Beaches strength come out, and we've got Ana dos Santos as well. So all those online, shuckers to you. Hope you aloha, and hope you have a great day wherever you are, and hope you're enjoying the action. This is the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro QS 1000 points. We'll be crowning 2 champions today.
I was super impressed with the young surfer from the last quarterfinal, Miller Brown. Really mature approach, smart surfing, and she's into the semi-finals, and I believe she's one of the youngest surfers taking on experienced World Surf League qualifying series surfers.
Yeah, definitely. So we had the high performance program with Surfing New South Wales. Miller Brown was a part of that and taking it throughout the year last year, and then took that win at the Aussie titles versus the other states. So a great product of pathway surfing and the development of junior surfers. And she's come into this event being at a local just over the bridge from Manly in Northern Beaches. And Miller Brown, she joins us right now. Miller Brown, congratulations, semi-final berth. How did you find conditions out there? Crispy and Robbo in the booth.
It was a bit tricky to get the 2 turners, but I kind of got it done with the 1 turners.
Yeah, nice. Now, have you got your dad down there and your sister Lucy? What's been going on? What's in your game plan this morning and throughout the day?
Well, Lucy couldn't come because we've got to drive straight to Melbourne as soon as I get knocked out, or after the final, whatever happens, because I've got the Rip Curl Grom search down there, so Lucy couldn't come.
I was going to say, you got the wave pool to attend to. Hey, is this your best result in a qualifying series? What made you enter the event at Maroubra?
Well, just heat practice for all the comps that I've got coming up, like the Skull Candy and the Osgrom and whatnot. But I've had a pretty shocker of a year so far, so it's good to get a result.
Miller, you surfed a really smart heat just then. Under priority, you were able to get your second scoring wide, which ended up being your best wave score of the heat. Do you put a lot of thought into how you surf your heats? Do you think about, what do I need to do and how to get the score to win?
Yeah, I kind of just go out there and surf and do what I can at the start, and then sit in a bit more to get a backup if it's like a bit fat like that.
Yeah, well, this is a great result. Through to the semi-finals of a World Surf League qualifying series event. So you may have had a shocker in the past, but you're on a roll now, and we wish you luck as you go into the semi-finals. Keep the momentum going.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, what a little champion. I tell you what, I'll have to ask you if she gets through that next heat, what is she going to do with that great prize money? Will she buy $1,000 worth of donuts? What do you reckon, Robbo?
Well, who knows? But exciting prospect, that's for sure.
Maybe upgrade the business class on a trip down to the wave pool.
She could do that.
All right, here, back to live action. Quarterfinal for another Northern Beaches. It's the Australian, Brazilian, Ana dos Santos. Always an opponent, fierce component. A 4.33 just under priority she's just scored. And the opener 2.33. Coco Cans playing the patience with priority. 6 minutes is gone, and she'll, being runner-up, no stranger to a big score as well from the surfer Sunshine Coast in the red, Coco Cans.
She had a fantastic result at the Tweed Coast Pro, 5,000 QS, big points. Coco Cans is gaining momentum and emerging.
Find her surfing is really dreamy and nice to watch. Searing turns, and with a vertical game as well, but you've got Ana dos Santos. She's such an attacking surfer, competitive savvy as well.
She's staying busy, that's for sure. Here we go. Coco Cans about to open her account. This wave has a bit of run on it, which is good, but it just couldn't link into the final turn.
She might dive out there, so good start for Rhythm, opening her 14-minute account.
Yep.
Being just very wave selective for 6 minutes. Can she get ahead of Ana dos Santos as we see a paddle battle? Destination New South Wales. Let's look at this replay. Heat leader, Ana dos Santos. One searing turn makes the amends, and then Coco Cans replies the Sunshine Coast, and again, home of Julian Wilson, where he grew up. All the Sunshine board riders and all those surfers, the Jalia Stokes, Zeb Stokes, that we've seen throughout these events.
There's an enormous number of Sunshine Coast surfers coming through the system at the moment. That's for certain, and Coco Cairns is leading that charge. And she's got a 3, so she'll want to get rid of that, with Anna DeSantos scoring a 5.5, which is a good score.
Wow. That's that last one of blue under priority. So again, changing what priority means. Be savvy under priority away. Yep. You can do some damage, and then with priority, you can just execute that game plan.
Yep. Here's a replay. This is the 5-point ride, and yep, it's one move, but it's a critical move, and it's on the shore break, and it's well timed. Here's Coco Cairns. This is the 3-point ride. She wasn't able to get that critical final move, which left her with a smaller score. But early days, plenty of time to play out in this one.
See, just hit by the shorey. They're still paddling, but this might be a priority win for Coco Cairns. So she utilised priority, and that's she'll paddle straight out to the horizon. And for those that are in competition thinking who gets priority, you just got to paddle down and face that horizon and motorboat out there and let the priority judge determine who gets out to the line. It's an invisible line.
Yep.
It's not where that lifeguard is, our great Randwick City lifeguard. It's not that far, just about in between. You can see Coco Cairns, she gets the P, gets the priority, and she wins that exchange. You can say she started a rhythm, and it's game on, 11 minutes to go, Robbo.
But she wants to get rid of that 3. She needs a 6.83, so she's probably thinking, no, I need 2 good rides, plenty of time to do it. I have priority. I hope my next wave offers up that final section where I can smack the lip hard.
Righty, don't forget to download the Mad Mex app, but right now you can also check out the rankings, follow them, World Surf League, check out the rankings for our surfers, and excited to say also we've had 4 great 2-person heats with the women's division, and up next we've got the men's division kicking off with Heat 1. That's going to be exciting. The matchup, Dakota Walters, high flying, really opened the air show here on Sunday, his own airport here at Maroubra Beach, versus New Zealander Billy Stammond.
Well, that's a huge heat. Yep. Young emerging one. And then we have Joel Vaughan versus Kobe Clements. 2 young, fast emerging surfers. Amazing.
Lennox's own versus Northern Beach's George Pitter. So Mikey Madonna, George Pitter, quarterfinal 3, and Jamie Thompson, the 2 jokesters.
Yes.
It was Jamie Thompson giving the headlock to his good mate Josh Stretton from Port Stephens.
In the final
really
quarter.
Powerful, taking down some big scalps.
Yep. It's all action today. We spoke yesterday, Crispy, about the Illawarra surfers that, looking back, and I had a light bulb moment last night of one that we didn't mention. Not one that we didn't mention, but a few that we didn't mention. And I throw these to you now.
Okay, let's go. Robbo's from the vault.
Tyler, Kirby, Mikey, and Owen Wright. What were we?
Surf shop has never been the same since Rob Wright left.
What were we thinking of bringing them up to the equation?
And what we missed was 2 world titles.
That's all.
One of the most elite families, not in just surfing, but in sport. The sport of surfing.
Yep.
Olympic history.
Yep. So maybe they're not Illawarra. Maybe they're just South Coast. That's why we left them out.
Anything south of the bridge is south.
South of Cronulla.
That's right. Onsray. That's where Ocean and Earth, they're...
Ryan Cregan.
Down Sussex or LaCrue. And then we go Ulladulla, add to it.
Yes.
Watching a bit of one of your events you used to run, the Fiji Pro.
Yes.
Who am I thinking? The brothers. Anthony.
The Walsh.
The Walshes.
Oh.
And very good shout out. Some great highlights. Check it out. But right now we've got...
brothers?
Yeah, the McDonald's. Ant McDonald. Mad Mex Maroubra Pro QS 1000 as we reminisce. And can you believe it's 2023?
No, I can't. But anyway, the years go quicker. 8 minutes remaining. So we're into the business end of this final quarter-final. Coco Cairns has some work to do. The 3-point ride on the score chart, and her competitor Anna DeSantos has the 2 best scoring rides of the quarterfinal so far, a 5.5 and a 4.33.
Well, there's a great picture of just down at Ground Zero at our contest event. That's where we'll have the Mad Mex healthy, tasty, and rolled into 1+1 because the 2-for-1 deal, don't forget, scan the code. And here is your heat leader, live action. Ana dos Santos looking to drop a 4.33. If she rolls out of that one,
wow,
that was a certainty, but just couldn't get escape. That
Close.
is a heavy shoring.
Yep. She
Look at the gallery
nearly
down
rode out of it.
Tell you what, a lot of Denny deck chairs down there, a lot of scopes.
Look at this, under priority, and it's quite a good wave. She had her ridden out of this. She was definitely on the pathway to a big score.
Really rode that lip line floater, just needed that quick projection. Really challenging conditions. Would have been rewarded, but didn't stick that one. So Ana dos Santos, like she's paddling out pretty slow.
No hurry.
We'll just keep that separation under priority. So
Yeah.
hearing the beach announcers, Terry McKenna and the crew, Ana dos Santos in the lead of 5.5 and a 4.33, eyeing off a semi-final berth to take on the youngster, Miller Brown, that no doubt she's done some North Narrabeen training with Maddie Cattle and the crew.
Oh, is that a loss of priority?
Well, it is.
No priority.
I've
She
seen
may
a
get
bit-
it back first.
Well,
So
she just
wow.
sits there, resets, and Ana dos Santos just paddles out.
Ana dos Santos
With a big
takes
smile
priority.
as well.
Yes, exactly.
The smiling assassin. Here he is. There's our next heat. Billy Stearmans. He will be taking on next. Quarterfinal 1 action. He'll take on Dakota Walters. His wife and young child at home. I'll be hoping that the New Zealander gets through the semi-final. Speedstar. This one, who do you tip your hat towards on this next quarterfinal? Who's impressed you the last few days?
No,
of that
I
event?
have to go for Dakota Walters. I think that young, exciting. I mean, Billy could easily take the heat with his experience, and he's such a great surfer. So let's face it, anyone can take it. But I just have a gut feeling that Dakota Walters is on a bit of a roll, and
Well, he's former winner, and also here at the QS Maroubra. But I tell you what, if Billy gets on the set and he gets in rhythm, he may be unstoppable.
And seems like most of the best waves are going left. So Billy on his backhand from Raglan is an exceptional backhand surfer, and he's very, very smart in the water as well. So, it's going to be intriguing. Just as I talk about the lefts, here we see a right.
Yeah, this is right at the Dunny Bowls, and taking it with priority. This is a win for Ana dos Santos, looking to get the second turn on a backhand. And you can get a few of them at North Narrabeen, you know, straight into that river mouth that we'll see at the Challenger Series later this year. Stay tuned for that, World Surf League. But here we go, Coco Cairns bringing out the beast turn.
It was a nice slash in the pocket for sure, but I feel like Ana dos Santos may have gotten the better of the exchange because two strong moves from Ana, a powerful move from Coco. Judges will decipher that. They'll discuss it, work out how it should go, but my gut feeling is Ana may have got the better of that exchange.
Yeah, nice looking wave, took it with priority,
nice
snap, nice vertical turn, and look at it just hit that coping. Judges love that as well, the attack. Not under it, but right at it, but that layback hack, it looked a bit like, you know, John or Steph Gilmore doing that layback snap, Carissa Moore.
I'm not sitting on the fence. I've given the exchange to Ana dos Santos. What about yourself?
I feel Ana, she'll replace that 4.33 in the same Coco, just under a 5, and there it is, a 4.43. Coco Cairns in the mix. She still needs a good wave.
Absolutely.
And there it is, Ana dos Santos, a 4.33.
Oh, wow.
A lot of Bunnings chairs in that one there, Robbo, that picture. And tell you what, camera lenses, what's your biggest lens, your most expensive lens you hold?
I used to cart around a 600mm Canon.
Nice.
And that was when they were very heavy. It's no longer. I haven't picked up a professional camera for about 10 years.
I'll tell you what, some of the latest technology, talking with the webcast, Chris and all the crew, Sam Walkerton from MySurf TV, iPhone 14 in a nice compact waterproof case. Imagine that.
I know. Now, significant moment. Anna De Santos has posted a 5.5 and a 5.33, so she has improved her scoreline. I thought she got the better of that exchange. She did by about 1 point, so it's been great strategy from Anna De Santos in this quarterfinal as well. And she has 2 5s on the board. They're the 2 best scoring rides of the heat. There's 2 minutes remaining. Coco at least has priority, but she's chasing a significant 6.4, and there haven't been many 6s dropped today, if at all.
Yeah, that's right. We've seen a lot of 4s and 5s of Miller Brown, keeping it consistent. But look at this priority. This is a priority win. Anna Dos Santos on a tail, but this is Coco Cairns looking for a good score. Good looking wave, 1 big turn. Must say that's going to come in around the 4.43. Not going to be the score. And then here we go, Anna Dos Santos. She'll play the patience game. 1.5 minutes.
Yep.
Can the competitive savvy of the Northern Beaches take the win? Coco Cairns waiting for a score. What do you think, Robbo?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's another mid 4-point ride, and she's still going to need that 6-point plus. It might get up into the 5s. I mean, it's a strong finish.
Beautiful looking wave.
Yeah.
I feel it's going to be like a last one, but just come under the score.
Yep.
We have been proven long like the other heat. So World Surf League judges and all the Surfing New South Wales crew doing an amazing job. Our webcast crew and Surfing Newcastle, the manager Zane from Surfing New South Wales, and all the setup crew from dawn to dusk every day. And again, it goes into our Surfers Rescue program, dawn to dusk. But right now, Mad Mex Minute, this is when things go crazy. And tell you what, scan the code, 2 for 1, burrito deal, Mad Mex Minute, 30 seconds. Anna Dos Santos with priority will literally, you could throw a rug over the 2 surfers now. She'll stay on her heels.
And 6.4 is a requirement for Coco. Very hard to get with under 20 seconds remaining and not holding priority as well. Looks like Anna De Santos, there you go. She plays that card, takes the wave. Less than 10 seconds.
Well, last roll of the dice for Coco Cairns. Will she get the hands leave the rail before the hooter? We'll leave this one with the judges.
Oh, that's got to be close.
It's a snapshot finish, but...
Doesn't matter. No. So, yep, another extremely well-surfed heat by the surfer Anna De Santos. We will go to a commercial break and we'll be back with quarterfinal number 1 of the men's. Stand by.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. But most of all, to feel new again.
is the motivation.
Well, welcome back to finals day, and yes, we are New South Wales, surfing New South Wales at their home beach. We are quarterfinal 2, up next, but right now Dakota Waters in number 1 with Billy Stammen, the New Zealander.
Yep, what an exciting quarterfinal. Great way to start the quarterfinal for the men's. Dakota Waters. Let's face it, there's been a lot of hype about Dakota for a number of years as a elite young surfer.
Yes.
And now he's on the he's moving through the stepping stones, as we call it, and he's targeting the Challenger Series. And I think this is Dakota on his first ride in the heat. Talk us through this one, please, Crispy.
Yeah,
it's
definitely.
a nice wave.
Great quick start. He loves to grab the rhythm early and just surf. Like talking with him yesterday down at the contest, he was talking in his post-heat interview. He just likes his board if it feels right, likes getting waves, doesn't focus on the other competitors. And that's the right action plan, just keeping it simple and letting his surfing do the talking. And that he does so well, so loud. One of the world's best surfers with his variety of innovation progression airs. There's so many different variations and he can strike at any time. So that's what makes him a powerful surfer when he does it, especially in the competition environment.
He doesn't overthink it.
Definitely not. And I love the way he's just so in tune with the waves, in tune with his equipment, and in tune with the right manoeuvre at the right moment.
Well, it'll be an interesting quarterfinal because one guy that does think it through and has great strategy is Billy Stammen.
Yep.
You'll be thinking about everything that's going on out there and his focus will be, right, I got to beat this guy. And he will have heard that Dakota's opened with a 4.17 and Billy will think, that's fine. I can take advantage of that, which he'll try and do now with priority. The Kiwi.
Right. Up and riding, Billy Stammen, nice big wave, takes it with priority and be looking for a good score and bang,
there you go.
Twang.
Yep.
Billy Stammen doing his thing.
He did. Used priority well, picked off a nice ride, got a good turn and finished off with that beautiful, well-executed re-entry on the shoreline. And I say that's the better of the exchange.
We talked about wave selection being a key moment for Billy and to finish his turns, and he's done that twice.
He's done it. Yep.
I'm feeling that's in the good range.
Yep, I am as well.
Alrighty, go back to last heat. Well done, Ana dos Santos, moving on through officially and eclipsing Coco Cairns. Ana dos Santos, well, the crowd favourite, North Narra's favourite, and Brazil. Congratulations, Ana, another win here on finals day through to the semi-final, one step closer. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel really good. It's nice to be here and nice to get some good waves, and I'm really happy to be here with my coach, Ananda, and my friends from Maroubra, all the Brazilians. There's heaps of Brazilians in this community, so it's really nice always feeling at home here and just feeling really grateful to be where I am right now and to have such a great support team. Grateful for my sponsors, my family, and all my friends. And yeah, just grateful.
Anna, we watched your heat really closely and we were impressed with your strategy. You're under priority, you picked off some really good waves and you just seemed to surf a really smart heat. Were you thinking about your strategy throughout that heat?
Yeah, I noticed that it was quite slow. It took a while for the sets to come, so I just wanted to start off busy, and I got that first one and I didn't finish that turn, but I knew that being under priority wasn't a bad thing on a day like today because you can get the inside deeper ones. And when the sets do come, there's usually like at least 3 waves. So yeah, I was just definitely strategy with my coach, and I'm glad it worked out.
Anna, quick question. Would you rather a 2-person heat or a 4-person heat? What do you prefer in competition?
I think I would prefer a 2-person heat because you just have more control over the other person. And then rather the 4-man heat, I feel like there's a lot that can happen under your priority or in other areas of the bank that you can't really control. But I do like the 4-man heat because of that as well, because it's more of a challenge. And but yeah, I think 2-man heats are a bit easier to surf for sure.
That's awesome. Hey, anyone to say hi to at home or around the globe?
Yeah, I just want to say hi to my mom. She's probably watching, my grandma and my family in the sunny coast. And can I speak Portuguese to my dad?
Of course.
Is that
Go on.
okay? Okay.
Yes.
Só falar oi pro meu pai, que deve estar assistindo, sempre assiste os meus campeonatos. Então, mandar um beijo grande pra você, pai, e pra família do Brasil, pra quem estiver assistindo. Tchau. Yeah, that's it.
Well, congratulations on your semi-final berth. You've been an outstanding performer throughout the years, and all the best in gaining your points and gaining your momentum into the podium finish, Anna.
Thanks, Crispy. Have a good one.
Okay, now while that was going on, and thanks to the beautiful split screen technology,
Yes.
there's been some good waves scored here. Watch
we
this
go.
one. This heat is right on, Crispy. Talk me through this one, especially this turn.
I love the first one, just that quick carve that puts him in momentum to drive off the bottom, and then that tail release flare tail that we know is synonymous with Dakota Walters. There it is, great surfing wave of the heat. Two-turn combo, Dakota Walters taking that one with priority. 12 minutes remaining, back in the box seat for a semi-final berth, Robbo.
He's back in the lead, but this heat is on for sure. Billy Stammen in second place, has the 5.33, only needs a 4.85. Has priority. We know how smart he is. He'll use it well, and this could well be a seesawing heat.
Well, there it is, Kobe Clements suiting up there. One of the locals there, Rob Thayer, and his son Jake and Lyndall. Great to see them down there supporting the local board riders and the local pro surfers. But Kobe Clements firing up for his big campaign. Another air attack surfer who's been kept under the lip. I wonder if Matty Cattle said he's given him permission to do some airs today that we've requested, Robbo.
You need permission?
Not at all. Let's go.
So here we have 11 minutes remaining, and this is going to be a tight quarterfinal number one. The Kiwi, Billy Stammen.
I feel a 4.85 on the back of Billy's last one, the 4.43. I loved his 5.33. I feel Billy's not going to move the next 10.5 minutes unless it's a wave similar to his first.
Yep. He will use priority to his advantage and want to get back in the lead. Put the pressure back on Dakota.
When Billy does get that wave, it then throws it back to Dakota. If he does get the score, and I feel Dakota, he'll go to the air to shut this into the semi-final. 10 minutes to go. They're the predictions. But
Okay.
What do you think at home?
I think Dakota's rail game is so strong, and just the way there's this closeout section at the end, I think he'll continue to try and finish with a really strong on-face.
Yeah.
Nail that final turn. So, yep, but who knows? Who knows?
Maybe that's why those cameramen on the Denny deck chairs, they got umbrellas for when Dakota Walters or Billy Stammen do their ending turn. Bit of spray,
They can
bit
get
of
the
power,
magic shot.
bit
They
of flair.
can get it. Absolutely.
Righty, we're watching finals day, the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro QS 1000, stop 3 of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series. All the crew at Vissla and their sister brand, Sister Evolution, doing an amazing support job the last 4 years. Big shout out to Mad Mex, our naming rights partners, Randwick City Council, Club Med, and Destination New South Wales, our great replays, and also partners in the event, Storage King, the South End Hotel. Don't forget, kids eat free tonight, Robbo, if you're heading down for a golden cordial. And World Surf League and Surfing New South Wales under priority 2. Here we go, Dakota Walters.
This is where he might go to the air.
Oh my gosh, speed, pop bot, and boom.
Nope.
Well, little method air there to exit stage right.
Well, let's face it, if he had tried to execute it, it was probably a broken board.
End on the reef there at the
Yeah,
Dunnies. They
you just
call
don't
it the
do
Dunny
it.
Bowl.
He's
Tried to
looked
get
at it.
Yeah.
He said, nah, I don't need this.
Well, there's the Australian flag. I'd like to get a picture of the Rubik's Cube at the Dunny Bowl. But this is Dakota Walters under priority. Look at him just seamlessly carving like he's at home at Yamba, and he'd love surfing Ngari. And look at the speed, just nice little grab, tweak, exit.
But
no change. Still in the
100%
lead.
he looked at it and said, no, this is not something I need to execute right now.
Maybe he thought, I don't want to snap the board too because I've got 8 minutes left and it'll be a big run around.
And air in that sort of section is a calculated move because you're almost on dry sand. So
Righty, so situation update. 8 minutes remaining. Dakota Walters from the north coast of New South Wales, now residing at Byron Bay.
I grew up in Yamba.
Yeah, grew up in Yamba with his dad Walt.
Yep.
And
Jeremy
brother Harley.
Walters.
Jeremy Walters.
Yeah, he was an
amazing surfer.
Yeah, he was an Australian QS champion way back.
And now super coach, super dad.
Yep.
Mr. and Mrs. Walters down there supporting the kids and also travelling up a lot to the Gold Coast and around the world. Big component, dropping social clips all the time, Dakota Walters, and you can see it on Stab High, whether he's under the lip or above the lip, one of the innovative creative surfers like the last of Noah Dean, or as we've seen.
Here we go. Under priority again. We can see what he's thinking. Wow. Wow.
Wow.
So more water under the board, a better landing, clear the tarmac.
Under priority.
Yep.
And that's why Dakota Walters, one of your picks.
Yep. Well, I've declared I can't score airs, but you can, Crispy. So give us what are the judges going to be thinking
we'll check
there?
out the replay. So nice little air rev. Came out with the sud, so stomped it. Nice attack, nice rotation.
Yep.
I'm feeling he gets probably the wave of the heat to 6.5. He's definitely in the good range. So big size wave. Nice tail, corked high. So judges are looking at that with the criticalness and of the tail as it's corked and then stomped it.
Yep.
So turn, one of the highest scoring turns, and see how he's got his throw in his arms. That's doing the speed punch from the top as he holds that energy, projects off the lip, lifts the arms. There's the rotation, and this thing is done. Multiple times every day, every surf. DakotaWalters.com can fly. All right, great replay. Thank you, Destination New South Wales. And he's
Look
just
at the
having
score.
fun out there, and there it is. Excellent surfing. And, well, we said, high sixes. I love when the judges go, big section, big stomp, 817. Dakota Walters, having fun out there, surfing.
And as distinct to the previous wave where he went to the air but decided to bail on it, that one, he had a lot more water to land in. It was much safer to land, so he went for it and pulled it off.
Okay, so Ignite next heat. Joel Vaughan live on screen, paddling out. He can hear the scores. He can see what's been rewarded. I feel it's going to be an air show, this next one. Kobe Clements going to the air. Joel Vaughan in one or many of their waves.
Young emerging surfers, and any young emerging surfer has to have an air game these days. It's essential. If you want to get to the top and play on the big field, you need to have that air game. And boy, Dakota Walters just showed it there. That was a seamless land. I mean, there was nothing uncoordinated about it. It was really difficult because the white water all around him exploding, and yet he just came out of it superbly. So 8.17, I can see why they go excellent.
Excellent, and great rule of thumb as well. So one of the hardest manoeuvres to do. And you think of motocross and the criteria from gymnastics in the original days with the scoring, the way it's placed, how critical, where in the part of the wave. This is innovation progression, as we're seeing. Dakota Walters, let's go to the Mad Mex recap, and we'll see why Dakota Walters will fly in to the semi-final.
And here we go. Yep, Dakota Walters on the face moves here. A big left and a nice finishing turn. So he got a start. Wasn't a big score.
And Billy Stairman had to get a good wave. He said he's going to get a quality wave, vertical under the attack turn. So good start there for Billy Stairman. For him to take down the whiz kid from Yamba, Dakota Walters, he will need an excellent score because in flies Dakota.
Yep, and here's Dakota again on the left, and we love this turn. So yeah, he's got the on-face critical moves down, and but then he's also got this air game which he can pull out at any time. This one, he's looking to go to the air, sees the opportunity, but then says, no, I'm not going to land this, I'm out of there. Talk us through this one, Crispy.
All right, well, this is the winning edge, and Dakota Walters, airlines.com, that is the rotation, the stomp, the air, the speed. He's got it all.
Yep.
And he's in the lead, looking for a semi-final berth. Under 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, he's in a superb position. He's got the 2 top scoring rides of the heat. One of them is excellent, 8.17. Talking about the air game, Crispy, one thing about surfing and airs as compared to other sports is the surfer doing the air is on a moving platform.
Totally.
It's different to a lot of other sports and that much more difficult because what they're doing in the air is on this moving
so many
platform.
Variables, that's
there
right.
are variables they have to consider.
The wind's moving, the waves moving, the tide's moving.
Yep.
And also the feet aren't strapped in.
No, exactly.
It's not Laird Hamilton with his windsurfer in the days.
Yep.
And it's not snowboarding where you're strapped in. So again,
on a stable platform.
Difficulty of manoeuvre, difficulty of section, and that's why the steep score, 8.17, excellent score out of a perfect 10 to go to Walters. One manoeuvre, getting the big points.
It was huge. And we're going to see more of it. Yeah, and we're going to see more of Dakota Walters, I'm sure, because he's got a stranglehold on this heat. 8.84 is what Billy requires, and I know he can score that, but it's extremely difficult in the conditions we're in right now. And Dakota is on his way to the semis, I believe.
He'd lead up and riding. Well, he'll just do it all day, and there is Dakota Waters. Not sticking that one, but how's the quick whip rotation? There's nearly a 360 rotation and then land in the suds. He will reset. A minute to go, and that comes down to our beautiful moment, the Mad Mex minute.
Yep.
Here comes the clock, here comes the ticker. Billy Stairman has priority, needs a 8.84.
And has less than a minute to do it in the Mad Mex minute.
Right, 8.84 for Billy Stairman, or he'll take an equal fifth. Again, some great prize money. Thank you all our sponsors, World Surf League, Isla, and our main sponsor, naming rights sponsor, Mad Mex, for all their support. There's the Mad Mex minute. As predicted, Dakota Walters bringing the air show, but on the back of the rhythm when you start to the quick start, under the lip attack, building the juices, and then even that attempt, the air attempt, giving him that muscle memory and that flight, and then taking it off and stomping it.
Yeah,
about a 33% landing air rate in this heat alone, which is pretty good. Only takes one.
And we count them down. So Dakota Walters will be our first semi-finalist. Billy Stairman exits the event with a reasonable result. And we will go to a sponsor break, and we'll be back with what should be an amazing second quarter final.
It's a beautiful day. Huge thanks to Surfing New South Wales for getting out there, not only communicating with people about why it's important to not use single-use plastic, but how easy it can be to transition and stop it and swap it.
We're basically down here to showcase how we are reducing our plastic footprint through all things like keep cups and reusable water bottles and our beautiful toggles, which we use instead of cable ties.
We've invested in about 100 water bottles and keep cups. We've distributed to the whole team. You know, everyone's so passionate about this program and so enthusiastic to be a part of it.
We're doing our bit to give surfers a cleaner ocean and save the environment for a better future.
Well, welcome back. There is your first semi-finalist, Dakota Walters, blowing the back and stomping a big air. 8.17. Just with some grommets. They're just shaking his hand. They want to feel the energy. My name's Crispin. I'm joined with me, Britt Nickel. Welcome back. Semi-final, quarterfinal 2, sorry. Mex Maroubra Pro, QS 1000.
It is an exciting day for finals day as we watch Dakota make his way up those steps with the Grommies. Feel like they might have been getting some tips, Crispy, on how to pull those things off.
How to do it, Dakota. Bit of speed, be chilled, have fun, get the rotation.
We are now into quarterfinal heat number 2. Joel Vaughan in the red, Kobe Clements in the blue. We have a Destination New South Wales wave replay. This happened in that short commercial break. Flying down the line, but just not able to stick with his board. That was Joel Vaughan. That looked dangerous, Crispy.
Well, that's what Robbo and I are talking about. These surfers, as they prepare for the next one, their coaches and themselves, they're going to go to the air, and there it is, as predicted. Kobe Clements and Joel Vaughan really going for it. They've just heard one air pays 8.17. You just start to adapt your game plan and go, that's the turn. And these guys are capable, Joel Vaughan and Kobe Clements, no stranger to doing a big punt on these waves on a daily basis.
It was almost identical between those two surfers. The wind just catching their boards.
Pair of ones.
Make their way back out. Reset. Just over 16.5 minutes remaining in quarterfinal heat number 2.
Yeah, you can see that wind really coming up. You know, waves are 2 to 4 feet. Some of those sets are pushing head high. So fun little waves here at the Maroubra Beach, the city beach. South of Sydney. Don't forget, how good was it seeing NRL if you're a footy famous? Not the AFL, but the home of Sydney and Brisbane. The rugby league starting. Well done to the Sharks, and you had Manly take a big wing.
Yeah, it wasn't so great for me. I go for the Bulldogs.
Doggies. Yep. Back to the kennel.
Oh, they have to, a lot of practice going into that. Apparently they've been working on defence, but I don't know where those 31 points fit into that defence line. As we watch live action in the water, that is Joel Vaughan. Up on his backhand, he's got a bit of face to work with here. Great first turn, throws a heap of spray, looking for the second connection and not able to quite get there.
I'll tell you what, just looking at the wind gauge, and it is tight in the corner near the Dunny Bowl, the beach bike, as we see the Destination New South Wales. Joel Vaughan, again from the northern beaches, the central coast, northern beaches, just a bit stone's throw away. Loves to surf cracknecks, so no stranger to good waves. The beach breaks around there, you got some amazing beach breaks where he's homegrown, and some really world-class reefs as well. Kobe Clements from the northern beaches with his coach Matty Cattle. Again, second generation for both of these surfers, the Vaughnie all the way, and Kobe Clements' dad, star standout, as we saw with Dakota Walters, his father, a former QS surfer and great all-round package surfer as well.
It's great to see that next generation. I feel like, we've seen the likes of Oki and Jay Okalupo and
Jagger Bartholomew.
Jagger, yes. It's just great to see that next generation come on through and those surfers just making the most of the lineup here at Maroubra. That is the next competitor in heat number 3. That's Mikey Madonna on screen. He'll be in the red, the 21-year-old from Lennox Head. He'll be taking on the Northern Beaches surfer, George Pitter.
Well, you see former CEO Mark Winden there. That is the state of the nation for him. A great supporter, and Matty Enlazark. All the crew, there's Beach Marshal Penny and the work crew, Zane, the manager, and all the crew doing a marvellous job. And thank you to the Randwick City Council and naming rights, Mad Mex. Great support, all the crew, all the athletes and people heading down. So if you're heading down, watch live action. And don't forget, head on down to the Mad Mex tent around lunchtime for some great fresh fuel for life.
Here we have live action in the water. That is Joel Vaughan. Great first turn, links straight into a second. He's looking to get the critical finish here. Manages to get an inside connection. Bonus section there. Lip line to finish. The surfer in red. He'll lock in his best number yet as we watch Kobe Clements answering back, Crispy.
Wow. Well, less is more sometimes. How powerful, how critical. And Kobe Clements resetting, we'll get that replay. But Joel Vaughan, I love the way they've adapted. You know, the wind's picked up a bit and we had a high tide this morning. But you can see that offshore wind proving havoc on the right-handers for landing that air. So they've gone back to the game plan to under the lip turns. Let's look at this, Joel Vaughan. Nice selection, a wave with priority. Gets his first turn in. Nice slash on the second as he waits for that inside to come up. Manages that third turn and then looks to execute that last lip line floater that he does 4 turns. But look at this one to Kobe Clements. Just a bit less is more. First turn nice and tight. It's second turn, but wait for this one. This is where the money is. Really swoops down, holds it, and that's a display of the lip. You saw all that spray. I'm going to say Kobe gets the one over Joel.
Well, we'll leave it with the judges. I feel like Joel Vaughan, he did a couple of good turns, but I feel like the last turn was where he got critical, and that's where majority of his numbers going to come from. But like you said, Kobe Clements.
3 turns.
Couple of turns, that last section just really capitalising of the situation in the water.
Yeah, and talk about capitalising. Dakota Walters, hey mate, how's the airline going and how's the oxygen up there? Congratulations on the win. Semi-final, and you got your little Grom friend with you too.
Yeah, I got my coach down here with me, Jagger Phillips, local Maroubra kid. He's sent me out there looking for rights and paid off, didn't it, Jags? Yeah.
Yeah, good on you, Jagger. Say hi to Dad, Matty. Hey, Dakota, I saw the Groms frothing on you. What's a tip for your next generation to landing in air, practicing airs like you do to execute it in your heats and in free surfs?
I feel like just keep trying them over and over and just like be committed and stay over it. That's sort of all it is. I feel like you just got to keep trying until you make one and then, just keep going. But, yeah.
Hey, now going up against a man like Billy Stammen, who's won many a QS and such a seasoned veteran, as your board gets a ding. Hey, talk us through what was in the game plan in that last heat to make the semi.
I was sort of looking, watching for a while, and I saw the lefts were there and, kind of more predominant, but I did see a few rights with ramps. I know Billy likes to stick to the face, and he's got a really, amazing backhand, so I wanted to sort of have a point of difference against him, but also not just go out there and try airs. I wanted to try and beat him on my backhand as well. And I sort of got lucky and had a couple lefts that worked, and then had that one big section on the right that I rode out of. So I was stoked.
So good. Hey, talk us through anyone to shout out at home, Mum and Dad?
Yeah, just the fam and whoever's watching. Thanks heaps.
All right, good luck as you prepare for your semi-final, and give Jagger a nice little hit, and he might probably be fixing your board on the nose as well. Thanks for sharing.
Jagger on the Grom repair.
Little goofy footer, part of the Surfing New South Wales high performance program. Father a lifeguard, another second generation Jagger Phillips won the watch. He might be going against Dakota in a couple of years' time.
Oh, quite possibly. He is a phenomenal surfer from this Maroubra region. Yeah, shout out to Matty Phillips. Lifeguard in this local area as we watch live action in the area. That is Kobe Clements. Comes hard off the bottom. Carves into the pocket. Can he get another connection here? Puts it up there and reappears from the foam.
Well, I reckon he was going for the 2-turn combo. And Kobe Clements, priority now goes to Joel Vaughan in the lead temporarily. A 6.33 for that 4-turner. But Kobe Clements, he got that 6.67 on the back of that 3 vertical turns and just closes the deal. Situation change of 4.5 for those 2 turns. Britt, let's have a look at the replay. I love the way he selected it. Just that first turn as he carves around, waits for the moment again. They got him that first Titanic score and then comes out with the nose. Places again. Nice little snort.
So we watch the swimmers out the back. Swimming north to south here at Maroubra. Beautiful morning for it on a Sunday.
Randwick City Lifeguards, a big shout out to all the lifeguards, the safety team here with the Mad Mex Pro QS 1000. Tell you what, I wonder if they're the Bondi Icebergs or they're partnering with the Maroubra Seals going for their morning dip.
Perfect morning for it.
About, 20, 21 degrees, so I've been in the ocean every day. It's been fun. Tell you what, 8 minutes remaining. We're live here. As you see the Pavilion Walk, the Esplanade here at Maroubra. Stage is set for finals day. Semi-final already. Success. Dakota Walters through. Kobe Clements currently holding with one arm at the express pass through. A 4.5 and a 6.67. The Northern Beaches surfer Kobe Clements. Joel Vaughan, 4.85. Only a small wave and an attacking turn, or will he go for broke and look for that excellent high-scoring innovation progressive air?
As we watch a free surfer in the shore, he just get absolutely rolled. 7.5 minutes on the clock. At the moment, it is Kobe Clements in the blue in first place with a 6.67 and a 4.5. Joel Vaughan in the red with a 6.33 and a 2.07. The surfer in red chasing a 4.85. But this man here up and riding, Kobe Clements, he's looking for something big, lays into the section and doesn't quite get there.
Yeah, great rhythm, great speed, and it looks like he had enough speed to go for the air, and he loves a corrupt. Done a few corrupt variation airs, and yeah, the dream is to do a backflip for him. He practices with, Chloe on the training trampoline. She does a lot of stuff at the HPC, and both of the Northern Beaches surfers as well. Let's look at the Destination New South Wales replay. Kobe Clements, the heat leader, driving it down, nice speed, looking for the takeoff, and then you can just see he just changes direction, goes, I'm going to go for a layback, and just between two turns, incomplete, 0.
Joel Vaughan answering back, the man from the Central Coast. Gets a second turn in. He's waiting for this one to steepen up on the inside. Bit of a check turn again. Puts it up there, gets critical, and gets the completion. So Joel Vaughan in the red. He's chasing a 4.85 to move into first place and grab himself a spot in the semi-finals.
Yeah, definitely. You can see the calibre of Joel Vaughan, representing Australia, multiple Australian titles, and also one of the top 10 of the qualifying series last year, and just needs a smaller or medium wave, and as that, just keeping it under the lip, so strong, places his turns with great presence. Look at this, identifying that the inside comes up, and I love the way he just projects, attacks the lip, but gets ahead of it before that explosion of the reverb of the lip.
And there is a point of difference there in Joel Vaughan surfing. Throughout the day already today, we've watched a couple of surfers not commit to that end section, whereas Joel Vaughan, he knows that he can't leave anything in the water if he wants to move through to the semi-finals, and he's committing to those end sections, and I feel like that's where majority of the points are going to come from. Yeah, 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, I find, talking about motivation versus hesitation, you've got to attack the lip versus leaning back, and you've got to stomp and get low versus standing tall, and they are the keys of successes with the body movements for landing that turn. Standing by for Joel Vaughan in red, that last wave exchange. Only needs a 4.85 out of a potential 10. That is an excellent score, the most perfect one. We've seen some 8.17 highest scoring wave of the day, courtesy of Dakota Walters. One manoeuvre, one aerial air rev. And we see it again. And there we go. Joel Vaughan just under 4.53. There it is. Scores are in. 4.53. So not the score, Brett.
No, I think, judges would have been comparing back to Joel Vaughan's 6.33 as well. And I feel like I said, that last section was where he got majority of those points. Starting at the beginning of that wave, I just felt like there wasn't as much on offer. It was a bit of a flat, fat section that he had to work through to get the finish. Had he had something critical to start with, I feel like that's where the number would have increased. But still a number on the board there for the surfer in red. But Joel Vaughan, he's going to have to search for something a little better, a 4.85. And Crispy, the experience of Joel Vaughan in the red, I feel like he wouldn't be surfing for a 4.85. He'd be surfing for the highest number of this heat.
Yeah, he's definitely got to attack this next one under priority, whether have a bit of separation from blue or try to sell blue a wave and then hope for a perfect pick with priority. Here we go, as he tries to sell or maybe do one manoeuvre. Nice little air, let's look for it as he swoops down. Bang, air rev, cork tie. There it is. Is it going to be a 4.85 and completed air? What do you think, Brett? I'm saying give it the nod.
He made it look easy. As we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay, he set his intention. We knew what he was going to do. He got the inversion as well and just stomped the finish. Just it looked like he had so much confidence riding out of that.
Well, again, we talked about speed, projection, rotation, nice little air rev, 180 rotation, and the cork tie of the tail, that's really difficult to do. It's not flat like a carving turn. It's very inverted, and judges lap that up. And only needing a 4.85, I dare say that's going to be in the good range, potentially above average.
We will wait and see what the judges throw at Joel Vaughan, but there is just over 2.5 minutes remaining. Kobe Clements in the blue. Looks like there's a little bit of urgency in his paddle now. Will he take off? This is the current heat leader. Fades back.
Wow.
Flying down the line. One big section, lays into it, but not able to get the completion. So he's gone for the option of keeping the board in the water again, Crispy.
Yeah, it was like he went to fade left and then faded right, utilising his priority. So this is a priority change and a 7.67. The Boeing is flown in, courtesy of Joel Vaughan. One manoeuvre. That's 2 aerials of the day, making forward to the semi-finals potentially for those 2 manoeuvres.
Well, he wasn't looking to land at the airport just over the road here. He landed in the ocean. Joel Vaughan, a 7.67. As we have the Destination New South Wales wave replay.
I just love, and judges loving the rotation, loving the cork tail and clean finish. How excited. I can't wait to talk to him. If he does win this one, 90 seconds remaining, of just that feeling when he lands it, regardless of, you got the score, like Solly Bailey did when he finished his wave at Maroubra.
You could just see the confidence in Joel Vaughan, and they're the types of things that he practices over and over again, and to just be able to pull out that in a competition scenario, it just goes to show how high his completion rate would be in a free surf. Surfers often don't go to those type of moves unless they know that they've got a high percentage of their completion before entering an event.
All right, Mad Mex minute. As you can see, Kobe Clements now, he's been pushed on the ropes, and this is the seesaw battle that we're seeing eventuating. Quarterfinal 2, and forget up next, Lennox own Mikey Madonna. Right now, Kobe Clements looking for a 7.34 on the back of another innovative progressive aerial. Joel Vaughan in the lead, a 7.67 and a 6.33 on the back of that one manoeuvre. He's in the leader booth.
He is. I feel like they would have watched quarterfinal heat number 1 of the men, and just noticing that Dakota Walters got that 8.17. These 2 surfers started, you could tell at the very beginning of this heat, they both took to the air in the beginning. Didn't get the completion to start with, but you could just see that that's where they were headed for the entirety of this heat. As we look to conclude quarterfinal heat number 2. Doesn't look like there's going to be another opportunity for Kobe Clements. There it is, he concedes, congratulates his fellow competitor. We will cut to a short commercial break and join you back here with all the live action of quarterfinal heat number 3. Welcome back to the live action for the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro men's and women's WSL QS 1000. This is our third stop of the Whistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined back in the booth with Steve Robertson. And, well, that man there, he is happy. That's Joel Vaughan from the Central Coast, the 19-year-old. He is into the semi-finals of the men's division. He just took down Kobe Clements in a great matchup between those two competitors.
That was a clutch performance from Joel. He knew he needed something big and he pulled it out in those final 5 minutes. I watched the heat closely, and his second last wave, he didn't quite get the score. He knew he had to go bigger. He did, and he pulled it off. So all credit to Joel, and a semi-final berth well deserved. I feel like the waves are getting better, Britt. The tide's running out a bit. It's breaking a bit more out the back, and they're lining up on the inside for big moves like this. And I was wondering what it was going to do as the tide started to run out, and it just looks like, similar to yesterday, there's a heap of opportunity, super clean wave faces, and that's why we're seeing the big scores.
First of red, Mike Madonna, a 4. Early start here for Mikey as he takes on George Pitter from the Northern Beaches. This is, of course, quarterfinal heat number 3. 20-minute heats for the quarterfinals. As we move into the semis and finals, will increase to 25 minutes. With Mikey Madonna, he's looking for a big section. Somehow manages to ride out of that second turn and gets a beautiful finish there. The man in the red, he's already locked in a 4. Couple of quick numbers on the scoreboard.
That'll be his best wave, I feel, and finished it with a lot of power. Thought he was thinking of going to the air, but instead smashed a few powerful moves. He's a very powerful surfer, Mikey, and that's his strength. And the judges love power, speed, power, flow. That's all in the criteria. Gets around this section nicely and finishes with a lot of strength on the shoreline. So Mikey's off and away.
George Pitter out there in the blue from Northstein. He won an event last year that allowed him to take home $10,000, and, well, it was just around the corner at Bondi, final of the Australian Open of Surf. But on screen there, those two competitors, they had a bit of banter yesterday afternoon. That's Josh Stretton and Jamie Thompson. They are coming up together in quarterfinal heat number 4. They are really good mates, but only one can move through, Robbo.
I've no idea what he tried to show us on his phone, and maybe that's a good thing. But, yep, this should be an amazing quarterfinal. Two great mates going out there. There should be no love lost in the water, though, once they get out there. They want to get to the semi-finals and the finals. Mikey Madonna, a 4.57 and a 4.0, so nothing exceptional in his scoreline at the moment. He'll be looking to get rid of both of those scores. George Pitter in the blue, waiting patiently out there.
Oh, these two are just larrikins on screen here. That's Jamie Tomo and Josh Stretton. I feel like it's going to be an entertaining heat. Who will take the win? Who will take home the bragging rights in quarterfinal heat number 4? Back to the live action in the water. This is the man in the red, Mikey Madonna, trying to scratch into this one under priority. Quick up and out there from the surfer in the red. George Pitter out there, remaining patient.
Both these surfers are serious contenders to qualify for the Challenger Series. So every heat is essential, especially as they go into the final 2 events of the series.
Pretty close on the rankings right now too. We've got Mikey in the red sitting in 12th place and George in the blue sitting in 15th. As we watch George now flying down the line, generating a heap of speed. Has he got something to work with on this end section? Carves into the pocket. Puts it up there for the finish, projects out in front and gets the completion. So George Pitter, probably not the section he was chasing in the beginning, but he made the most of what he had in front of him.
I'll be interested to see what the score is, because I thought at the start, yep, all you're doing is racing, and you were forced to race. You had a lot of speed. But then he did pull off some nice moves at the end. Once he got out onto the face, there's a nice cutback here. And then he finishes really, really smoothly. So, yeah, difficult wave to judge. So the judges will be dissecting it, but, yep, could be the best wave of the heat.
You could see as he raced through that section before he set up for his cutback, it looked like he almost thought about it early, and then he gave himself that little bit of extra room just to get back into the pocket. As we have a break in the action, we'll wait for those scores. Quarterfinal heat number 3 in the water, but winner of quarterfinal heat number 2, we have Joel Vaughan down there ready for a post-heat interview. Vaughnie, it's Britt and Robbo. How are you feeling moving on into the semi-finals here at Maroubra?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Very stoked to get through that heat. Kobe surfed so well, so just, yeah, really stoked to get the win and move on to the semis.
Joel, you were in second place for a large portion of that heat. You were chasing down the score. You didn't get it on one of your lefts there, and then you got yourself back out the back and knew you had to go big. What were you thinking at that stage? Did you know you had to go to the air?
Yeah, I kind of figured that if I just get one section on the right, that I'd be able to go for an air and hopefully make it, and I thought that'd be the score. And when I rode out, I was pretty stoked, and yeah, stoked I got a good score for it and put me in the lead. Yeah.
You look like you rode out of that air with a lot of confidence. I feel like you'd have a high completion rate in your free surfs. But talk about strategy. Leading into that heat, you would have watched Dakota Walters. He locked in an 8.17 for a massive air as well. Was that something you were thinking about when you're paddling out for your heat?
Yeah, definitely. I saw those rights and I knew that you'd do one good air and you get a good score and it can put you in a really good position in the heat. So I was definitely looking for him at the start. Got one huge section and just kind of bogged right before it and flew off the back, and would have been a pretty big score if I was able to make that one. But yeah, I kind of fell on that one, and then I was like, oh, kind of get onto the lefts and just make a couple waves, get some scores, and then go back to the rights and try to get another section. And yeah, stoked it ended up working out.
Well, it did work out for you, Joel. Well done. You've got some semi-finals to prepare for, and hopefully into the final as well. We'll let you go and prepare for that semi.
Thanks, guys.
Great to have Joel Vaughan into the semi-finals, the 19-year-old from Battery Bay on the Central Coast. He does surf for North Shirley Board Riders Club, so I'm sure they would have been tuning in and just hoping that he was going to get through that heat. He pulled off a massive air, 7.67, and like he just alluded to, that he did actually watch that heat before his with Dakota Walters, and I feel like it was always the intention of the two competitors in Joel's heat. He was up against Kobe Clements, and both of them actually took to the air in the beginning and just caught the wind.
Yep. No, it's going to be a factor throughout today, and with these young, especially these young surfers emerging, they've all got the aerial moves as part of their strength.
You watch George Pitter. Have a look at this one.
Just a 4.07 for George's first ride. I thought it might have been a little better than that, but he spent a lot of time racing the section, so the wave didn't deliver what he needed. But he's on the board, and at this stage, well, we're just under the halfway mark. It's a series of 4-point rides, so there's nothing in the heat whatsoever, and it's going to be decided on these in these final 9 minutes. Both surfers right in contention. 4.57 for Mikey Madonna, a 4.0 as his backup. George Pitter has the 4.07, needs a 4.51 to go to first, so nothing in it.
Who will break away and who will move on through to the semi-finals? Well, we'll know in 9 minutes' time. Still plenty of time for these surfers to catch a couple of waves, but George Pitter at the moment in second place, chasing a 4.51. Michael Madonna in the red in first, holding first priority as well. As we watch George Pitter take off on this inside section under priority, he is up and riding. One first turn, links straight into a second, gets vertical and just catches the rail on the way down.
Close, he had the right strategy. Strong first turn and linking it up into a powerful finish, but it just came unstuck at the finish. It's not going to be a significant score, but the strategy I feel was right.
He knew that he had to link his first turn straight into the second with that steeper section. It was going to run off too quick. So it was a great read on that wave, but just unfortunately not able to get that completion. George Pitter on screen making his way back out. He'll reset, still only chasing a 4.51 at this stage to move on through to the semi-finals. But he's going to have to get through that competitor in the red. That's Mikey Madonna from Lennox. He has had some great results leading into this event. He had a 5th place at the Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000. He took the win at the Great Lakes Pro. That was a QS 3000. So he did take home those 3,000 points. And here he is in the quarterfinals. He is wanting to take home another 1,000 points here, Robbo.
Yep, and his main goal, no doubt, is to make the Challenger Series. It's a massive series that runs right around the world, and it's the stepping stone to surfing's biggest stage, which is Championship Tour Surfing. You make that Challenger Series, anything can happen. The dream can unfold right before your eyes as you qualify for high quality events that run right around the world, and a few good results in that, and all of a sudden you're a Championship Tour surfer. And we've seen that with a lot of surfers come from nowhere out of the Challenger Series, and they're on the Championship Tour.
We have our paparazzi down the beach. They are set up here for finals day of the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro QS 1000. They have been here the last couple of days just setting up their deck chairs, their umbrellas, their cameras, their tripods, and, well, they're just here for finals on the Sunday.
There's a lot of surf photographers out there. I'll give you a story, Britt. The day you were at the wave pool in Melbourne, and we had the best day at Bells and Winky Pop that we've had for probably 3 or 4 years. I was out there watching my son surf, and there was a photographer there, and I just had a chat to him. He told me on a day like this, he can make $1,000 from taking images and just handing out his card to the surfers as they get out of the water and look online. So it's one of those other online businesses that are appearing, and yeah, there's plenty of photographers doing that.
There is plenty. I dabble in a little bit of it myself. I do enjoy it. It's more of a passion. But
what's your equipment?
I have a Nikon DSLR.
Okay.
I can't remember which model. It's an older model. It's like a 7200. And then a 600mm lens.
600?
Yeah.
Wow.
It goes from 150 to 600.
Uh-huh.
So we watch live action in the water. That is Mikey Madonna on his back end. This is a better looking wave. He has got so much flow right now. The man from Lennox Head, well, he's used to going right, but he can certainly go left.
I love that wave from Mikey Madonna. It was so smooth, precise, and beautiful surfing. And right behind him, George Pitter, similar surfing also, but yeah, I love the way Mikey Madonna connected those turns up. I'm really interested in this score for Mikey Madonna. We'll get a replay of those waves shortly, I'm sure, but yeah. Precise, smooth, powerful. Sometimes a surfer can be almost too smooth that you, and he's that sort of surfer.
It's almost like the old Parko effect.
Exactly. Look at this. There's power, connection, and finishes off really well. So Mikey Madonna.
He is looking solid on his feet as we watch a replay here from George Pitter. Carves back into the pocket on his backhand. Bit of a check turn for the second, but links straight into the third. Gets a little more critical, more vert on the last section. We'll wait and see where the judges see those two scores on the scoreboard, but I feel like Mikey Madonna might have got the better of that one. Just the way he flowed, Robbo. He just went from one turn to another, and he just made everything look so effortless. But, you know, there was still some critical sections, critical surfing.
He's that sort of surfer. It's very effortless, and you can sometimes, be not give it the credit for just how good the moves are because he's so smooth. But I think they'll be the two best waves of the heat, and I am very interested in Mikey Madonna's score. And you're right, Joel Parkinson, a similar surfer. It was just effortless for Joel throughout his career, especially when he was young. And
it is. It's just one of those effects, you know. It looks so casual, so cruisy, and And I feel like, that's where there is that natural talent.
It is, yeah.
But yeah, it can be a bit of a negative hearing with the judging sometimes.
smooth.
It makes it look too easy.
But not for these guys. These are the best judges in the world, and they'll be looking at that wave. They'll discuss it. They'll watch the replays, and they'll come up with the right score. There it is, a 7.33. That's a good score, and I feel that is really well deserved for Mikey Madonna. It was really well connected wave, and he's been rewarded with a 7.33. At some stage, these guys have got to break the friendship. Britt, what's going on? When do they break it?
I was going to say the same thing. I'm like, at the moment, I feel like it's still all giggles. It's still all a bit of fun. These two best mates have been throwing banter the whole time. We watched the post-heat interview last heat of the day yesterday with Josh Stretton, and they were just giving it to each other. We've watched it again this morning, and at some point, they've got to get serious.
Change.
It's got to switch to game on.
Yep. 5.5 for George Pittar, so we've called that last wave exchange well, Britt. 7.33 for Mikey, a 5.5 for George. George needs a 6.41 to go to first. Mike Madonna's in the box seat. He has priority. Oh no, he doesn't have priority, but he has the scores, a 7.33 and a 4.57. Less than 2 minutes remaining. George Pittar with priority requires a 6.41. Absolutely achievable for a surfer like George. And under 2 minutes to take the score.
Surfer in blue having a little look, but it's the surfer in red opting to take off. This is Mikey Madonna. He is racing down the line. Speed turn to start with, but can't get the next section.
That won't change his scoreline, so he's sitting on that 4.57 as his second scoring ride, but he has that great 7.33 that has him well positioned to take out this quarterfinal number 3. George Pittar hoping for something to appear that gives him the opportunity to chase down that 6.41.
If Mikey Madonna in the red can sneak another wave under priority inside this Mad Mex minute, he might give himself the opportunity to get something higher than the 4.57 and make things harder for his fellow competitor in the blue. Well, George Pittar, here he is. He's having a look, Robbo.
Yep, he knows what he needs. He'll go for it. I've got a feeling he's going to try and go to the air. Wave's not delivering for him at the moment. And, yep, that wasn't the wave. He had to go. He's well inside the final minute. You can see from the body language he knows that's not the score. And he probably knows he doesn't have enough time to really get out the back and chase it down as we hit 15 seconds remaining.
Wave selection is crucial, and that's not going to be the wave that George Pittar was searching for. He took it out on his equipment with 10 seconds on the clock. We are looking to conclude quarterfinal heat number 3 of the men. Mikey Madonna in the red from Lennox Head takes the win over George Pittar from the Northern Beaches. Coming up next, we'll have quarterfinal heat number 4. We will cut to a short commercial break and join you back here with all the live action.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Don't do it alone. Downsizing? No compromising. Need some space? We know a place. For every stage of life, Storage King has hassle-free storage solutions. And we make it easy, in-store, over the phone or online. Our expert team will customise a storage plan just for you. And with locations all over Australia, your items will never be too far away. Visit storageking.com.au today. Storage King, the kings of storage, moving and more.
Well, welcome back to the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro men's and women's WSL QS 1000. That is two competitors on screen. Mikey Madonna, he took the win in the red. Unfortunately, bowing out the surfer in blue. That was George Pitter from the Northern Beaches, but great sportsmanship between those two competitors. This is, of course, the third stop of the Whistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Steve Robertson. And Robbo, we've got two good mates in the water for quarterfinal heat number 4.
Yep, and hopefully they've left their friendship on the beach and it's all battle stations out there. Joshua Stretton has opened up with a 3.83. At least he's got his feet on the board and we'll be looking to get rid of that score. It is a fantastic day here. This is the final quarterfinal. We have 3 semi-finalists decided. I was super impressed with Mike Madonna's last heat, and we have a surfer up and riding. Talk us through this one, please, Brett.
Great first turn there from Josh Stratton as he looks to get the finish. Can he get one more? Forces it on that last section, but just not able to ride out of it. So the man in the blue, he's on the board. He's already locked in a 3.83. He'll now have another number in his scoreline. Surfer in blue, Josh Stratton. He is a 20-year-old from the Anna Bay region around Port Stephens. We had that event earlier this week, actually, at Port Stephens. Competitor now living on the Gold Coast and also coming back from a knee injury.
Another interesting fact about Josh Stratton, Britt.
I think I know what you're going to say.
Dad's a jet pilot. Flies those big jets. I heard from Crispy told me.
What an amazing job that would be.
Yep, Top Gun.
That is a phenomenal movie.
Okay, we have a good score that has dropped, and it is for the surfer in red.
We watched the Destination New South Wales wave replay. That was first to Josh Stratton. We also had red. This is Jamie Thompson. Beautiful first turn. Straight into the second, just throwing so much spray. He flies down the line, looks for the last connection, and manages to get the finish. So I feel like there's going to be a good number on the board for Jamie as well. Josh Stratton also locking in another number. Linking this one all the way through, but just unable to get up and over that last section. I mentioned it before, two good mates in the water right now. And there you go. Look at the scoreboard. Jamie Thompson, a 7.17. Speaking of big scores, we do have the heat winner of that previous heat, Mikey Madonna, down there from quarterfinal number 3. Mikey, it's Britt and Steve Robbo. How are you feeling locking in a 7.67 out there?
Yeah, it feels good. Waves are pretty fun and slow, but when they come, it's if you can pick the right one, yeah, it's easy to tee off on. And yeah.
Mikey, you're through to the semis, and no doubt you'll be trying to chase another win here at Maroubra. 1,000 points, is that significant in what you're chasing down? Do you need this 1,000 points, or is it all going to get down to these final 2 events at Avoca and Newcastle?
No, I definitely need these 1,000 points. Like I said, we're forced to play catch up at the moment, so you know, all you know, these points are critical for me, and yeah, not taking it lightly. Yeah, just trying to get through as many heats as I can and just enjoy myself.
Yeah, well, that's good to hear because, yeah, you've got a big semi-final coming up and a final. We'll let you go and prepare now, and good luck as you go through the day.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
There's Mikey Madonna straight on into the semi-finals. I tell you what, he's someone who's grown up surfing a right-hand point break. He lives in Lennox Head. He's got the perfect right-hander in front of him, but he opted to go left, and he's backhand looks almost as flawless as his forehand, Robbo.
Yep, no, I've been super impressed with how Mikey surfs. That's the sort of surfing that you take to the high-level QS events and the Challenger Series. I think he'd be really well suited on the Challenger Series. Surfers like that, the better the waves get, the better they score. And Mikey, I mean, all the interviews we've done, and we've done plenty with him because he keeps winning his heats, but he seems to have a pretty serious game face. He's in this game and he's not taking it lightly at all.
He has grown a lot over the years, Robbo. You know, Mikey, he's someone, he shows a lot of emotion. And, you know, throughout these events, as we've worked our way through the Whistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series, each post-heat interview, it's just he's held that poker face all the way through. He's held his composure. He knows that there's a job to be done here. And, well, speaking of jobs to be done, that young woman there on screen, she knows she's got a job that needs to be done in the next semi-final. That is True Starling in the red. Coming up next, so just under 13 minutes and she'll be in the water.
Yep, amazing. We're almost at the semi-final stage. We'll decide our final semi-finalist here. And Jamie Thompson is in the box seat with that 7.17. That's a great score. It's just the one scoring ride. He has priority. He is surfing a very smart heat right now with 12 and a half minutes remaining. Josh Stretton has 2 rides, but I think he would have to be thinking, I need to get rid of those 2 wave scores. I need two decent wave scores because Jamie has that 7.17. That was a great ride, that right-hander that Jamie picked up. It reeled off perfectly for him, allowed him 3 really strong moves and has put himself in the box seat.
The first couple of turns too, they were open face carves, and I just feel like Jamie, he didn't try to force anything, he didn't try to rush anything. He had really great rotation throughout those turns, pushed a heap of water as well, and then got the critical finish on the inside. So judges rewarding Jamie's surfing with a 7.17. He's now only looking for a 0.43 to move up into first place. It's literally just a takeoff for him to get that score. Josh Stretton in the blue, sitting in first place with a 3.83 and a 3.77. Just under 11 minutes on the clock. This is, of course, finals day here at Maroubra for the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro. This is a QS 1000 event, so plenty of points on the line here. 1,000 points will go towards the winners. And we saw in that post-heat interview with Mikey, he did mention that they are playing a bit of catch-up, and that's because he competed on the Challenger Series last year, and while those Challenger events were on, they were in the midst of travelling. There was a couple of QS events that ended up popping up on the schedule last minute, and those competitors that were on the Challenger Series didn't compete in those QS events. So they're looking to make some ground now on the rankings to re-qualify for that Challenger.
Yep, I was interested in that, and yeah, Mikey highlighted the 1,000 points is up for offer here is really important to him. So he's he's focused. He's chasing the win. Anything short of a win is not going to satisfy Mikey, and that's the good attitude you have to take. You need to be that professional sports person, and you're focused on the win. He set the bar high, and when they do that, they suffer big disappointment, but they also achieve their goals if they go hard. Okay, we've got to take off here.
That is Josh Stretton in the blue. Nice first turn. He's looking for the second. Puts it up there, blows the tail, not able to get the finish. So Josh Stretton in the blue, he's going to have to paddle back out and reset because that is not going to be the number that he's looking for if he's wanting to hold on to that first place.
And Jamie Thompson sensibly sitting there, waiting to play the priority card. And he'll play it smartly, I feel.
How long will he hold on to that priority?
I think up until the 4-minute mark.
Beautiful pulled back shot there of Maroubra, looking towards the north end. A great promenade here.
Such a beautiful beach, and it's always superbly maintained. .9 minutes on the clock.
who will get through this heat. Quarterfinal heat number 4, Josh Stretton or Jamie Thompson. Jamie Thompson from North Narrabeen. He recently turned 21. And he'd be looking to get a final finish here. He's had a few third-place finishes in the QS 1000 event, so I feel like he'd be looking to get that third-place monkey off his back here at Maroubra.
And he'd have a little bit of extra motivation to try and qualify for that Challenger Series with a Challenger Series event landing at his home beach, North Narrabeen. Fantastic to see a high-level event back at North Narrabeen. It's got such relevance in Australia's surfing history. The Coke Classic from years ago as a championship tour event was always held at North Narrabeen, and it delivered some incredible, memorable events. Simon Anderson, Sean Thompson, Tom Carroll, surfing in the Coke Classic at North Narrabeen. It's great to see a high quality event back there.
And look at the lineup. Sets are rolling on through here at Maroubra. Couple of straight ones, but if you can pick the right one, they run along the bank. The conditions have started to pulse throughout the day. We did have a jump in swell overnight. Cyclone out at sea. And well, competitors making the most of it here at Maroubra. We've got an outgoing tide. Low tide should be just before 3 o'clock. And, well, we would have already crowned our champions by then.
We'll be one and done by then, and hopefully out in the water ourselves somewhere.
As we take you through the point of view of what you would be seeing if you're walking down this promenade right now at Maroubra through our event setup, thanks to Surfing New South Wales, doing all the hard work behind the scenes. And, well, there you go. Healthy, tasty burritos all rolled into one. Thanks to Mad Mex. Grab life by the burrito. 2-for-1 burritos. Scan that QR code on screen. Download the app. Enter the code SURFING, capital S, to redeem that great offer. Thanks to Mad Mex, partnering with Surfing New South Wales across the entire New South Wales Pro Surf Series to help share their passion for healthy Mexican food. They are, of course, the naming rights partner of this particular event here at Maroubra. Cheap shout for someone, or maybe just eat 2 to yourself.
You could, because as they highlight, and I think it's great marketing from Mad Mex, they highlight the fact that not only are they tasty, they are healthy. So you can eat 2, you can overeat, eat 3, but you know you're eating healthy, fresh food, so you probably feel good about it.
Breakfast, lunch and dinner.
Yep.
Bit of a sleepy heat this one now, Robbo.
It is at the moment. So we mentioned how long can Jamie Thompson sit on priority and wait for the good wave. We're down to almost the 5-minute mark. So it'll be starting to tick in his head. It'll start to be playing in his mind, well, yeah, I need a second wave. It might not be the perfect wave. It might not be the great wave I got for my first wave, but I need a second wave. And this could be it. Watching here, his movement in the lineup, Jamie Thompson, will he throw the dice on this? Will he use his priority? And he's having a look, but no, too deep.
Here goes Josh Stretton, up and riding. Bit of a check turn to start with, and, well, I feel like that's not going to be a number that he's looking for.
No, and good move from Jamie Thompson, not using priority there, but yep, we're down to just on 4.5 minutes. He's going to have to play that priority card shortly. He can't sit on it for too much longer.
And we've watched it before, Robbo. We saw in Port Stephens earlier this week, there was a heat with Jamie Thompson. The heat went on hold mid-heat. He was leading the heat, came in, paddled back out, restarted or resumed. He had first priority, he had the lead, and then just sat and waited for too long and unfortunately got eliminated. I feel like he's going to learn from that scenario. Not going to do that again, hopefully. He's only looking for a 0.43. He literally just needs to stand up. But he is going to make use of this 4 minutes. He's a smart competitor.
Yep, well, it's going to be interesting. We've got a recap.
Thanks to Mad Mex. That is Josh Stretton on the screen. Beautiful first turn, but just the one. Jamie Thompson answered back. This is the 717. Great first turn, straight into the second. Keeping the board in the water, but just flawless read on this wave here from Jamie Thompson. Put it up there for the finish, and he is looking confident. We had Josh Stretton answer back, Robbo.
Yep, he had to work hard on this wave, and he wasn't able to execute the final move, so it was just a mid-range score again, or a low score. And he's kept busy, but he hasn't been able to find the waves to deliver the really strong scores. It's been a quiet heat, but it's really interesting because, as we've highlighted, Jamie Thompson sitting on priority, waiting for another ride like he got his first ride, but the waves haven't come. And now he sits in a vulnerable position.
As we head back to live action in the water, it looks like Josh Stretton might have taken off on a wave in that Mad Mex recap. So here we go.
Replay, yep.
What did he do? Is it anything that's going to get locked into the scoreline?
Well, he's doing it under priority, and he's chipping away. He's got a pair of 3-point rides on his scoreline. He may improve on that. It wasn't a great wave, but he's worked it for all it's worth. And, well, let's face it, he's in the lead. 2.5 minutes remaining. He's in the lead. It's an extremely narrow lead, and Jamie Thompson.
That's the man in the red there. That was Jamie Thompson. He pulled the trigger on priority. He knew that he only needed a 0.43. We're just over 2 minutes on the clock.
I think that was a good move because he did get a reasonably strong manoeuvre on it. He's definitely going to go to the lead.
He just couldn't leave it to chance. I feel like if he sat out there any longer, there was a chance that there wouldn't be any more sets that would roll through. So there it is, a 3.9 for Jamie Thompson.
Good move.
Surfer in red from the Northern Beaches goes into first place. Josh Stretton now looking for a 7.24. Huge turn there from Tomo.
I know, it was a great move. He used his priority smart. Got to the point where, okay, I'm not going to get that long runner, but I am going to get a wave where I can pull a strong move, get some sort of score as a backup, and it's a good one. A 3.9 under these circumstances is a good score, and it leaves Surfer in blue with priority, but he's chasing a 7.24 and just over a minute to go. So Jamie Thompson, smart surfing, I say.
Well, he locked in a 3.9. That's higher than Josh Stretton's waves. You know, his highest is a 3.83. So just in doing what Jamie did is a smart play. Josh Stretton now chasing a 7.24 as we hit the Mad Mex minute, thanks to Mad Mex, partnering with Surfer New South Wales. And they are also the naming rights partners of this event here at Maroubra. Thanks to Mad Mex, you can grab your burrito. They also have their Mad Mex Fresh Fuel for Life sponsorship program, which is comprised of a team of junior athletes across surfing, skateboarding and motocross, all working together to help achieve their goals. So great to see Mad Mex jumping on board with young athletes, not just in surfing, but across different action sports, and also providing that healthy alternative when it comes to Mexican food.
Under 20 seconds, so looks like it's a very well surfed quarterfinal by our surfer in red, Jamie Thompson. He's going to progress through to the semi-finals. We have all our semi-finalists decided now. So we are very much at the pointy end of the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro.
That concludes quarterfinal heat number 4. Coming up next, semi-final heat number 1 of the women. We'll cut to a short commercial break and join you back here with all the live action.
and come in.
Welcome back to beautiful Maroubra Beach. We are into the semi-finals here. What a day we've had up to date. The surf's great, the weather is fantastic, clean conditions, and now we get to the very pointy end of this event. Soon we'll be crowning champions, and right now, semi-final number 1. Crispy, what do you think?
Yeah, that's right. Well, off with a bang, and here is Safi Vet, and that is your New Zealand surfer looking 25 minutes, so 5 minutes is added in, so great little format for the semi-finals 1 and 2 here at the Mad Mex Maroubra. I think great waves. It's great. It's still offshore. We've got that light nor'wester still up, and waves at 2 to 4 feet. This is game on for finals day here at the Mad Mex Pro. Robbo.
It is. It's delivered. The finals day is the best day, and the entire series has been fantastic. We've had great waves throughout. Tweed Coast Pro was incredible.
Yeah, definitely.
Boomerang Beach, it served up a variety of great conditions. So we had a great sandbank at the southern end of Boomerang Beach, and last week you were there. Crispy,
yeah, that's
how was
right,
that?
at Foster Boomerang. Yeah, so really, the best surfers in the world competing in Australia's best waves, and you can only get 1-3, and that is success. And right now, this is the New Zealander, Safi Vet. Well, nice little layback snap.
And rode out of it.
And I reckon she's talked with her team pack there at New Zealand. They went, Safi, focus on completion. Bang, there it is.
5.67 is a good start to the semi-final, for sure. So, Safi Vet, the last remaining Kiwi in the draw.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
she'll have
Valuable points as well. So she's in the mix of the conversation for the Challenger Series. 2 events remain to pack on the points. The 3,000 at Avoca next week, and then also the Finisher Surfest in Newcastle for the pinnacle to make the run to the Challenger Series.
Anything can happen.
I know, it's exciting. You can't focus. And we've had that with, the feedbacks of like Holly Williams. She was getting so nervous and focusing on the points and on the opponents. When she went back to that dangerous thing of just surfing, like Dakota Walters, Holly Williams, ergo sum, then you get podium finishes.
Yep.
Safi Vet striking from, and just those learns. I love when the feedback with athletes, whether they win or lose, when you win, you just keep doing the things you're doing right. Whereas when you lose, you really got to be that professional feedback with your coach and your support team. Okay, how can I really get to this next one? Because you're doing everything to get through the heats, then you come up to a new opponent, new time frame, 2-person format. It's game on right now. So True Starling, 5 minutes is gone, holds priority. It's like a reset for her, 5, 6, 8. She'll just find a feed out there, Robbo.
Yep. Tell us a little more about True Starling.
Yeah, so North Narrabeen.
Yep.
With the likes, like she said, growing up in North Narrabeen, board riders, such a power punches. You got the Hedgehog, you got people like Maddie Cattle, you got Geordie Lawler still in the mix for the conversation for the Challenger Series, and you got such a rich history of grassroots surfing, pro surfing and local surfing, and great waves.
Has any one beach produced that many champion surfers?
Yeah, I think they're in the mix. You got
they are in the mix.
You got Newcastle, you got Northern Beaches, you got the Gold Coast. And then you even think, like we said before, about Culburra. You had Tyler Wright with the Wright family. There's 2 world titles down there at the South Coast. Then go over to Cronulla, you got Occy, and you got you got hotbeds of great
North
surfing
Narrabeen
places.
is a hotbed.
It is a hotbed.
With a massive history. Now, there's been a couple of waves ridden.
Talk about another hotbed just before that.
Yep.
Kingscliff. 8 world titles there.
Yeah, wow.
Good old Steph Gilmore, hey?
We have Jamie Thompson. So, Jamie, great win there, puts you into the semi-finals. What I was intrigued about that quarter-final, Jamie, was you got that early wave, a good 7-point ride. You sat on priority until about 3 minutes remaining. Were you getting a little nervous that you weren't going to get a backup score?
Oh, that's probably the most scared I've ever been, because it was kind of difficult. You could almost go a closeout and get that score, but then I didn't want to kind of get one and leave Josh out the back with priority towards the end of the heat. But yeah, I was super scared, eh?
Well, we were scared for you as well. We were watching the clock tick down, but you did the right thing. You pulled the trigger, you got that one manoeuvre, and it sealed the heat for you. So you must be feeling pretty good about how you've surfed that quarterfinal.
Yeah, everything was kind of opposites. I went out there trying to get a good left to start, ended up getting a good right. And then, it's not the way we wanted the heat to go. We wanted to kind of fire back at each other a fair bit, but I'm still stoked. And it's good to have a heat with Joshy, and it was kind of our goal to make the quarters in this one, and we said we'd be happy, so we've done that, and it should be a good day.
Jamie, Crispy here. Congratulations. Let's go back to yesterday when you were doing the old, having a joke around. How do you compare with this one when you go up against, someone like a good friend like Josh Stretton? What do you go into it like going against a mate?
I think we were pretty relaxed in that one. We were kind of talking about the conditions with each other before the heat. We both knew what we were going to do, and we just wanted to go out there and surf and get a bunch of waves. So it's kind of a little bit different than I would be with other kind of competitors. We just want to have fun, so it always works a bit better for me when I'm more relaxed anyway.
Yeah, and that's what we hear from Dakota and yourself. Talk to us through, you said you're a bit scared. How do you get out of that? So you're feeling scared. What do you tell yourself? A bit of self-talk, or do you just go under the skin? What works for you?
Well, kind of with that one, it was different because I only needed like a really small score. So I knew I could get it. Worst comes to worst, paddle onto the shorey and get one in there. But it was, I just hope wave comes, start praying.
Hey, what would it mean to you make the Challenger Series? Is that, no doubt the goal for this year? Build the points?
Yeah, that's definitely the goal. I think these Avoca and Newcastle definitely got to do some work in those comps to move up a fair bit. So, I'll start kind of concentrating on those comps next week and, see how we go.
Well, stepping stones, you got a 25-minute semi-final. Quick one, you want to shout out to Mum and Dad? They're no doubt working for you at the local surf shop.
Yeah, I shout out Dad. Dad's real sick in hospital at the moment, so I'm glad I made that heat for him, and I hope he's having fun. Sorry, Spuddy. And shout out to Mum back home, probably watching as well. She would have been stressing out, so I'm glad I made it for her.
Yeah, your heart rate of your dad's gone back down, so thanks, Jamie. Well done. Congratulations, and all the best to Mum and Dad out there as well. Go on your
Cheers.
spud.
Thanks, fellas.
That was an intriguing quarterfinal, and well done to Jamie Thompson. He's through to the semi-finals, and there are going to be some fantastic semi-finals coming up, that's for sure. Right now we have semi-final number 1 of the women, and Safi Vet has the upper hand. She has a 5.67, and she's backed it up with a 4.33, so she's in a good position. Some work to be done, but plenty of time to do it. We have a replay here, the surfer in blue, Safi. This is
True Starling. I was going to go back to this. Here we go, destination New South Wales. Right there, there is the moment of hesitation.
Yep.
And no completion. And that's what Safi Vet has executed in this heat. And that's why she's looking good for a semi-final with 15 minutes to rewrite the books for True Starling. So think about this morning, Safi Vet coming out of the quarter-final. And this is the biorhythms we talk about. You can learn from your wins and you can learn from your losses. And because it's 2-person heats, we're looking at here Safi Vet, a 5.67 and a 4.33, all on completion, all on good waves. She rewrote the books from this morning's learns.
Yep. Unfortunately for True, extra 5 minutes in the semis, so still plenty of time. She wants to get rid of both those scores, 2.17, 1.0. Just under 15 minutes to do it. Plenty of time, no panic for True at the moment. She's got priority. She'll want to use it well. Now, Crispy, an interesting media story that I was reading last night. Really interesting. Fairfax Media at the moment. And I didn't read the entire story, but they have produced a feature of the 50 most influential Australian women sports people.
Yes.
And I was looking at it going, wow, what an interesting story.
Yes.
How many female surfers will make that top 50? There has to be a number, because our women surfers have been incredible sports
Agree.
stars.
I think
incredible.
Straight up, I think of Lane Beachley,
Yes.
7 times world champion.
Straight
Steph
off the bat.
Gilmore.
Incredible.
Sally Fitzgibbons.
Tyler
All-round
Wright.
sports person. Tyler Wright.
Unbelievable.
So there's 4.
There's 4. We've put them straight in, and they should be 4 in the top 10 in our books.
And then what about 64, the first ever world champion?
Yeah.
Wasn't
I know.
Richard Farrelly?
Yeah.
He was second.
I'm intrigued to see these top 50 that they select. They put a panel together, Wild World of Sports and some other group, and they released their numbers 50 to 41 or whatever. I didn't get that deep into it, and I will. But I was thinking about it, and I go, obviously, the likes of Ash Barty, there's great women that have done incredible
Margaret
things
Court.
in sport. Incredible stuff there. But surfing's going to be prominent, has to be prominent in that top 50.
Such a sport. It's a sport of kings. Thank you to the Duke. It's a sport of heritage as well, and it's such a healthy sport, and that's why it's an Olympic sport now. And you think about that going back to Duke, ancient Polynesia and surfing, they fished, it was in their lifestyle, it was the sport of the king and the queens.
Yep.
That's how they lived. It's a part of living and surviving. And then you think of the ageless wrestle with the ocean.
It is amazing. And I'm going to follow that story with interest, because I believe that our Australian women have just been incredible over the past multiple decades, and a number of them should
and
be
think
in the
about
top
some
10.
of our, take3forthesea.org. A simple thing of picking up 3 pieces of plastic, and another initiative from a contest like this at the Mad Mex Maroubra. It's in your lifestyle. It's in the board shorts, whether they're recycled courtesy of Whistler, or it's as you surf every day, whether competition or not, taking care of your environment, picking up 3 for the Sea, one of our great sponsors, as you've seen in the commercial breaks.
I have, and I love their approach. And here we go. That is our surfer in red, True Starling. What did you think of that one, Crispy?
Yeah, we'll get the replay, but I liked one of the moments in there. Nice vertical turn for True Starling. She'll definitely improve on that 217. Will it be the 783?
No.
You look at that 10-point combo, slice that in half, and that's 2 5s.
Yeah.
I feel she's going to get something like around the 4 range here, so she'll need to close the card for a semi-final berth with a good score and a good wave under priority now at the moment.
Well,
there it is.
3.13. So she has some work to do, True Starling in the red, but still plenty of time to do it. Under 11 minutes, 6.87 on one wave would put her in the lead, but she's probably thinking, I've got enough time to get 2 good scores.
I'll tell you what Safi Vet is doing, not only smiling on the World Surf League, download the app and download the Mad Mex app as well, but ranked 20th on the qualifying series, so
Absolutely
valuable point.
in the
She's going to
game.
drop a 350 and replace it, and at the moment she's holding on a semi-final, potential 1,000 points for a win today.
Yep, she can jump right up the rankings.
We saw that with Holly Williams, now ranked 10th, went from 22nd to 10th on the back of last week's win at Barooby, the Sunshine Coast surfer.
Try and chase down compatriot Paige Harrod.
Here we go, and isn't she?
Yeah, amazing
The goofy
story.
footer, former CT surfer, and her and her best friend Philippa, they're in the mix for the top 5.
Yep.
Well,
Paige and Philippa can easily, if they get on the Challenger Series, they can easily qualify for the CT.
well, that is the dream.
Requalify in
That's right.
Paige's case.
Alrighty, 9.5 minutes. You're watching and listening to Mad Mex Maroubra Pro QS 1000. We are into our first semi-final. Safi Vet, True Starling. And then talking about next event, who's your favourite for this one? We've got Ana Dos Santos and the young Grom Miller Brown.
Oh, in the next heat.
Yes, semi-final 2.
Yeah.
Who's your pick, Robbo? What are you thinking?
I'm going with Miller.
Okay.
I thought she surfed such a mature heat this morning, and why not?
Well, I'll go the other side. I'll go
Okay.
Ana Dos Santos. I feel she's got not only something to prove, the energy she puts in. Miller's got to play a perfect heat to grab that one off Ana Dos Santos.
The young under-16 Australian champion. She's got it in her.
Alrighty, don't forget the action of the men's as well.
I've got a selection for the men's.
Talk to me.
My new favourite surfer is Mikey Madonna.
Oh, there we go. And
such smooth and seamless style. And
who's he like?
Joel Parkinson.
Yes. And a mix of Mick Fanning. Wide lining.
Britt mentioned Joel Parkinson when we spoke earlier, and I'm seeing the similarities. But what I'm really impressed about with Mikey is that...
hang on. It's lunchtime and Jagger Phillips is there. Mad Mex 2-for-1 burritos. Scan it right now. And look at the athletes and the grommets. That's Dakota Walters and Zane and Coda Killorn down there for Team Vissla at the Mad Mex Pro.
Yep. Healthy lunch in store. And 2-for-1. Scan it. And
yeah,
it's as good as it gets.
And there's Tommy from Mad Mex. Thank you, Coda. Thank you. How's the grommets? Get down there. Still plenty of burritos out there, but scan the code if you can't make it down. Download the app, Mad Mex. Fresh fuel for life.
Okay. Our surfer in red, True Starling, came unstuck at the end. Looked like she connected with the board on that wipeout. She's up. She's okay. And she needs to get back out there.
Yeah, a bit of sand in the ears, and we did say the sport of kings, but it's also a gladiator sport as well.
Absolutely.
So taking it on, let's look at the wave replay. She was in damaging form. Nice little setup turn. I like the way she just stays patient. There's the first turn, but this inside section of high tide jams the second one up. And oh my gosh, that could have been nasty.
Yep.
That'll go to the wipeout reel there, Robbo.
Yeah, for sure.
That is our wave replay. Thank you, Destination New South Wales. And again, great supporters of Surfers Rescue, one of the programs with Surfing New South Wales. Thank you, the New South Wales Government. Thank you, Surfing New South Wales. And endorsed by Kelly Slater and all professional lifeguards. I'll tell you what, it saves lives, Robbo. Whatever age, book in a free consultation now and a program for any group. You have a group of surfers, chat with the guys at Surfers Rescue 24/7.
Crispy, I'm 100% behind Surfers Rescue and Surfing New South Wales. I know they've taken the initiative, but I know for a fact that surfers are rescuers.
We are, and from dawn to dusk, like the work crew, we're at the beach. We're out. The beach is not patrolled 9 to 5.
Yeah.
And that's what it's all about. 40% of rescues, stats and data show, are done by surfers, recreational surfers. And it's just a way of giving you confidence on how to perform a rescue, what are the lifeguard techniques with using your board to give to a person in distress.
It's super
or
program.
who to call and what to do if there's a major bleed or, any trauma.
I think every professional surfer, every lifelong surfer has probably been involved in situations where they've played a serious role in protecting recreational swimmers and all the rest of it that happen on the beaches.
It continually happens. And
all the time.
As a lifeguard, me alone and all of the lifeguards, I've done 10 rescues the last 2 months in the Lennox region.
Yep.
And so many of our lifeguards up and down. And I know that swimmers outside of the hours, they've also done rescues as well. So stay safe, people. Don't go beyond your limit and swim between the flags where you can.
There's a good move from our New Zealand surfer. So interested to see if she's increased her lead here. Bruce Starling's trying to chase down some scores. She now needs a 6.97. So Safi Vet with a 5.67 and a 4.43. 4.5 minutes remaining. It's not a huge lead, but it is significant because she's got the top 2 scoring rides of the heat. So True Starling has some work to do out here.
Yeah, I feel that she'll be having this conversation with Maddie Cattle after this one. Just where did the moments go? And it will be in that completion, that end section. And maybe a bit more projection on that M1.
Yep.
But 4 minutes remaining, True Starling and her sister Jess. They're from North Narrabeen. They know how to compile a heat. They've been training hard, and especially with a partner, Micah Margison. They're always in the water, really getting some good compos and really practicing their prowess in the water skills.
Well, she's going to have to get busy because Safi has priority. Will she use the priority card? I don't know if she did. I'll leave that to the priority judge.
See that northerly starting to blow there, Robbo. We're
Yeah.
tucked in the corner near
So a
the
little bit
Rubik's
protected.
Cube. Yep.
Yep.
Nice little dunny bowl, consistent beaches here at Maroubra. And be great for the finals. 25 minutes. This is our first semi-final. Safi Vet from New Zealand holding priority and holding the driver's seat through to the to the final. Potential a big win for her and valuable points to climb the rankings from
It is.
20th. To True Starling. What do you think's going through her head? It could be the reset mechanism, you know, get the old scrunchie. You haven't done that for a few years since your long hair, Robbo. I was 17 too. Reset, 3 minutes, an entirety for blue, and
Yes.
it goes so quick for the surfer in red. Here we go, trying to sell this one or grab a 697, a wave with potential.
Okay.
There we go.
She's
There's the
used
sell.
priority. Yep. Well,
Safi Vet tapping into this one, and well,
that won't improve the scoreline. So True's, yep, done the job there. She's got priority.
here we go. Could it be the two-step or do it with one? Taking off True Starling, Robbo.
Yep, nice first turn. This is a better wave for True. And a nice second turn. Rides out of it, which was very important. It's going to be her best ride. I don't think it's going to be a 6.97. She's got 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, let's look at a good
I
wave.
think it puts her in the game.
Look at this turn. So
Yep.
nice jam, throws plenty of spray. Second turn, look at her make the amends and
Yep.
chest over knee. There it is right there. You want to ride out of it, project hard, chest over knee. Lean when your mind's telling you to be safe. You've got to go against it, counter intuition.
Okay, well, I want to see the score. We want to see the score. We want to see what she needs. Going to have about 90 seconds by the time
Yeah.
she gets back out the back.
So
and
this
that
is-
is enough time.
And this is where Safi Vet, knowing her awareness, her situational awareness of where she is, hearing does she get the score, which I say it's going to be in the good range, just under,
There we
and
go.
then she'll need something like a 3 or a 4 point ride. So she'll do one or two things. She'll either focus on improving her 4.43 for blue or go to protect her lead and put some pressure on True to take a wave off her if she paddles for one.
There it is, a 4.1 for True Starling. It's her best wave. She needs a 6-point ride. That is achievable.
Here we go,
She's
Mad Mex
throwing
Minute.
the dice. Not achievable on that one.
Yeah, that's Shorey just
Yeah.
playing dividends and
Yeah.
dealing with True Starling on that one. 50 seconds in the Mad Mex Minute. Now living on the Kingscliff coast and training hard with Surfing Australia. As with all the crew, assisted Jess. I'll be watching and listening. 40 seconds for the North Narrabeen. Growing up in North Narrabeen board riders, but the New Zealander has the upper hand in this one.
Yep.
Rewriting from the quarters, Robbo.
Yep. And she's got 1 foot in the door of the final at the moment with 20 seconds remaining. She's in a great position, a 5.67 and a 4.43. Safi Vet from New Zealand. 10 seconds remaining. She will be our first finalist.
Well, 3 semi-finals to go, and the New Zealander 1 step closer to the big points and a big win. Her best, you could say, result this year and last. Sophia Vet gets through, so, well, first semi-finalist moving on through. The New Zealander, Safi Vet over True Starling. She'll be eliminated. Equal third for her. We'll hear from our great sponsors here on Finals Day, Mad Mex Pro, QS 1000 here at Maroubra.
Welcome back to the live action here at the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro Men's and Women's WSL QS 1000, our third stop of the Whistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Michael Crispy. We're straight into semi-final heat number 2 of the women.
Yeah, good morning, Britt, and welcome all those online watching and listening. And I'll tell you what, all the school kids and the Browns at the Northern Beaches, they are tuned in. And Miller Brown straight out of the gates. And it just shows you the Grom Froth right now, the youngster, the former Australian champion last year at Stratty, taking a gold and just finds herself going in this event en route to the wave pool. She'll probably be in business class if she makes his final today there, Britt.
Well, she's going to have to get through Annie Dos Santos in the blue because she has been a force to be reckoned with here at Maroubra. The 21-year-old, originally from Brazil, spent a lot of time on the Northern Beaches. I do believe her parents now live on the Sunshine Coast, but she's just come off a third place finish at Surfers Rescue 24/7 Port Stephens Pro. But on the beach there, look at that. We have the burritos, thanks to Mad Mex. 2-for-1 burritos. You can scan that QR code if you're tuning in live, or if you're at Maroubra, you can make yourself known at that tent and grab yourself some lunch or brunch. It's 11:15 here in New South Wales.
Yeah. Always a good time, Fresh Fuel for Life. Thank you, Tom and James and all the crew, and a great mentorship program. But right now, live surfing, there's Anna Dos Santos, and she has been a big campaigner. And I just love her energy that she brings, and I feel if she contains that energy and has good wave selection in this 25-minute heat, she's going to be a force to reckon with as she goes against the New Zealander if she makes the final.
And Dos Santos, in the post-heat interviews, she's mentioned it a couple of times. She likes to have control in a heat as well. And she did talk about the fact that they're two-person heats now, and it is a lot easier to control the lineup with your other competitors. We watch the Destination New South Wales replay, Crispy.
Yeah, I love that first turn. And again, nice solid snap. And she would have been watching that last turn of True Starling, and you could see she delicately leant forward, kept low profile. When you're low, you just go out and ride out of that turn. And again, if you hesitate or at all, just back off on that last turn. The wave can win every time with this heavy lip at Maroubra Beach.
21 minutes on the clock. These are 25-minute semi-finals. We started with 20-minute heats to start the day. Well, we have determined our first women's finalist. We have Sephi Vetti down there from New Zealand. How are you feeling moving into the final, Sephi?
Hey, I'm feeling super stoked. Yeah, happy. Very happy.
Congratulations. You must be happy with the support that you've had over time. You've got your family back in New Zealand. You're now living on the Gold Coast. You've got crew there. You've got crew on Maroubra Beach as well. What does it feel like just moving into that final, knowing that you've got such a strong support network behind you?
Yeah, no, it feels so good. Mum's watching back home, I'm sure. My brother's down at university in Dunedin watching with all his friends. I'm sure about that too. So, yeah, I'm super happy to have everyone supporting me. It means a lot, especially like heading into the final. It gives you a lot of confidence. But, yeah, back to the drawing board and kind of focus for the next heat.
Hey, Safi, I love the way you had your learns from quarterfinal to the semi, which is now taking you to the final. What did you talk about with your support crew? Was it a few words of completion?
I mean, a few people are in my ear about certain things, but I know I'm capable of surfing well, and I think it's more just like a head game for me heading into a final or into any sort of heat, just kind of simplifying everything in my head. And you know, people's words mean a lot, but it's up to me to kind of put those words to work. So yeah, no, I'm feeling confident, I'm feeling good, so yeah, no, all good.
Yeah, that's so good, Safi. So stoked to see you, reach a final, and then you're only one step closer to a win, so all the best in your preparation. Britt, last words?
Thank you
Hey,
so
Safi,
much. Cheers.
You've got semi-final heat number 2 in the water now. Just want to talk you through just before you hit the water for the final. Do you watch the semi-final in the water now, or do you just stick to your own game plan and just match up with whoever ends up in the other coloured rashi?
I mean, I love watching the girls surf, that's for sure. But I probably put my AirPods in and just zone out for a wee bit and kind of have some water, have some food, and get back to to my own game, and whoever wins, and I'm sure it will be a good final, so I'm excited.
Well, congratulations. You are into the women's final. We're excited to watch you match up with whoever may meet you there, Buck. Well done, good luck, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
There you have it. We have our first women's finalist, the New Zealand competitor now residing on the Gold Coast. Who will she match up against? Will it be Miller Brown or will it be Annie Dos Santos as we watch the Destination New South Wales replay of young Miller Brown in the red?
Yeah, so Miller up and riding, and I tell you what, really picking the I's out and dotting the I's, crossing the T's on those turns for Miller Brown, and still in school as well, so she'll no doubt have some homework to do on the plane. Looking for a final berth. Here's Anna Dos Santos just trying to race that one, and just the white wasp carriages squeezing her out of that equation. And look at the free surfers out there. It is packed and stacked right and tight in the north end, because it's nice and protected from that headland, as we can see there, Brett. The usual nor'easter summer and still some cross-shore waves here at Maroubra.
Does not surprise me to see all those free surfers in the line. Well, that one almost just took out that competitor, but yeah, I'm sure the lifeguards are out there trying to clear the lineup. I feel like it's a hard job out here at Maroubra. It's like all the highways lead to this one beach, and everyone just chooses this location, and for good reason too. It's one of the most consistent breaks along this coastline.
You got your south end, you got your different model, and it's a pretty powerful beach. I liken it to Gary down the south coast. You know, choosing Maroubra and Gary was a similar time frame from Cronulla. I'll tell you what, it's a great amphitheatre, and always been, even we said the Snickers back in 2006 that Robbo and I were at, that was a great platform for pro surfing. And Surfing New South Wales, you know, birthed in 1969 and now still 2023, serving the local surfers, and we are Surfing New South Wales. Great events.
You have the replay here for young Miller Brown in the red. He's currently in the lead, managed to get the finish, really critical section there, but stomped the finish, rode out of it. She is looking confident. She's only quite young. Like you said, she took home an Australian title last year.
Yeah, the under-16s. But Miller Brown, I love the way she's come out of the gate with confidence. She's stuck to a game plan. She's now holding a 5-point ride that last wave in a 3-0 kickoff. Anna Dos Santos in the mix, 4-5. She knows she's got time on her side with these 25-minute semi-finals. 3-5-1 for Anna Dos Santos. She just needs to select the wave and execute at least a couple of turns to get in the mix for a take-on with Safi Vet in the final.
Still plenty of time on the clock, 15 and a half minutes. This is, of course, semi-final heat number 2 of the women. Coming up next, we have our first semi of the men's. It'll be Dakota Walters taking on Joel Vaughan. And in semi-heat number 2, it'll be Mikey Madonna up against Jamie Thompson. So what a jam-packed day of action here at Maroubra for finals day. The Mad Mex Maroubra Pro. And thanks to also Whistler, our New South Wales Pro Surf Series partner. Partnering with Surfing New South Wales across the QS leg, as they have done for the past 4 years. Great to have them on board again this year, leading the way and just providing that opportunity for surfers in this region. They do support both grassroots surfing at a competitive and free surfing level. Thanks to Whistler. You can check them out at whistler.com. They also have their sister brand, Whistler. Sister. Have a look at sisterevolution.com if you're tuning on in. Grab yourself some products, wetsuits, clothing, accessories.
Yeah, definitely there, Brett. And don't forget, 80% of Whistler's products range made environmentally friendly, better materials pioneered from the use of coconuts in the construction of board shorts. Whistler uses the husk of the coconut and turns it into the thread, which has been blended with cotton and recycled plastics and turned into board shorts. And their 2 missions, you know what it is? Innovation creation. Go Whistler.com or sisterevolution.com at the independent surf shops only. Alrighty, 14 minutes remaining. Miller Brown in the lead. Priority 2 is the number 2 for the lady in red. Anna Dos Santos has priority. So a wave comes. Blue can take it from any position. But if she does paddle for a wave and doesn't get it, that's when she relinquishes the priority back over to the surfer in red. I must say, just going to the men's points, if Mikey Madonna makes the final, he'll climb from 12th into the top 6 on the WSL QS Oceanic Australian rankings.
That is a solid jump, but there's still another few events to happen after this one. This is, of course, the third stop of this New South Wales Pro Surf Series. Our fourth stop will be at Avoca. It's a QS 3000, so more points on the line. And then competitors have one more opportunity in a big event at Newcastle, QS 5000. So we've watched it before, Crispy. Competitors have come all the way back from the 30s and 40s and finished into a qualifying position. We watch Endo Santos.
Wow.
Great turn there from the competitor in the blue.
Well, again, patience, priority, paying off when used in the right situation. So Ana Dos Santos will get the replay of that one, but that big open face hack and that nice vertical finish really delicately and strong and confidently rides out of that one. Yes, she'll take the lead with that. I think a good score is going to roll on in, Britt.
We will wait and see as we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay. Took off right on the bubble. Carved into the pocket, just waiting for this steeper section. Mid-face bottom turn, but she capitalised throughout the turn on that last section, and I feel like she will get a number, like you mentioned, Crispy. She's only looking for a 3.51. I feel like she's definitely done enough just on the basis of that last turn.
Yeah, probably sit around the 5 to 6 range, but we'll leave it with the World Surf League judges and all the crew surfing New South Wales doing a great job down there at Maroubra. Finals day, third day. And don't forget, Avoca is going to start next week, so download the app, World Surf Lead. Follow the schedule. Don't forget to put your fantasy picks in as well, Britt Nicol.
There you go. There's been a situation change in the water for semi-final heat 2 of the women. Endo Santos in the blue has gone into first place. She's got a 4.5 and a 4.07. That means Mila Brown in the red. Now chasing a 3.57 to move back into first place. Surfer in red, she is holding first priority, and she does hold the highest single wave of this semi-final so far.
That's right. Mila Brown's got the best wave. Just needs the best second score, a 3.57 at the moment. You look at that edge of her best wave. Mila Brown, she picked it up on that right-hander with that quick start on the 3.0. So Ana Dos Santos climbing back within the conversation for a final. 11 minutes remaining in this semi-final, heat number 2, the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro, QS 1000, stop 3 of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series.
This is, of course, the home of Surfing New South Wales. We've been talking about it. We are at Maroubra Beach. They get to look at this view every single day from their office, so they haven't had to travel far for this event. They do an amazing job behind the scenes, not just on the event sites and getting here early and packing down, but in the office. They work around the clock all year round, put on events just like this. In conjunction with their 9 regional associations, they are responsible for managing events across the state, from grassroots level events through to international professional events such as the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series that we are currently watching, the WSL World Junior Championships, the Australian Open of Surfing Tour, as well as the state titles and grassroots events. And along with that, they have over 120 affiliated board rider clubs and over 50 surf schools operating from Kingscliff in the north all the way down to Tathra in the south. So Surfing New South Wales doing amazing things in the state. It would not be possible without them.
All right, don't forget the community programs. Check it out, Her Wave. Surfing New South Wales Her Wave platform, the first ever female program. You've had a lot to do with it, Brett. Designed to embrace all women in the water. That's coming up as well, so get involved. You got there one at Port Macquarie, and you said South Coast this weekend?
Oh, there's one at Central Coast this weekend, right before our QS event. So if you're around and you're on the Central Coast, be sure to check that one out. It is a tag team event, all women's. It's more about participation and encouragement, a bit of fun.
Getting out there, having some fun in the surf.
So there's no event like it. It's definitely a fun event to be a part of. But yeah, thanks to Surfing New South Wales, their Her Wave platform. It's the first ever female program designed to embrace all women in the water, with the objective of improving the lives and health of all females of all ages, abilities and ethnicities in New South Wales. Doing great things for women's participation in the sport.
Well, don't forget the Mental Health 360 program. That's a surf community-driven program connecting board riders, surf schools and high schools in communities affected by drought, bushfires and COVID-19. So all the big issues, and the 5 mental health organisations, BARDA, the Good Human Factory, Cooper Chapman and the crew, Man Anchor and the Rise Foundation, all partnering to create awareness and providing ongoing referrals and support pathway for surfers and board riders. Well, here we go. Ana Dos Santos, heat leader, trying to make something for under priority. This will be an interesting one. Nice little tabletop finish with the bounce out of the whitewash. How's when the rebound gets you?
She just got absolutely annihilated on that inside section. It is getting tricky. We've got an outgoing tide. Low tide is just before 3 o'clock today. So we had the high this morning. And as the tide makes its way out, that inside section is going to get gnarlier. As we watch the replay here from Ana Dos Santos, carves into the pocket, links it straight into a second turn. And just here, she spotted the section, but it just bottomed out underneath her, Crispy.
Yeah, she really navigated it well, but then that end explosion, that reverb, the backwash and that shallow sand, Ocean 1, Ana Dos Santos coming in a close second.
It is a recipe for injury. I'm glad that she's on her board and making her way back into the lineup. Current heat leader, that is the lady in blue, Ana Dos Santos, originally from Brazil. She's got a 4.5 and a 4.07. Young Miller Brown from the Northern Beaches in the red. She's chasing a 3.57 to advance into the final. This is, of course, a semi-final. We had Safi Vetti win semi-final heat number 1, and she is into that final for the women.
All right, 7 minutes to go. Miller Brown holding composure, holding priority of 5 and a 3.0, needing a 3.57, capable and achievable. But then once she gets a wave, it'll be leaving Ana Dos Santos out there to improve her score. This is going to be a close finish there, Brett.
It is, and this is exactly how we want to see it, Crispy. Just on the edge of our seats. We want close heats. We want wave for wave. We want that entertainment. I'm sure those tuning into our broadcast want the same thing. Who is going to take the win here for semi-final heat number 2? Will it be Ana Dos Santos or Miller Brown? Who will match up with Safi Vetti? Well, we'll know in 6 minutes' time.
Well, putting the pressure on here, and looks like Miller will take this one, and she strokes into it as Ana Dos Santos has a look. Is that a sell? Let's look how Miller Brown, does she get the 3.57 required? Does a nice little projective floater again, snaps under the lip, looks to manage that end section. That's going to come close there, Britt. We'll get the replay, but a couple of good turns, and that last one pretty lateral, not too much projection and power. Stomped it.
We watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay. A smaller looking wave. She had a fair bit of work to do. Just not much on offer to begin with. Puts it up there for the first turn. And again for the second. But I just feel like there were more check turns, if anything, Crispy. There was nothing too critical in that wave.
Yeah, I feel they're going to place that one around the 3 mark. Maybe just under or potentially just the score. But what it does do, priority does go to Ana Dos Santos in the lead. And looking for one more execution of a wave, no doubt, if a wave comes through to drop that 4.07.
See the beautiful shot there of Maroubra Beach. Angled towards the north. And yeah, the wind has certainly picked up. Look at the flags on the beach. Look at those umbrellas. I tell you what, watching that replay just before, I was thinking it was a pretty interesting shape to the umbrella. And well, that seems to be because of the wind. But
yeah,
still.
Definitely 10 to 20 knots from the northeast. It brings in, whips up, you know, a bit of a wind swell, but also whips up those blue bottles as well. So we're tucked in the corner, just near Rubik's Cube as well, the local Maroubra, you know, famous bank, the old Dunny Bowl. What was your favourite part of surfing here at Maroubra?
Yeah, in the corner there. I didn't get to surf too much while I lived here for those couple of years. I was out of the water for a few years, so I was more so watching than surfing. But yeah, just in the corner, I felt that was my favourite little spot.
How good is it when you get, there's a left-hander right behind the rocks when it breaks, when it's northeast and the right tide. You sneak one just behind the rocks and cuddled in when it's offshore in this northerly wind.
Here we go, live action in the water. That is Ana Dos Santos. Belts the first section. Can she get another section to work with here? She sticks with it. Bonus end section. Can she get the completion? And she does. So great read on that wave there from the current heat leader in the blue.
Yeah, I feel she's really consolidated on that one. I love the speed and the attack she had, and then she waited and just trimmed on that rail and just waited for that moment. Let's watch a replay. You see this first turn, just attack that lip. Judges are going to lap that up. But right here, she just kept going. You can see her just really dig in the rail and then wait for that last moment. She goes for broke and sticks that one. I'm feeling could be the best wave of the heat.
It was worth the wait. It was worth getting around the section for. It's one of those things, Crispy, you know, you watch it all the time. You see surfers work so hard to get to the inside section. They either don't get there or they fall off. But Annie Dos Santos, she capitalised on that opportunity. She got around the section. I feel like that was one of her strongest turns yet in this heat. We'll wait and see where it falls in the scoreboard. Will it improve on her lead? And there it is, a 7-1-7. So judges rewarding that surfing there from the competitor in the blue. And it just goes to show quality over quantity, sorry, as I get tongue-tied. The judges rewarding 2 turns. We've watched a few heats where surfers have had maybe 5 or 6 turns and other competitors with 2 just like that.
Yeah, 2 attacking turns and on a good wave, Anna Dos Santos. Big turn, big wave, big score. Here we go, Miller Brown not out of it. 6.68 required. There's a nice little layback hack and then looks to carve round as she rebounds in the pocket. Looking for one more moment. What's the Grom going to do? Lip line floater. So disciplined surf. How's the look back? Looking back at her dad, looking at the judges, maybe looking at Rubik's Cube. How long have I got left? Well, you got 2 minutes to shine.
She is looking confident. We'll watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay. She had to work behind the first section, but I just love how she added that little bit of extra flair, pushing with the back foot on that first turn. And she got this section here. She put it up there, lip line to finish. Got critical. Looked back at the judges. Are you going to give me the nod? I need a 6.68.
Yeah, I feel it's going to come close. I love the way she didn't leave any moments. She capitalised on a turn. She stayed in the pocket on that second turn. Nice little wrap in the pocket, which enabled her that speed to project out that last one. Lip line floater. I feel it may come close to a 5-point range, above or just below, but we are in the Mad Mex minute. Anna Dos Santos flying in with a 7-1-7 on the back of 2 crazy backhand turns. And a great composure of patience and priority going with the power. Here we go for another reply. Is there another exchange on the back of Anna Dos Santos?
There it is, last of red. Miller Brown, a 6.07, so she fell just short. Now looking for a 5.61 with just over 30 seconds on the clock. Will she get another wave, Crispy?
I'll tell you what, if she doesn't get another wave, she has put it, this emerging junior surfer in the Surfing New South Wales High Performance Program, Miller Brown, she'll go to Melbourne Wave Pool very happy indeed. But Anna Dos Santos holding the ace cards through to the final to take on the New Zealander. Unless a waiver chain, and look at this, she's going to sit way under her. Just may not touch a leg rope or tail, but very close. It's like Lance Burke up in the North Shore.
And that concludes the women's semi-final heat number 2. It is the competitor in the blue, Annie Dos Santos, taking the win, moving through to the main final. Unfortunately bowing out young Miller Brown in the red. We'll be moving straight on into the men's semi-final heat number 1. We'll cut to a short commercial break and join you back here with all the live action.
It's a beautiful day. Huge thanks to Surfing New South Wales for getting out there, not only communicating with people about why it's important to not use single-use plastic, but how easy it can be to transition and stop it and swap it.
We're basically down here to showcase how we are reducing our plastic footprint through all things like keep cups and reusable water bottles and our beautiful toggles, which we use instead of cable ties.
We've invested in about 100 water bottles and keep cups. We've distributed to the whole team. You know, everyone's so passionate about this program and so enthusiastic to be a part of it.
We're doing our bit to give surfers a cleaner ocean and save the environment for a better future.
Well, welcome back to finals day. We just saw our final of the women's beat decided. Ana dos Santos taking over Miller Brown. So Ana dos Santos will take on the New Zealander, Safi Viet. We are right now semi-finals. Dakota Walters in the red, Joel Vaughan in the blue. My name's Crispy and Robbo. Welcome back, Robbo. Mad Mex Maroubra Pro, QS 1000.
Thank you. What a fantastic event and what a fantastic semi-final we've got. So, yep, the action is non-stop here.
Here we go, Joel Vaughan, just up and down. I really feel changing conditions, perfect for a right-hander, air time. What do you think about that, Joel Vaughan, Dakota Walters?
Yeah, it should be a fantastic semi-final. As we saw earlier, they'll go to the air. I'm sure they'll go to the air.
Find that on the lefts, if they go to the air, it's really going to push the board away unless they do a double-handed grab. But on the right hands, they can do it no hand, one hand grab, or do a variation. Really going to see the judges. They rewarded those two big airs this morning. Think about it, 767 and an 817. That's what it's going to take. A pair of those, an 8 and a 7. That will be what it takes to make the final. Here we go, Joel Vaughan.
We can see what he's thinking. He's getting the speed up. Yep.
Tail high.
Yep.
Incomplete.
Tell me, Crispy, about the wind for these airs. Tell me.
It's currently blowing about 10 knots, and a few gusterlies, 15. So you're looking at about 20, 30 kilometres in Australian talk with wind. Really windy, but what it does with that crosswind, it's blowing north-northeast. It holds on the right hand as the board under the surfers. And just look at the speed that Joel Vaughan drives as he's leaning forward and reaching for his arms. Jams off the lip and just got there a bit late. If he improved on that, and this is what Julian Wilson and John do so well on Dakota Walters, they project their airs from the middle of the face instead of as he drove off the bottom. It just took that edge off the second, and that's how he didn't get it. It's like Krakatoa when you land that one.
Well, I'm just still trying to decipher all that information and work it out.
Yeah.
But is this wind going to make it easier for them to pull these airs off?
On the right-handers, no for the left.
Right.
It's going to hold the board under.
Okay.
Still wax your board butt to the nose.
Okay, take off down the beach here. Again, we can see what he's thinking.
There it is.
And rides out of it.
Amended the first one, so repetition, 50-50 make, and that is Joel Vaughan. What are you thinking now that, this new thing of innovation progression will sit the judges around 5-5, I'll call that one?
I was thinking 6. That was the first number that came into my head.
And just see his speed. See how he drove off his bottom turn. The middle part of the wave gave him that extra time to whip that board around. Yep. That is a great correction and adaptation. Joel Vaughan, part of the Talent ID through Surfing Australia. Him and his brother Huey, and also Huey on the Mad Mex team, the mentorship program.
All comes together, and we just want to see that score. The judges will be looking at the replay. It was well executed. He had to really flip that board around and make the landing, rode out of it smoothly. I'm still thinking in the 6s.
Yeah, nice. So here's the wave replay as judges deliberating. This is the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro QS 1000. And there is the execution. Joel Vaughan, North Shelley board riders rubbing their hands together. They got one hand on the finals berth, looking for the double-handed grab.
7-point ride.
Whoa.
There you go. So, yep, I'm not surprised because, and that's the first shot fired by Joel Vaughan.
Yeah, and that's what we said. That's the third air of the day. Dakota holds the 817 and the 767, Joel Vaughan and a 7. So he's on a great rate of completion. and showing the indication of what the judges are looking for. You've always got to be listening to the commentator, watching your heats in your venue analysis, and then also just executing it in your game plan.
Yep, and Dakota Walters is sitting there right now. He'll know the situation. And Joel Vaughan, look how busy he's keeping. Under priority is not a bad thing, especially when you're chasing down waves that only require the one big air. You can keep as busy as you like under priority, and that's what he's doing.
Dakota Walters knows he's got priority. He's got time on his hand. He'll be patient, looks very calm and collective. And you'll be hearing that Beach now, Terry McKenna and the crew from Surfing New South Wales saying about an 8-point ride, but he's got 2 scores to drop in.
Yep.
Just needs to move and get a wave.
And he's out the back there. We can see some lines approaching the lineup.
Here we go, our Randwick City Councils. Big shout out to them, Moffat and all the local lifeguards, keeping the athletes safe and the area clear as well, so they can, the best surfers in the world can contest for the big prize of a QS 1000 win and a great trophy and points en route to the Challenger Series, Robbo.
Take off, what's he got here? Watching. Well, he's having a crack.
Already you can see the Vaughany plan. It's just 2 manoeuvres on 2 waves, and each manoeuvre, aerial.
I can stitch this heat up. Very dangerous under priority, that's for sure, in these conditions.
All right,
you love all the safety programs, Chris Beard, that run in New South Wales. It's incredible what's going on.
Yeah, definitely. And I love being, Water Patrol. We do the Surfers Rescue programs, as we talked about, the education programs. And it even starts with board riders. Board riders are started up. But, get involved with Surfing New South Wales. And it's great being a part throughout the years. I've been involved since 2002 with Surfing New South Wales, with events, with coaching and with judging, and also with the Surfers Rescue. So love it. It's a part of life.
Yep. Looking after everyone on our beaches.
And my kids still do it as well. They surf every day, like myself. Haven't seen my wife in the water for a while, but shout out to Beth.
Avid surfer?
Yeah, when I met her, she did. She
Excellent.
surfed. Had the Billabong Weddy, the old Ocky one.
Yep.
Maybe because I snapped a few of the boards out the point in the island. She's still angry.
We spoke earlier about this Fairfax Media Initiative, and I came up with 2 names we left out.
Yes.
I mean, it's incredible. 50 most influential women in sport. And we came up with the obvious: Lane Beachley, Steph Gilmore, Tyler Wright. What about Pam Burridge?
I was going to say Pam Burridge.
And South Coast, well, she's now
South Coast shredder,
yeah.
World champion, and on many magazine. But hold the phone, live
hold
action
the phone.
Under the rib. This is Dakota Walters. He loves to build his rhythm, but look at this end section.
This.
Nice combo and ping. Is he going to stop it? Oh my gosh! Clean air revolution, and again 180 air. With combined combo, this is going to be a dangerous score right there.
Absolutely.
Not as high, but really good rotation and a good kick of the tail as well.
I love the wave because, as you said, the variety of moves as well. He's put it all together here. Look at this. Beautiful
size
opening
of the wave.
top turn.
Yep.
Out onto the face, smooth as you like, cut back, and you know he's going to finish with an air, and it's seamless. I love it. I love that wave.
How was the wave? At no point in the wave could you see Dakota fall off.
No,
you could see the energy, you could see the confidence, and you could see the prowess of that young surfer from Yamba.
It's game on here for sure.
Here we go. It is the fight of the Clash of the Titans. Joel Vaughan from the Central Coast. Again, Baddo Bay, all the crew at North Shelley Board Riders. Camo and the crew. Leaf Dog Smith. Shout out to you watching and supporting the Vaughans. Dakota Walters, again from a class of their own, the Walters family. Harley, matter of fact, had a great campaign at the Tweed Coast Pro, winning the Pro Junior, his brother, in similar form as well.
Okay, so this is another score for Joel Vaughan. He's going to get his backup score straight away. I don't think it's going to eclipse his 7-point ride, but it's going to be a decent backup score.
I think judges are going to like the last 2 turns. They're going to reward that good score, whereas that first turn got a little caught, but I love the way he dropped the mic, but he kept singing and he kept going for those last two as he selected the wave. Dakota Walters, you can see he's got priority, 14 minutes remaining. Where are you thinking with his manoeuvre? Think of that snap under the lip.
I want to give it an 8.
Carve. I like
want
it.
to give it an 8. That's me.
Great combination.
Because of the variety, everything put together. Might not be as dynamic an air as Joel, but there was everything else combined.
I'm going to sit
into
it. Let's look at the replay. I'm going to sit around the 7.6.
Yep.
You go with the 8.
I'm going with the 8.
Nice wrap, and I love the way he does. He doesn't just speed. Look at this takeoff right in the middle, as we talked about. Launch, rotation, stomp. Never a foot set wrong with Dakota Walters. Accurate.
On the ball. 8-point ride. Excellent,
Whoa. Hey,
Dakota.
that's 2 from 2 for you, Robbo. You're getting good at this.
And here we go. Live action. Talk us through this, Crispy.
Well, there's the speed again, and a nice slob air. The left hand on the front. That's the slob. The judges love that style and the variation. So go back to the first air. That was a 180 air revolution. That one, the left hand, chest over the knee, hand grabs the front rail, the slob air. Great variation of turn.
Well, I scored the last one. We need you to score this one.
Yeah,
watch the replay. We'll get a replay.
Let's get the replay. Thank you, Destination New South Wales. You did talk about the win, but this is about Dakota Waters getting his second air. Nice little grab, great height, great coping.
Yep.
I feel they're going to go to the 8.5.
Wow.
Big. Look
He's
at
up
that
there.
drift,
I
and
know.
look at that clean landing. Up the ramp, out the ramp.
Talk
Dakota
about that
Walters
moving
airline.
platform. It's incredible. The degree of difficulty into the wind.
Hey, here's a blast from the past, Cronulla. Former tour specialist, and he literally just all he did was the air revs. Who am I? Goofy footer from Bundina, Kirk Flintoff.
Oh, yeah.
And that was the start of the air
He
shows.
was. He was,
Timmy Curran from America.
Yeah.
And the Focus Momentum generation. But this is now 2023, Mad Mex Maroubra, Dakota Walters. And again, 2 waves and 2 airs, and he will take the lead, no doubt, with that one. Where are you going with this, Robbo? Give me your score. Go for a hat trick.
I want to give it an 8.2.
Nice. I'm 8.5. Look at the... He just gives way to Joel Vaughan. 8.9. I'm back in the game. 2-1 Robbo.
Yep. Wow, 8.9, and I get it, I understand it, because there was a lot of height there.
Here we go, and this guy's in the lead. He's going to go gangbusters, and there it is again, the nice little, method air out there. Don't care.
Yep.
I'm in the lead.
8.9 and an 8.
Innovation, creation.
Entertaining.
This is where surfing is at the moment, and Dakota Walters, he's not only going to stomp his way into the final, but he's going to climb the ratings on the back of his just surfing and innovative airs and combinations.
And Joel Vaughan started off so well with that 7-point ride. All of a sudden, he needs a 9.9. Wow. He's not out of this game.
Well,
he's not out of it.
Okay, we'll get the replay on that. Joel Vaughan fighting back, needing a 9.9. First thought, Robbo, let's look at the replay.
Look.
Again, here's the speed. Here's the takeoff. Needs something different. Double-handed grab. It's like that corrupt we talk about. It's sort of a semi-barrel roll, like an upside down, but just a bit inverted. Joel Vaughan, 9.9, just didn't come out cleanly. I feel they're going to sit that run maybe between the 6 and the 7 range.
That was my thinking. I was thinking it's probably another 7, but the fine point technicalities which you have, Crispy, I'm not quite as up to speed on. It's pretty impressive.
Well, it's all those days, the last 10 years at the Surfing Australia High Performance Centre, seeing training on the ramps, training on the tramps, and then taking it to the ocean behind the skis.
Well, you're a high-level coach as well. You need to be up to speed on this stuff far more than I am. And but let's see what the scores come out at. But he needs a 9.9. He's not going to get that. Is he going to improve on the 7? That's critical for him to try and narrow that requirement. I don't know. I don't think he is, but maybe he will.
Tell you what, if you beat me in the scores, I'll give you a free lesson on the jet ski and we'll go do some airs.
I'll do that.
Behind the rope.
I love the jet ski work you guys are doing. It's amazing how you handle those things in any ocean conditions. And here we go.
Joel Vaughan not giving up, looking to push the envelope, needing a 9-9. I don't think that last score has gone in. So Dakota Walters on the back of an 8.9, the combo killer. That was one big slob air.
Huge, yeah.
And we'll try and get that replay. Courtesy of Mad Mex and our crew at MySurf TV as Dakota Walters just hits Krakatoa land 8-0 and an 8.9. I love the combo.
Hang on.
Hang on.
Hold the phone.
Well, rewarding the combination, the last air of Joel Vaughan, a 9.27.
Wow. 3
airs completed in this
Watch
and a
this.
7. Wow. 7.63 needed. He's just done another air.
Yeah.
Things are just going crazy. 8 minutes remaining. Here we go.
100% completion rate by Joel Vaughan. This is amazing.
Oh my gosh. There we go, Dakota Walters. And he wants to come in. He doesn't realise there's 7.5 minutes. Unless he's snapped his board, he can feel a bit of a crease on the board. I reckon that's why Dakota Walters is coming in.
Clear the tarmac. This is an air show exclusive.
Or has he injured his ankle and we may get the safety team on there. Looks like he may
He
have
completed
tweaked
that
his-
manoeuvre, didn't he? That was an amazing.
7 minutes remaining. 8.9. Let's look at the wave replay. Thank you, Destination New South Wales. Joel Vaughan.
Yeah, this is.
So this is the one, the previous one, not scored yet.
No, not scored
Tail
yet.
high of an indication.
And this
This
thing.
is the reply. It would have been, and the corrupt, and there is the double-handed rotation like a barrel roll, and we've seen that with Toledo. We've seen it with Kelly Slater.
And we've got problems on the beach. Huh? Well, I'm not
looks
sure.
like he's-
Okay, well, this is really concerning. And we see a lead change, but there's another score to drop. And I feel
There it is.
A 10. It's
a perfect 10.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Unbelievable.
a perfect 10, but
Yeah.
at the cost of
an ankle.
Yeah, I reckon he's rolled his ankle,
Oh.
so we'll get our safety team and our lifeguards onto that.
Now, this is the heat of the year that's playing right now, and with really unfortunate consequence. Watch this.
Bangs it up, rotation. What a manoeuvre. A perfect 10 for Dakota Walters, knowing that he's heard a pop or felt a stretch. We'll get our safety team down there.
And look at the scoreline. A 10 and an 8.9, a 9.27 and an 8.23. And Dakota Walters is out of the water injured, injuring himself on a perfect 10-point ride, which is tragic if he's done a serious injury there. Absolutely tragic for Dakota at this stage of the year, especially. So I know it's what a heat, ups and downs, emotions running through this heat.
And there's our local lifeguard, Maddie Phillips, Jagger's dad, first on the scene. So great to see the support. They'll take care of our athlete, Dakota Walters. But wow, this was one of the heats that we're going to remember for years to come.
Yep.
A perfect 10. All the excellent scores are done on perfect airs.
Joel Vaughan, I believe,
Variation.
has executed 3 or 4 airs, and all of them successfully. Has landed every one of them, and Dakota Walters has landed 2 of the most difficult airs in the textbook.
Well, he's got a variation. That first one, the air rev with the combo. Second one, the slob air, and then the corrupt air on the forehand. Double-handed grab.
With heavy consequences. It's, yeah.
Perfect 10.
It's great to get
8.9.
excited, but we can't get too excited because it's come at a heavy cost to Dakota Walters. Hopefully, they get the ice on it and it's going to come out all right.
There is your current heat leader unless a change of a 9.64 for Joel Vaughan. 4 minutes to go.
Obviously he can get it, but the feeling is Dakota's probably into the final. Is he going to be able to surf the final?
Yeah, he might be, getting the strap on down there, seeing some of the professionals. And
Let's hope, but I'm not confident. I'm far from confident he's going to be right for the final. Looking at him there and hopping onto the van. So, yeah, what a heat of mixed emotions, Crispy. It's just, it's been incredible, but it's come at a high cost to one of our most exciting young surfers.
There he is, Dakota Walters currently, and he's left Joel Vaughan out there with priority. 3.5 minutes, needing a 9.64. So again, one of our memorable moments in surfing history. Dakota Walters, there he goes, a 10-point ride on the back of a Corrupt there on the right, and an 8.9, but coming at a cost of an ankle injury. And local lifeguards, Randwick City Council, that was Matty Phillips. First on the scene, great to have our water safety in the water.
And on land.
Our surfers and on land.
Straight into action, but yeah. It's a difficult heat to talk about because of what's happened. It's just, it's tragic for Dakota.
Joel Vaughan, he's just, it's not in confusion land. He needs a 9.64, but he's like, what just happened?
Yeah. Mad Max recap, we will look at this heat, which has been the heat of the year, Crispy.
It has. Look at the combo
God.
killer. It started with this guy. You knew they were going to go to the air. The nor'easter came up, perfect for holding of the board, but this combo, one of our favourites.
We spoke about this before the heat started. The wind's up. This is going to suit the airs going right. And it's just been... Dakota started off with an 8. That 8 is out of his scoreline now because watch what happens here. Super high degree difficulty and got plenty of air. And this guy answering back in the best possible way. And Joel Vaughan on this wave reclaims the lead.
So cork tie, I love the tail. So difficult to hold. Think about the wind, but then this guy. It's the wave of consequence.
Yeah,
Look at that.
Yeah.
Turn of the contest.
I know.
Collects a 10.
At a cost.
At a cost of an ankle injury.
Yeah, unbelievable.
At this stage.
It's, it's been,
So
it leaves us almost speechless. 10 and an 8.9, 9.27 and 8.23. And our heat winner is under medical treatment. It's just... unbelievable heat. Absolutely unbelievable.
I wonder if, Robbo, a couple of things going through my mind in your experience. Does he submit the way for Joel to go to the final, or does he surf injured, gives it a go in the final? That
I don't think he can. No, I think, well, we don't know because Joel could get a 9.6 set 4, that's for sure.
That's right.
1 minute to go.
Mad
the
Mex
likelihood is Dakota's into the final. And judging from what we've seen on the beach, I can't see Dakota's going to be able to surf the final. I don't believe Joel can take that position in the final. So we've got a lot
winner
of
by
things,
default.
Yeah, we've got a lot of things playing out at the moment. This next semi-final could decide the winner.
All right, 40 seconds.
Yeah, it's...
There's the big Bertram out the back. Wonder if they got some marlin. They've been running up and down the coast. And Super Day here. Mad Mex Finals Day. Maroubra Pro. QS 1000. Big shout out to Mad Mex and Vissla for 4 years. Vissla have been supporting these series. This is Stop 3. Don't forget Evoca. Check it out. World Surf League. Download the app. Follow the events. Follow the schedule. And follow the rankings as well.
Everyone has to watch Evoca.
It's going to be amazing.
Yep.
And right now we have finals day, and one of the most... Dakota Walters, 18.9. That is like Slater / Toledo / John Alask, that heat.
Well...
Joel Vaughan equal third.
A heat of mixed emotions, a perfect 10-point ride, a win by Dakota Walters, but at such a cost. We're going to go to a break and we'll be back with the second semi-final. That is now a super important semi-final. Semi-final number 2, back shortly. Don't go anywhere.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. A Meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free, to feel alive, and most of all, to feel new again.
This is the motivation.
The plastic pollution issue is a complex problem, but it can be solved.
Take 3 for the C.
Earth a favor and take 3 for the C?
It's easy. Just take 3 for the C.
Well, welcome back. Semi-final 2, and what a last memorable moment. Dakota Walters scoring a perfect 10 and an 8.9, but coming at a risk of his explosive air manoeuvres, his slob air and the corrupt air and the every air he can do, and getting an ankle injury. We'll get back to whether he can make the final. Joel Vaughan coming in equal third. But right now we have two Titans. It's Mikey Madonna from Lennox Head, Labar watching, and Jamie Thompson from the Northern Beaches, and Spud. Shout out to the family, Thompsons. Britt Nickel, welcome back.
Thanks for having me, Crispy. And yeah, it all went down in semi-final heat number 1. It'll be interesting to see whether or not Dakota Walters can surf that final. Tell you what, everything happened in the one heat.
That was, Joel Vaughan come out swinging, made his intentions known, landed the first air, and then Dakota, which he's gonna, he loves an air, loves ripping any wave, small, medium, big on your local door as well, and just had the variation. A nice combo, did like the searing snap, the carve, and the air rev. Then he brought the slob air out, and then he closed the carve with a perfect 10 on a corrupt air that was so corked high and cleanly ridden out. And then Joel Vaughan didn't give up, and he actually got the lead back on the second last air and had 100% make rate as well. Well done, Joel Vaughan.
Pretty much any other heat of the event, Joel Vaughan would have made it through.
Exactly.
But it was just the fact that Dakota had a total of 18.9, and Joel Vaughan, his total was still in the 17 range.
Now two surfers, Mikey Madonna from the Lennox area and training hard. Not familiar with the airs. He can also have an air game, but under the lip, so fast and so clinical, versus Jamie Thompson, the smiling assassin. Also can throw down some big combos, the Northern Beaches surfer.
Yeah, I feel like semi-final heat number 1, it was an air show. Like, let's just face it, it was a complete air show out there. And looking at the contrast between semi-final 1 and semi-final 2, like you said, both of these surfers more than capable of taking to the air. But I just feel like Mikey and Jamie are two surfers that quite often keep their board in the water, rail to rail, and get the big manoeuvres in to get their scores.
Don't forget, all the best to Dakota Walters in his recovery. We'll let you know as soon as we hear anything from our safety team. They're getting some attention from our local lifeguards, and no doubt getting it checked out by the medics if anything further. That was quite the one. And right now, there's Mikey Madonna. Shout out to all the crew at Labar having their board riders yesterday. And Tony Madonna and the Madonna family, and all Labar supporting that guy in red to advance his way up. I think he's currently ranked 11th, so his points will climb him into the mix of a top 5. He's actually currently 12th. He wins this event, gets through to the final, and he'll climb all the way to 7th in the world. Great position for Challenger Series, Britt.
It is, and Mikey, you know, he mentioned it previously in a couple of the post-heat interviews. He has competed on that Challenger Series before. He was on the Challenger last year. And due to that, it meant that some of those competitors missed out on some big QS events that went towards this ranking for 2022-2023. So surfers like Mikey Madonna, they're looking to climb their way back up the leaderboard to re-qualify for that Challenger Series. As we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay, got a good first turn in, but just an uncharacteristic fall off there for the surfer in red. 2-3-3. Well, that'll be a throwaway by the end of this semi-final.
Yeah, I feel the ocean settled down a bit. And again, 2-3-3 for Mikey Madonna. Early lead. Jamie Thompson will be waiting for that wave of change. We may even see, you know, with this win, adapting to conditions and what the judges are rewarding. A bit of an air show from JT or from Mikey Madonna.
This is an important heat for JT as well. Like, obviously, you know, points are one thing. He's sitting 23rd on the rankings at the moment, but he's had a few third place finishes. He had a third place at the Gold Coast Pro, a third place at WA, and also a third place at Victoria. So they're all QS 1000 events. He's currently in the semi-final. If he was to be eliminated now, that'd be another third place. I feel like he has to get that monkey off the back, looking for that final finish.
Well, 18 minutes to do it, and he holds priority, so now needing a wave and to really complete his turns. Let's see how he punches it, but this is Mikey Madonna under priority, keeping busy. I love the strength that he puts in. Always training hard with Pete Roberts and his coach Woody. Always been through the Talent ID program at Surfing Australia, that young man in red.
Quick up and out there for Mikey. Nothing lost, nothing gained. He caught it under priority. He's just going to stay nice and busy while Jamie Thompson is out there with first priority. It'll be interesting to see how long it takes for Jamie to get moving. We've watched a few of his heats previously. He seems to drop anchor and just wait patiently. I think the heat that was leading into this one where he qualified for the semi, he only took off on 2 waves. He had a 7 and then caught his last wave in the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, so wave selection, you're saying, coming into his plan for the path to the final. Currently in semi-final 2, and if you haven't heard, you just joined us, welcome. This is the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro QS 1000, Stop 3, the Whistler Pro Surf Series here in New South Wales. Dakota Walters scoring a perfect 10 and an 8.9 in that last heat, but suffering an injury in the heat, coming in about leaving Joel Vaughan out there for 6 minutes, but he just couldn't get the wave because he needed a Titanic score, the 9.63. But what a fight. That was the heat of the year.
It wasn't just an injury in the heat either, Crispy. It was an injury on the 10. He somehow managed to pull himself together just to get the completion.
It's like a snap finish, one would say, without being too... Yeah, let's do the Mad Mix recap of that previous heat. If you missed it, and you never get sick of this one, this is going to be the highlight reels for the air show. This is Joel Vaughan opening up with a nice air rev. Really good rotation, clean finish. And this was the combo killer. Nice snap, nice carve, and then wait for this one. How good's this? Learn how to do an air, speed, pop, land that thing, cork it round. I'm Dakota Walters. Look at this one, the slob air.
Makes it look so easy, Crispy. Look at that. Look at the height that he got, the projection. He just made that thing look so effortless with Joel Vaughan. Well, he wasn't going to give up. It was a complete air show, and it was as entertaining as it gets.
I love the way Joel Vaughan, he didn't give up. He knew what he had to do. He knew what the judges corked it. He actually went to the lead on that one. And then Dakota Waters, this is the 10-point ride, goes really high, corrupt there, tail high, rotation, and right there he knew he hurt himself, and he just creaked and popped, and hopefully he can surf the final. Memorable heat of the year. Dakota Walters taking out Joel Vaughan. That is our first finalist.
It was impressive, and just even the fact that Dakota, he recognised that he had an injury, but he chose to stay on his feet. Didn't get down too early, stayed on his feet so the judges knew that he had the completion.
Yeah. So much riding on that one and so much risk and reward. Again, ankles, that's what happens to the best of them. Here we go. Jamie Thompson pulls the trigger on this one. Thank you, Mad Mex, for the recap. And that was the air show again. Jamie Thompson. Here's the underface carve. Smooth as silk. Mikey Madonna.
That is the man from Lennox Head. He is looking to take this thing out. But first, he's got to get through Jamie Thompson.
Love how strong. Nice strong turns. Precise. Putting on a clinic. Mikey Madonna. Stand by for scores.
Just over 14 minutes on the clock. We have given surfers an extra 5 minutes. The semi-finals are 25 minutes. We had 20-minute heats throughout the start of this event. But of course, finals day, allowing competitors that extra opportunity. And well, we're into a two-person format as well. We watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay of this one. That is Jamie Thompson, first carve. Up over the lip for the second, but not able to hold on to it. Ford just ran away from it. Doesn't look like he's happy with that one with the body language.
Yeah, nice searing first turn, and he would have been home and hosey. He stopped that one. Just a bit late to the party. That's what can happen. You know, we talked about a few nerves going into it, and especially for these surfers, they've just got to reset, especially coming up against such a titan Mikey Madonna. Won the 5,000. Also collecting some great points at the 1,000 and looking for another replay of that. Moving on through the final, 6.83. That is the first wave of exchange. And a 2.33. Mikey Madonna takes an early lead. And look at this. Having a look at one on the inside. First off, Jamie Thompson, 3.33. So with priority needing a 5.84 at this stage, still achievable there, Brett.
Highly achievable here, Crispy. There's still plenty of opportunity in the lineup. We do have an outgoing tide. Wind is puffed up, but surfers making the most of it. We watched that semi-final heat number one. Totals were over 17 for both surfers. Surfers really picking the best spot, the best position, and wave selection coming into play. But at the moment, it is Mikey Madonna in the red in first with a 6.83 and a 2.33. The surfer from Lennox Head. Did have a 5th place finish at the Tweed Coast Pro. That was a QS 5000 event. He then went on to win the Great Lakes Pro, another 3,000 points in his rankings. And well, if he can take the win here at Maroubra, that's another 1,000 points towards Mikey's campaign for that Challenger Series.
And great momentum and confidence building in, and that's what the Whistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series is all about. Building for all these pro surfers, these athletes from the Australian Oceania, supporting them with money and also paving their way in experience throughout these great events on a great coastline.
It is a beautiful part of the world, beautiful part of Australia, and I'm completely biased. I'm New South Wales, blue through and through.
Yeah, that's right. 11 and a half minutes. Thank you, World Surf League. Thank you, Surfing New South Wales. Whistler, now naming rights, Mad Mex, here at the Maroubra. Finals day. It's our third last heat of the day. We've got our final up next to the women. Safi Vet, Ana Dos Santos. Who's your pick?
Oh, it's a hard one. As we watch live action in the water, I'm just going to deflect it. As we watch Mikey Madonna, can he get the completion? Can't ride out of it, so he's not going to replace that 2.33 with 11 minutes on the clock. Jamie Thompson in the blue in second place, still searching for a 5.84 to move on through to the main final. Yeah, back to that selection, those two women, they've been in fine form this entire event. I'd love to see both win.
Well, here we go, live action. Jamie Thompson looking to rewrite and, well, decides I want priority over that end section. So we'll reset, look to regain priority. Needs a 5.84 unless Mikey Madonna, I think he won't improve. Just went for a nice little quick air rev. Just didn't ride out of that one. Let's look at the wave replay. And looking for the air show, courtesy of Lennox Head's Mikey Madonna. Nice lip line air rev, just kicks the tail. Just couldn't get the landing gear on that one, Brett.
He did it earlier. He got an air, he got a high 7 and got him through the heat and into the semi-final. So he's more than capable of sticking those landings. Makes his way back into the lineup. I almost don't want to say who I want or who I would think would win the final because in the previous events when I've done it, I feel like it's been a bit of a jinx.
Okay. Well, I'll say it. I feel Ana Dos Santos with a rhythm, with a control. If she controls it, she'll win it. But then I also feel Safi Vet that she's got nothing to lose, and she packs a really good heat. She can win it. So I say, go the women. I'm going to sit on the fence.
Live action in the water. Michael Madonna under priority, scratching into this one. He's just looking to drop that 2-3-3, just a quick up and out. Staying nice and busy, wanting to maintain that rhythm with the Ocean as Jamie Thompson sits out the back with first priority. There is just over 9 minutes on the clock.
Don't forget, we're also going to let you know with the men's final. That'll be an interesting one. Whoever gets through, will it be surfed, and with whom? As Dakota Walters just waiting on that feedback from the injury. We'll give you an update. He's breathing, but no doubt in a bit of pain.
We will keep you posted. We still don't have an update on Coda's injury, but I mean, at this point, Dakota Walters will be surfing the final until we've been told otherwise. 8.5 minutes on the clock. Who will he match up against?
I'll tell you a person that won a Pro Junior down at Bendalong. Jesus Pro-Am was Mark Matthews over Kirk Flinoff. I think it was 2003, and he won it with a sprained ankle.
Can be done.
Can be done.
Like there's a, you run off adrenaline once you get to that point. We watch Mikey Madonna taking off behind the section. Not much on offer there. 8 minutes on the clock. Completely different game plan for these two competitors. Mikey waiting for that rotation of priority.
Yeah, I feel once Jamie Thompson makes his next selection, Mikey with his rhythm, he's a 6.83, just needs to drop that 2.33. He'd be really thinking about tightening his screws on this heat to make the final. Such a clinical surfer, really headstrong and also turn strong, and can perform above the lip as well. So all-round surfer, the man in red. But Jamie Thompson could appear from anywhere, just needs to contain the froth and stick that second turn. There is your first finalist, Anna Dos Santos, Saxon Reaver. Looks like Saxon Reaver.
Getting ready for that heat. I can't help but look at that dog sitting on the step. He looks so happy as Annie Dos Santos makes her way out for the women's final. She'll take on the Kiwi competitor, Safi Vetti, who now lives on the Gold Coast. So both women have been putting together excellent scores throughout this entire event, but only one surfer can walk away with those 1,000 points. Who will it be, Annie Dos Santos or Safi Vetti? Well, we will know. They'll be coming up in just over 6.5 minutes.
Well, there's a long walk to the amphitheatre we call the Ocean, Maroubra Beach, Mad Mex Maroubra Pro QS 1000. That is Anna Dos Santos. See the walk down. You got Rubik's Cube. Nice little reef down there. Lots of sand. Great little ocean beach here. Southern beaches of Sydney, called Maroubra. Visit it out. Check it out. Destination New South Wales. Great supporters of this event.
Almost feel like I'm back at home. I lived in Maroubra for a couple of years, and one of the things I liked about Maroubra, Crispy, was the fact that I never saw myself living in Sydney. I'm not a city person, but living in Maroubra, it actually reminded me of home. It had that local community vibe. You know, people were out and about, being active, had their dogs, had their morning coffees, and I just, you know, it's such a close-knit community, and it was such a nice space to be a part of when I lived down there.
You find regularly on the weekends, like I went there when I was young and I used to go surf the beaches with my mates. Got my first barrel at Maroubra Beach, so it's a memorable place. And then just hitting the reefs of Sydney and Cronulla. But I do love, it's always a special home, Maroubra. It's actually where I met my wife as well, at a contest, believe it or not, 1994.
Cute.
All right.
To Beck, but on screen we have Safi Vetti from New Zealand. Well, she's made the stone's throw across the ditch. She's now living in Australia, matching up for this final. She is looking serious and ready to go. She's got nothing to lose here at Maroubra and everything to gain. Just stoked to be in that final, Crispy. She mentioned it earlier.
I love watching the preheat, just their rituals, just firing up, getting in that headspace. These well-trained athletes have been in this position before, but looking to take it and take a win here at the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro. There is your finalists paddling out with 4.5 minutes left. Mikey Madonna looking to make the final, looking to drop a 2.33. Strokes in this one under priority 2. There's the first turn, and look at the layback. Mr. Clinic, well, putting on a nice layback combo. I dare say that'll be around the 4 range. Mikey Madonna is going to add the salt to the wound for Jamie Thompson. He needs to move and get a good wave and good score.
Well, he must have heard you, Crispy, because here goes Jamie Thompson in the blue now on a good-looking right-hander. Slashes in the pocket for the first turn, racing down the line, puts it up there, and, well, he's buckled under pressure.
Tell you one thing I notice, I think he's using his epoxy board. Looks very lightweight, and it just doesn't connect with that wind. But I'll tell you what, he's just not connecting his second turn, but he may get priority back for a one last-ditch effort to make the final for Jamie Thompson. That won't be the score to take to the win, but Mikey Madonna, he'll look like he'll drop his 2.33.
It's a smart play there from Mikey Madonna. You know, Jamie Thompson's been dropped anchor out there the entire heat pretty much, but Mikey just caught this wave on the inside under priority. He was only looking to replace a 2.33, and I feel like he's going to do just that as we watch the replay here for Jamie Thompson. He just put it up there, and like you said, Crispy, just the wind getting under it, and I felt like his rotation was out a little bit.
Yep.
So Jamie Thompson just not quite in rhythm with the ocean here for semi-final heat number 2, but he has first priority. He's got another shot.
He's done well identifying where he is right now, but really needs to improve that second turn. That's 2 waves on the set waves that he's fell off his second turn and paying the dividends with a 3.33 for previous, and the first one a 2.87. Now requiring excellent score, 8.07, and like we said, a 4.57 on the range. Good middle score there, under priority 2, so under priority win. Mikey Madonna extending the lead, Brett.
Mikey Madonna, the man from Lennox Head, he is looking the goods to move on into the main final of the men's division. This is, of course, finals day here, the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro QS 1000 event. Our third stop of the Whistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. Thanks to Whistler. They have partnered with Surfing New South Wales on QS events over the past 4 years, and it's great to have them on board again this year. They are an amazing brand, doing amazing things in and out of the water. Around 80% of Whistler's product range made of environmentally better materials. Be sure to check out their website, whistler.com, and also check out their sister brand, sisterevolution.com. Grab yourself a new wetsuit, some clothing, accessories.
Or even if you're up Burleigh, head out to the outlet shop up there. And say good day to John and Jen and all the crew, Toby Mossop, Whistler store, when the big waves aren't on, of course. All right now, Mikey Madonna looking for the express path through to the final. Jamie Thompson needs an excellent score, an 8.07. Thinking one big air or wave of the heat, and he's got to have a flawless effort, finish his turns to get through the final, Brett.
It would have to be the wave of the heat. And, well, we've watched those scores drop in semi-final heat number 1. So there's definitely the opportunity out there should he choose to take to the air. I feel like Jamie's more of a surfer who keeps that board in the water, but he's more than capable of getting progressive and innovative as well. With 1 minute on the clock, will there be another opportunity for the surfer in blue, and will it be an 8.07?
Don't forget the Mad Mex Minute. We are currently in it. Last semi-final, then we have 2 finals to finish this Super 3 days here at the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro QS 1000. Under a minute remaining. Thank you to Mad Mex. Don't forget Whistler, the New South Wales Pro Surf Series. Stop number 3, stop 4 at Avoca next week. Right now, Mikey Madonna looking like he's going to take on Dakota Walters. Jamie Thompson needs an 8.07. There is Mikey under priority, getting wins and moving through the final. 20 seconds. Jamie's off his board. Looks like he's not going to bring that one out in the wind again, Britt. But 10 seconds a shout out to Spud. Hope you're well in the hospital. And Mrs. Thompson, chuckers to you. Did well, equals third. But looks like Mikey Madonna will fly through. And that will be a wrap. He'll take on Dakota Walters. And then we'll have the final up next. That will be Sophia Vett. She will take on Ana dos Santos from Northern Beaches, representing Australia, Brazil. And Mikey Madonna, he'll take on Dakota Walters. We'll give you an update We'll go to a short commercial break. We'll be back with more action. 2 finals to go. This is the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro QS 1000.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Moving home? Don't do it alone. Downsizing? No compromising. Need some space? We know a place. For every stage of life, Storage King has hassle-free storage solutions. And we make it easy, in-store, over the phone or online. Our expert team will customise a storage plan just for you. And with locations all over Australia, your items will never be too far away. Visit storageking.com.au today. Storage King, the kings of storage, moving and more.
Welcome back to finals day of the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro men's and women's WSL QS 1000. This is the 3rd stop of the Whistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023, and we are straight into the women's final. We have that lady there, Safi Vetti in the red, up against Annie Dos Santos in the blue. 30-minute final. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Steve Robertson. How you going, Robbo? Are you melting like that guy on screen or that lady on screen?
I am. What a day it's been. What a morning it's been. I mean, part of me, you know, there's a semi-tragedy unfolding for Dakota Walters, because we saw him score a perfect 10-point ride and we saw him injure his ankle on that ride, and we're waiting to hear if we're going to have a men's final because he qualified for the men's final, but we also saw him get carted away for medical treatment for the ankle injury. So, but right now it's the women's final, and Safi Vet throwing it up there, almost pulled off that last manoeuvre. There was some handiwork done before that, so we'll wait for the score to come in. And Anna Dos Santos, intriguing about this final is we don't have an Australian in the final. We've got a New Zealander, and Annie Dos Santos living in Australia, but from Brazil. We had a shout out to her parents in Portuguese early on an interview. And it's great to have 2 internationals in the final. But it's also interesting to see we haven't got an Australian there for once. And Anna Dos Santos has opened up with a 5.67. That's a reasonable start. Safi Vet, a 4.17. She'll be wanting to improve on that for sure.
30-minute final, and well, these surfers, they can't leave anything out there. This is it. This is what we have all been waiting for at Maroubra. This is the final. The winner will take home 1,000 points towards their campaign on that WSL Regional QS Series. They are looking to qualify for the Challenger. At the moment, Safi Vetti currently sitting 20th on that rankings for the QS, and Annie Dos Santos sitting in 14th place. So, important event for both of these surfers.
Absolutely. Both in contention for the Challenger Series, so they will want every single point they can get, and 1,000 points is up for grabs right now.
Makes me wonder with Annie Dos Santos. We had that scenario with Sarah Baum representing South Africa, points not counting towards her ranking. However, Annie Dos Santos is on our Australia Oceanic ranking. So whether or not there's an Australian citizenship there, not 100% sure, but at the moment she is sitting on the rankings.
Yeah, so she must have elected this as her region to compete for, and which is an interesting choice as well, with Olympics and all these other thoughts going on. But yeah, she's living in Australia. She's obviously well settled here and happy here, and it would be a big ask to have to go back and compete on the South American circuit as well. But I would say she's chosen the harder circuit to compete on to qualify for the Challenger Series by competing in the Australian League, the Australasian Oceania region. But she's up for it, and she leads the final at this stage. So she's a great surfer and has a great chance to qualify for the Challenger Series. And right, we have Mikey Madonna, the winner of that previous semi-final. Mikey, congratulations on making the final. But I guess you must have a few mixed emotions at the moment, because do you know if you're actually going to surf this final, or have you actually... and during that semi-final, did you go into the water thinking, well, if I win this, maybe I win the event? Was that going through your head at all? I know you want to surf the final, but what was going through you mentally?
Nah, nothing changed really. I knew I just had a job to do. That heat before was crazy to watch. Those two boys that was mind-blowing stuff. Yeah, so, but yeah, you always want to go out and put on a good performance, especially after that heat before was so crazy. But yeah, it got pretty scrappy out there, so I just had to get the job done. And yeah, no, it definitely wasn't going through my mind at all. Even if, we don't surf it, we split the points. So yeah, I hope Codes is all good. He deserves to surf this final, and hopefully we can go out there and have a good crack together.
Yeah, well done on making the final. The final and to win the event's really important to you. You need these points to try and crack this Challenger Series. So how are you feeling as you await to hear news on the final?
Yeah, no different. Just prepare as if I'm going to surf this final and see what happens.
Leading into the final, Mikey, are you going to change any of your strategy? Or are you just going to stick with the same game plan, because it seems to be working?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to watch the conditions and yeah, and go from there. It's it'd be impossible. Not impossible, but trying to match Dakota in the air is just like, he's amazing how talented he is. So I think I've just got to focus on my own game plan and yeah.
Well, he might be a little harder to match if he's got an injury going to the air. I don't think he's going to want to be landing on that ankle, but it'll be interesting, that's for sure, for that main final. Congratulations on making it on through, Mikey. We are wishing you all the best. We'll let you go get prepared. Thanks for joining us at the post-heat interview.
Thanks, guys.
There you have it, Mikey Madonna from Lennox Head. He is into the men's final. He'll be matched up against Dakota Walters, originally from that Yamba Angari region, but now lives just up the road from Mikey at Byron Bay. But yeah, suffering pretty big blow there to his ankle. We'll wait and see.
And I don't think if Dakota can't surf the final, and we all hope he can, but I don't think they would split the points. I think the surfer that's fit and ready to surf the final would get the points, but I'm not sure.
Technically, they could go out there and still run, and he paddles out, right?
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that it wouldn't be a split of points. I think that, but we'll wait and see. That's up to the administrators. I'm sure Ty Sarati, who now looks after the World Surf League region in this part of the world, will know the rules and be liaising with the people on the ground here. But yeah, we need to wait and hear on the injury to Dakota. We wish him the best, and we hope that we do run the men's final. But right now, the women's final, and Anna De Santos, 5.67, 3.17, early days. Safi Vet with a 4.17 and just a 0.5, requires a 4.68, but those numbers are all going to change as we progress through this final.
Just over 20 minutes. Mentioned earlier, it is a 30-minute final, so giving competitors that extra time in the lineup for search for the scores that they are chasing. At the moment, it is Andy Dos Santos in the blue, originally from Brazil, but been living in Australia for a fair while now. does have a 5.67 and a 3.17 in her scoreline. She's up against Safi Vetti, originally from New Zealand, but now also living in Australia. Surfer in red, having a look at this one. She's chasing a 4.68 as she uses her priority, Robbo.
Nice looking wave. She's going left. Good start to the wave with a turn. Looking to go critical here through the middle. She'll be looking for a strong finish. The wave's lining up for her and she rides out. So it's going to be a reasonable score. It won't go through the roof, but there'll be a decent score for Safi Vetti there, and I dare say she may go to the lead.
As we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay, she took off behind the section, set herself up here for a nice first turn in the pocket. I felt like this turn here could have been a little higher up the lip, up the face, but still making the most of this last section. Safi Vetti in the red, she'll lock in another number.
You're right, Brett. There was nothing seriously critical about that, where the opportunity may have been there to go more vertical and more critical.
Had she have just held that second turn through the bottom turn that little bit longer to get higher up the wave face. But still a great wave there from the surfer in red. Finished well. She spotted that end section and got the completion, so I'll wait for that score to be dropped in.
Judges will be having a good look at that, discussing it. But yeah, I think there was a little bit left on the beach on that one.
There it is, a 6.33. So I could only imagine what it would have went up into had she have got more critical through that middle section, but still an excellent number there from Safi Vetti in the red. A 6.33. It takes her to first place as we watch the replay again, taking off behind the section, gets a nice turn in to start with, and just here I felt she probably could have held it a little bit longer, but she had her eyes on this last section, puts it up there, gets the completion and rides out strong.
Yep, and finishes off well. So well-deserved, 6.33. It's the best wave of the final so far, and she's in the lead, so well-positioned. Anna Dos Santos will know the situation, and she'll be chasing down that 4.84, and she'll be looking to do a much better score than a 4.84. So plenty of time, just under 18 minutes. And we sit patiently and await news on the men's final. Well, I'm sure we'll hear shortly what's going to happen with that final. But what a morning it's been. That's one of the best heats I've seen. And that goes back a long way, Britt, let me tell you. But that was one of the best heats I've seen. Hands down. And I want to shout out a special shout out to Joel Vaughan in that heat, because he was gone at the halfway stage. He was gone, and he came back with two incredible airs to take the lead, pushed Dakota that extra distance to go and get a perfect 10. So it was an amazing heat.
It was, and just then you mentioned it, Joel Vaughan, he was almost out of the heat, but he didn't give up. He clawed his way back. He got the numbers he needed to go into first, but then Dakota Walters just pulled a 10 out, did a corrupt flip, and, got the score that he was chasing. And I mentioned it to Crispy earlier, Robbo. Joel Vaughan, he got eliminated from that heat with a total of over 17. Any other heat, he would have easily progressed.
Yeah, no. Great experience for Joel, even though he lost the semi-final. Fantastic experience. Will give him so much confidence to know that in any situation, he's got the ticker to go out there and chase those big scores and chase down that lead again. It was really impressive performance from both surfers. So, it's all been happening here at Maroubra. An amazing event. Surfing New South Wales crew, they'll be looking forward to packing it up later today and having a bit of a rest before they go into their next event in Avoca. So, it's all happening in New South Wales, and fantastic series. The Whistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series. It's just a super success story.
Why are those crew packing up their cameras? It's the final. They've only got 1.5 heats left.
I don't know. Maybe I saw a runaway umbrella a minute ago, so maybe they're getting out of the road.
It is all scenes down here at Maroubra.
It is. Everything's happening.
Saw a few buckled umbrellas earlier.
Yep.
The wind has certainly picked up, but the waves are still coming through this lineup and competitors making the most of it. We are, of course, at the home beach of Surfing New South Wales. Their office does look over this beach. It's pretty much the view they get every day. Found working in that office for the couple of years that I was there a bit distracting, but also productive.
Of course, I remember when Surfing New South Wales moved into that office, and I think it had a lot to do with Winnie.
A lot to do with Winnie,
Yep.
that's for sure. As we watch live action in the water, that is our Kiwi competitor. Halves into the pocket, gets another one. She's trying to keep the board moving and just can't get over the top of that wave. The Safivetti in the red, looking to replace the 4.17 and increase the requirement for her competitor in the blue, Dos Santos.
So I don't think she's going to improve on her score. 4.17 will probably stay as her second scoring ride. Watch the replay just to make sure of that. Mid-sized wave. She would have been hoping for it to stand up through here. Gets a couple of check turns and then the wave just doesn't line up for her. So nothing lost though. She's under second priority as Dos Santos waits out the back, waiting for a decent ride with plenty of time on the clock in this final.
It's a beautiful Sunday here in Maroubra. Sun is shining, the waves are still pumping. Hear the planes going on overhead. They're heading to the Sydney airport, just over the road.
I know, close to the airport. What a great location. I heard you mention earlier how you can be in Maroubra and you don't feel you're locked in the hustle bustle of the city as well. It's a fantastic location, yet it is so close to central Sydney, close to the airport, and it's just a super community.
And well, being a Sunday, thanks to one of our supporting rights partners, you can head down to the South End Hotel. On Sundays, kids eat free. They also have plenty of blues playing, craft beer pouring, and it's just up the hill here from the event site. So if you're in Sydney and you're around the area, be sure to check out South End Hotel. And if you head there today, they do have their kids eat free. Maybe if you don't have a kid, you go look after someone else's kid and, you know, get the free meal.
There's free food going everywhere. There's Mad Mex burritos, there's 2-for-1 deals, and there's free meals being given out. So
They also have live music down there on a Sunday afternoon, so be sure to check it out. Thanks to our supporting rights partner, South End Hotel. We've also got a few other supporting rights partners throughout this event. Thanks to Randwick City Council, Club Med, Destination New South Wales, Storage King, World Surf League, Surfing New South Wales, our webcast partners Mad Mex, and of course our naming rights partner of this event as well, Mad Mex, our series naming rights partner Whistler, the New South Wales Pro Surf Series.
And it's the Kiwi in front with a 6.33 and a 4.17. And Dos Santos second position with a 5.67, needs a 4.84, holds priority, 12 minutes on the clock, plenty to play out in this final. We sit patiently awaiting news on the men's final. And we have a few lines entering the takeoff zone. Will Dos Santos throw the dice on this one and use her priority?
Here we go, surfer in blue, using that priority there, Robbo.
Beautiful looking wave off the bottom and just gets caught up in the lip. Everything looked right there. A good bottom turn, but just couldn't get it positioned right off the top. So, not a great deal of damage there. She's lost priority, but there's still plenty of time. The idea was right, the execution, takeoff was good, the bottom turn good, but just got hung up in the lip. She'll bounce back.
She will, and I feel like it's probably the first time throughout this event that we've witnessed Dos Santos falter a little bit.
Yep.
And in her post-heat interviews, she's talked about it a few times, how she likes to control the heat. And in the two-person heats, she's able to control the heats. Well, we've just had news. It's official. Dakota Walters has withdrawn from the men's final due to that injury.
I'm not surprised. We're talking about an elite athlete, and he's clearly done some damage to his ankle, and he needs to get, he can still walk and he's up and about, but he needs to get that properly assessed, and you wouldn't want to take chances at a 1000 QS with a surfer like that. So I think it's a wise decision from Dakota. He has officially withdrawn from the event, We'll wait to hear from event organisers what the situation is as to crowning champions and all the rest of it. But yeah, it's unfortunate.
There it is. So it means that Dakota Walters will automatically get a second place finish, meaning that surfer who also qualified for that final, Mikey Madonna, will take the win here at the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro. So unfortunate for Dakota Walters. Great news for Mikey Madonna. I'm sure that's not the way he would have wanted to win that final, but he will take home that 1,000 points. And we will wish Dakota Walters all the best with that recovery. And like you talked about, Robbo, I think it was a smart play there from Dakota Walters. You know, an injury like that, it is a QS 1000. He's got a few more important events coming up. There's a QS 3000, there's a QS 5000. And, you know, if he went out there for this final today, he could have done more damage depending on what that injury is. We're not sure 100% what has actually happened to his ankle, but he's made the decision to withdraw. Don't want to cause any further damage.
Absolutely, and we wish Dakota all the best. He's been a standout. He put on a magnificent show, scored that perfect 10, and that perfect 10 cost him the injury. So, yeah, what a day it's been.
Tell you what, he may not have got to have surfed the final, but what a way to go out.
I know. Yes.
8.9, he got a perfect 10, and I said to Crispy, it was so impressive, obviously, the air itself, but just the fact that knowing he had an injury, that he was able to hold his composure, he would have been in a lot of pain, and just actually get the completion and ride out.
Yep. No, it was an incredible manoeuvre, incredible wave, incredible semi-final. And yeah, everyone will be on the edge of their seats as we go into the final two events, and we hope that Dakota will be competing at those events. We will wait and see.
That means this will be our final of today as we lead into this Mad Mex recap. Fresh fuel for life. We had Eni Dos Santos open up, taking off behind the section, came hard off the bottom, cracked the lip, and finished off strong. Safi Vetti then answered back way behind the section as well, put it up over there, got vertical. And this turn here, had she have landed this would have been a huge number, Robbo.
Yep, she didn't quite finish that off, but she does finish off this wave, and this is her best score of the heat. This is a good one. She's working her way through, gets a few good turns through the middle, and finishes this one off, importantly, in the critical section of the wave, rides out of that one, and that's a decisive wave at this stage. This was decisive as well. Eni Dos Santos did everything right, but came unstuck on the top turn. And right now, Safi Vetti leads the heat, and we have a surfer up and riding live. Talk us through this one, please, Britt. Important wave.
Is our Kiwi competitor just sticking with this one, hoping that she's going to get this steeper section. Gets the bottom turn in, puts it up over the lip. Can she get a bonus connection on the inside on this Maroubra bank? And there you go, Safi Vetti linking those two turns together. She's looking to drop a 4.17 from her scoreline and make things harder for her competitor in the blue, Eni Dos Santos, originally from Brazil, chasing a 4.84 for first place.
I think Safi's improved her lead here. This is a good wave. The wave kept giving to her. Great start, and gets around this section, and the wave just lines up beautifully. Allows plenty of potential, and Safi makes the most of it. Look, she gets a nice turn here and links up in for a final turn as well, and rides out of it. Smart surfing from the Kiwi, looking to improve on a 4.17.
He had a great read on that wave. Previously, when we were watching it live, we just caught the end of it, and we missed that first turn. But watching the replay there, she got a critical turn out the back. And then she had the smarts about her to then stick with it, knowing that she might get that inside connection. And there it is. So surfer in red, she drops a 5 into her scoreline. She also has a 6.33. So that now means that the surfer in blue, Eni Dos Santos, is looking for a 5.67. So an exact replica to the wave that she's already got in her scoreline.
Amazing, isn't it? The numbers. And Eni Dos Santos, 5.67. She can do that easily. So she has priority. We're down under 6 minutes. She'll be extremely focused on that number, 5.67. That's what I've got to get.
And like I said before, we started chatting about Dakota Walters with that situation update with his injury. I was talking about Annie Dos Santos with a couple of her interviews, and she mentioned that she likes to control her heats, and being in a two-person heat, she finds it easier to control the other competitor. But this is the first time throughout this event that, one, we've seen her falter on a couple of turns, but two, she hasn't been in control.
No, she's behind the 8 ball at the moment. But she can turn that around. She at least controls the lineup with priority. But she does not control the final because she's in second position. She wants first. She's having a good look at this one.
Bigger wave, but is it going to be too straight? She might get one big turn in here. Annie Dos Santos, currently not the score she's chasing, but can she get around it? No.
Too much white water.
Hits the eject button, so that's not going to be the 5-6-7 that she's searching for. So Safi Vetti in the red, now in a good position, Robbo. She's in first and holding first priority.
Yep, she's in a great position. Interesting here, Dos Santos going for an inside wave. It may stand up and be critical. One good turn. She's going to need some sharp turns here. Short wave, a couple of good turns. I don't think it's a 5-6-7.
Oh, we'll leave that one in the judge's hands. He was paddling back out. It's just, the turnaround was so quick there, Robbo.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good wave. There's some good turns on it, so I'm not sure. I just think it's more of a shore break wave, but there's some quality turns there.
Next destination, New South Wales for that wave replay. They are one of our supporting rights partners for this event. We also had the 6-3-3. So this is the comparison. This is Safi. Great first turn. Got the second one in there, but she was really focused on this end section. Put it up there, push with the back foot, and rode out with plenty of confidence. So there's the comparison there, Robbo. A bigger
and a
wave.
much bigger wave, yeah, it was.
More turns, more critical.
Yep. No, and it doesn't look like Anna Dos Santos has got the score, so she's still chasing a 5.67 at this stage. 3 minutes on the clock. She doesn't hold priority. But requirement, 5.67, is absolutely achievable for a surfer like Anna Dos Santos. So it's a close final, as we would expect.
This is where it gets interesting. Could become a bit of a game of cat and mouse. Safi Vetti in the red, looking to hold out Annie Dos Santos in the blue with 2.5 minutes on the clock. We'll watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay. And this is Annie's 5.67. She needs an exact replica of that. One turn.
Bigger wave, turn out the back, more critical. So she needs to do that again, or better. And yep, there's... they're paddling close to each other, so Safi Vetti is going to try and utilise that priority situation.
For anyone who may be just tuning in expecting the men's final coming up next, well, it won't be happening because Dakota Walters, who qualified for that final, did sustain an injury in his semi-final. Scored a perfect 10, but got injured on the same wave. He will automatically finish second place, and well, taking out the win here for the men's final will be Mikey Madonna. This will be our final of today here at Maroubra for the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro QS 1000. This is, of course, our third stop of the Whistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. We watch live action in the water.
Okay, now this will be interesting. Is there a priority switch here? Yes, there is. So Anna Dos Santos now has priority, and she has a little over a minute to utilise it. She's chasing a 5.67. We know she can get that sort of score. And yeah, it's going to be an intriguing finish. Surfer in blue holding priority in second place. We're into the Mad Mex minute. This is the final minute of the entire event.
Thanks to Mad Mex, partnering with Surfing New South Wales across this entire Whistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series to help share their passion for healthy Mexican food. And well, today you can grab your 2-for-1 burritos for all attendees at the event. But if you're online, be sure to download the Mad Mex app and Up in surfing as we watch Annie Dos Santos in her last opportunity here to take out the women's final. That is not going to be a 5-6-7 there, Robbo.
No, the wave did not deliver. She had to go. She needs to go on anything, and that one just, it crumbled in front of her. There was no section to give potential to get that score. So she's given everything to it, but she will not get the score, and we're down to 10 seconds. She won't get out the back, so cheers for the Kiwi, Safi Vetti. She's going to take the win. She's going to jump up the rankings. She'll go into Avoca with a lot of confidence.
And what a special moment for that lady there on screen. That is Safi Vetti, the Kiwi competitor. She is your women's champion of the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro QS 1000. Great sportsmanship between those two competitors. Annie Dos Santos in the blue, finishing in second place. And there it is, a big hug on screen. Great to see the surfer in red, Safi Vetti, take the win. She has been through a lot, as has her family the last few years. So this win is going to be extra special for that competitor.
It's the Kiwi cheer squad on the beach, cheering her on.
Couple of Aussies down there, ready to also cheer her along as she makes her way into the beach. There she is, Safi Vetti. What a win. What a performance here at Maroubra. She has been in form this entire event, and she managed to put it together in the women's final. A 6.33 and a 5. Still an excellent result here for Annie Dos Santos in the blue. Just couldn't quite get the 5.67. Finishing in second place and walking away with a bit of confidence leading into the next event. This is, of course, the third stop of the Whistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series. Our next stop will be at Avoca. Our fourth and final stop of this series will be happening towards the end of next week. Tuning in for this broadcast, be sure to join us again next week.
And we have two event champions, Safi Vetti and Mikey Madonna.
It is windy down there. Drew Starling loses her hat. We are waiting for that chair up the beach. And here we go. Looks like it's Billy Stammen and Michael Marchison doing the honours. There is your women's champion, Robbo.
Yep, there we are. Great result for New Zealand.
Oh, I just heard they're going to the Maroubra Seals.
There you go. No better place to celebrate.
What a win. What a special moment here for that competitor. She is your women's champ of the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro. And as we mentioned, Mikey Madonna, he will take out the men's division. Dakota Walters finishing in second due to injury. It is all happening down here at Maroubra. Are they going to cheer her up the stairs, or are they going to
It's a long way up that beach.
And there it is. They've put it out on the sand.
Great to see the New Zealand surfers competing on these circuits and getting some success.
There you go, the competitor from Gisborne, New Zealand.
Gisborne, a beautiful part of the world, and some fantastic surf in that region. The other famous Kiwi surfer on tour at the moment, Ricardo Christie from the same region.
There you have it, Safi Vetti, the winner. She's currently 20th on the 2022-2023 Regional QS Series, but after this event, I'm sure she's going to jump a fair few spots, Robbo.
Yep, both surfers should increase their ranking, and both surfers go into the next event, which is really important, with 3,000 points on offer out of Avoca, and then 5,000 points on offer in Newcastle at the final event. Both these surfers will increase their ranking after this event, and they'll go into the next event with a lot of confidence as well.
We are going to stick with this winner here. Safi Vetti took the win. She left nothing in the water, and she walks away with 1,000 points and a bit of money in the bank.
It all helps.
Makes her way up Maroubra Promenade.
That'd be Aussie dollars as well, and they convert to even more Kiwi dollars.
Well, she's living in Australia now, so I feel like she might keep it in Aussie. You never know. Makes way up the steps. We are going to grab her for a post-heat interview, I believe. Let her get the headset on.
She's doing that herself, so good to see. Multi-skilled.
Well, Safi Vetti, congratulations. You are the women's champ of the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro QS 1000. How are you feeling? Must be a special moment for you, Safi.
Yeah, I feel so good. Oh my God. It's been a long time coming. I think the last time I won was like a pro junior in 2018 or something. So it feels so good to win, honestly. Put some points on the board and yeah, stoked.
We talk about those points on the board, Safi. 1,000 points. Your ranking was reasonable coming into the event. You're likely to jump up the rankings. That must give you a lot of good feeling and excitement as you go into the next event at Avoca. Tell us what you're thinking about your rankings.
Yeah, no, I try not to look at the rankings too much, otherwise I feel like I'll psych myself out a little bit. So I won't pay any attention to the rankings. I'm just going to go into the next event and do the exact same thing as what I did with this event, not put too much pressure on myself, have fun, smile, hang out with the crew. But yeah, no, excited for the next event. Woohoo!
Can you talk us through how you're feeling in that women's final? Annie Dos Santos, she's been a great performer throughout the event as well. She only needed a 5, 6, 7. How did you feel leading into the dying stages of that final?
Yeah, I was pretty nervous. I knew Annie could get the score super easy. She surfs amazing. And she's definitely beaten me a few times. So I was so happy to finally get the win over her. And yeah, she's an amazing surfer. Big ups to her. And thankful to get the win over her finally.
Okay, there's quite a few Kiwi surfers on the tour. Were they there on the beach to cheer you on and congratulate you as you came in?
Yeah, there was a few of them for sure. Bill was down here, and then had True, who I versed earlier, who's not a Kiwi, but she's like my sister. So she was down here, and Whippet and the crew. Yeah, no, good support crew, and Jolie, Vaughan and Vaughnie, and yeah, I have a really cool friend group, and I'm super happy that they were down and supporting me no matter what.
We can see that you've got such a special community and support crew around you, and it means so much, especially in these moments, but through the hard times too, Safi. I know you've been through a fair bit over the last few years. Is there anyone that you'd like to give a shout out to and say hello to back at home?
Yeah, big shout out to my mom back home and the dogs, my brother down at uni and all his mates. I'm sure they're watching, and big ups to the old man upstairs. Yeah, I wouldn't be here without him, and it's a pretty special event to win. He actually lived just up the road for a wee while when he moved over for work, so it's a pretty special place to win. I'm really happy, and I'm sure he was down smiling on me and giving me the ways I needed for sure, so really happy.
Well, he'd certainly be proud of you there, Safi, as would the rest of your family and everyone else that was on the beach today. And I'm glad to see you get the win with such a special place. You've got that connection. Congratulations and good luck for the rest of the series.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Well, there's a good story and a good win for the Kiwi surfer. And, yeah, what an event it's been. It's had everything. The Mad Mex Maroubra Pro has delivered everything.
It has certainly had everything. And, well, while we haven't surfed the men's final due to injury, we are going to recap the men's semi-final that had Joel Vaughan and Dakota Walters in it.
Well, we're going to see this plenty of times in the future and right now, because this was one of the heats to remember. This was a World Surf League surfing at its best. And these two young surfers, exciting surfers, that was Joel Vaughan, this is Dakota Walters, and they are going at each other wave for wave through this semi-final. Now, Dakota Walters was behind, he picks up this wave, goes to the lead, and watch this, a huge air from Dakota Walters, and Joel Vaughan is behind at this stage, but he fights back. He fights back with that wave and gets a 9.27, and then within a minute or two gets this wave and goes back to the lead. We couldn't believe it, and then here we see Dakota Walters. Watch this. That's a 10-point ride. That's one of the most high-degree difficulty manoeuvres in the game, but here's the consequence. Dakota Walters has damaged his ankle and he leaves the water after scoring a perfect 10. I mean, it was amazing.
And thank you for tuning in, watching the Mad Mex Maroubra Pro QS 1000. Be sure to join us at Avoca next week for the final stop of the Whistler New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. Stay tuned for the highlights and we'll see you at the next event.
There is no quitting.
Oye, chicas, que nunca se les olvide. Las mujeres lo hacen mejor. They say there's something in the water that got 'em all like crowd. We know we reppin' the million crowns. Getting them loud, taking their clout, so one day I can buy a house. Sabe que nadie no puede parar.